Motherfuckers, welcome to my club of Kottontales, a place for me to be 100% me while helping myself mentally and physically. Living is better than dying. I'm Mooiisstt. Are you? My foot sugar daddy? Serious feet inquiries. I am Kottontale on Feet Finder. To be Mooiisstt is simply to be oneself, 100%, regardless of what some motherfucker thinks of them. Because when you love yourself, you are truly loved. It's Monday morning. Good morning from me to you. It is like 9:30. Oh, 9:22. 9:22 a.m. Monday, April 29th. Hopefully today we hear back from the O Terrace, and hopefully it's good news. My anxiety is through the roof. Just... This morning was spent crying for a few reasons. One, because I just don't see the point in living. Two, I'd like to believe that romance is coming to me, but it doesn't feel like it. And then my best tutor's like, maybe you're realizing you're more asexual than you realize, and I'm like, I am not asexual. I just have never had proper sexual relations. I know I'm not asexual. I'm autosexual. I don't need someone else to be able to bring myself to orgasm. I am not asexual. I am not demisexual. Definitely not those. But I don't think I'm hypersexual either. I think that the way that I was brought up, like, I remember when I told my mom I said no to this guy that asked me out. She literally asked me, she's like, what? Why? And then when I came out as bisexual, she's like, is that why you said no to that guy? Like, what the fuck? Like, I was brought up that that's what a woman is supposed to do. You're supposed to grow up and find a man and have sex and make babies. Like, it's... I don't know. I don't wish this existence on anybody. Like, anybody. Just a constant... forcing living. I find myself wishing that I had never gotten pregnant and had a baby, because then I wouldn't have the tiny human keeping me here. Let's attempt to escape into Club Kottontale. I created this channel as a place for just me to be me, and it does help me mentally and physically. Living is better than dying. 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 The Girls Next Level, new one. Let's listen to that. Bartenders who hate me and other adventures. Girls will be ghouls. Hey, season 2, episode 34. 234. I spent this morning crying to Blue Bear.
You know what I'm doing tomorrow? I'm so excited about. What? I'm filming with Trisha for Just Trish podcast, but we're filming with my favorite YouTuber, this guy named Aphrodite. I don't know if I've ever told you about him before, but he's the pop culture buddy. You know what I'm doing tomorrow? I'm so excited about. What? I'm filming with Trisha for Just Trish podcast, but we're filming with my favorite YouTuber, this guy named Aphrodite. I don't know if I've ever told you about him before, but he's the pop culture psychic. I don't know if it'll be out by the time this comes out, but I'm super excited about it. He does tarot readings on YouTube, like about celebrities, and I'm so into it. And it becomes headcanon in my mind. Like if he says Hailey Bieber is doing this in her spare time, I totally think it's what she's doing. Like I'm just so invested. But anyway, he was in one of his videos, he was saying, my goal is to blow up on YouTube so I can go on Just Trish podcast. So I messaged Trisha. I'm like, you have to have this guy on. He can do readings for us. And she recognized him because I guess he used to come to her live shows. So he's going to come on and do our readings.
Fun.
And, yeah, I'm bringing crumble cookies because he also does crumble cookie reviews on his TikTok. But the crumble store is always sending like a shitty box where like the cookies all smashed or weird or something. I'm like, how do you have the one crumble that's like sending weird cookies?
Yeah, that's gonna be fun.
I'm so excited. And we're dressing up as Taylor Swift in the Willow era because that's like her witchy look with like a cape.
Love.
So excited.
I love it.
What are you up to this week?
Oh, I'm going home. I think I mentioned it before, but this weekend is my grandma's 105th birthday.
Yeah. What are you guys doing for it?
So we're going to her old house because she lives with my mom now, but my uncle still owns the house that she lives in. So we are going there, and just like 2 hours of like people coming over, kind of open house style, cake and stuff, and
Oh, that's fun.
the whole family. Like I think everybody's gonna be there, which is also the reason I'm going home because there's some family that I like hardly ever see.
Yeah.
So, yeah, weather permitting, because there's supposed to be another storm coming in this weekend.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and I don't think it's going to affect me. I can drive in the rain, but I think it's going to affect one of my aunts that has to come down from the mountains. Like, I don't know if she'll be able to, get through it. Like the
She'll
Sierra.
be coming down the mountain when she comes.
Such a good song for Lodi.
I know. I love it. So we are back on Girls Will Be Ghouls.
Yes.
And we are taking the picture of Winnie and a pumpkin.
Yeah, but can I say something first? We start out by saying, in interview, I say, Winston and I both have a common interest in Halloween. We both love it. What?
I know, just making up our animals' entire personalities.
And I love too this scene. Like we're in no makeup. I'm still in my robe and my slippers, having my morning coffee.
Yeah, we don't give a fuck at this point.
No, but it's almost like you came in my room first thing in the morning and said, "Are you up? Oh, good. I need a picture of Wednesday."
Yeah, because I was on a mission because every Christmas I would make this janky ass animal calendar for the entire staff. I think later we started getting them like Starbucks cards too. Like you and I would get together, we get a list of everybody who worked at the mansion, from animal staff to video staff to butlers. How many people do you think worked there total? Like 200?
I was gonna say like 160 or something like that, but I don't really know.
Yeah, it was a lot of people. So for Christmas, obviously they're getting like other bonuses, I hope, like from the company.
I don't know.
They're getting the thing that Rick Pallet collected. Because one of the guests would collect like annual tips from all the guests, and they'd do like a thing. But we would get them like Starbucks gift cards and make these janky. I'm telling you, these are janky looking back on it. Animal calendars. But I thought it was like, who wouldn't want to have a calendar of all the animals at the mansion?
I think they like them.
I hope so. Because I look back on it and I'm like, oh my god, they probably thought I was so dumb.
I don't think so.
Sometimes I wonder, like, if the staff hated me and I just didn't know. Because remember when we were interviewing Marston, and I was like, oh, I wonder what they said about me behind my back, and he goes, oh, I had a good idea of what they said, and I'm like, what? And then he kind of backed off, and he's like, oh, no, you were just always nice. That was just the thing. And I'm like,
Oh, I know.
something I don't know.
I know. It sounded, like, scary.
And you know what's weird, too, is there was this bartender named Willie, and I always thought, you know, he was fine. Like, I'm always polite to people. Like, I had a million customer service jobs before I came to the mansion. Like, I would not be polite. I was professional, though. I wasn't, like, buddying up to people, especially after I was a girlfriend, because I just was scared of getting in trouble. But I was always polite to people. I never thought anybody would have any beef with me. But he was writing this, like, fly-on-the-wall account that somehow got back to Hef, and I ended up reading it because I think Joyce in the office was still friends with him, and he just hated me so much. And I thought we barely interacted. Like, I would order drinks from him, and that's it.
Yeah.
And he would say that, well, he hated Hef's second wife, Kimberly, and he would always compare me to Kimberly and say that I had a miserable face and that I was always next to Hef, so I clearly had an agenda, and I was just as miserable as Kimberly and just awful, and I was horrified.
Yeah.
And I know that's a reflection of him and not me, but I was just, it's just so weird to find out that somebody that you thought you got along fine with just hates you.
Yeah. Yeah. It's devastating.
It really is.
And then it makes you feel like you don't fully understand the way people are perceiving you, you know?
Absolutely. And then you wonder, like, who else thinks that? Like, I just happen to know that because this guy, like, wrote a manuscript.
Yeah. Yeah, totally.
And I remember I was so upset about it, and I told Hef about it. And he was, like, friends with you. Like, you guys would talk on Fun on the Sun, and he had a lot of really nice things to say about you. And Hef was like, well, he just doesn't know you. Like, if he got to know you, he'd probably like you. But I was so disturbed by it.
Yeah, I would be too.
It was weird. So anyhow, there's a jack-o'-lantern pumpkin, probably from Pumpkin Night, and I thought it'd be so cute if we could take a picture of Winnie and the pumpkin. So we're kind of holding her in it, and please tell me that they're adding all the whining noises.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Because I was like, I don't think we'd really do that. Like, she's kind of, like, kicking a little bit. Like, you can tell she's confused. Like, why the fuck are they sticking me in a pumpkin? But I don't think we would have been forcing the issue if she'd been making those noises.
No,
Never.
for sure not.
So I'm like, God, please tell me those are added.
Yeah, no, but there was not really anywhere for her to get her footing. Like, she didn't know.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell her what I wanted from her, like, to just, like, sit there for a second, but she finally did.
Yeah, and it was a really cute photo.
I'm so, like, I feel like, I think about this sometimes. I feel like how, like, that was almost a miracle that happened.
To get that shot?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That
you got
you
lucky.
hit, because she only stayed in that position perfectly for a split second.
And those digital cameras, like, aren't the quickest.
Right.
It's not like a phone, like, click. It's like you kind of have to hold it down for, like, a hair of a second and
yeah,
wait for the click. I mean, I know it's just a split second, but it's not as instant as, like, an iPhone photo would be.
Right, and so, like, and then you have to wait for, like, and this is only a second, too, wait for it to come up on the screen, whether we got it or not. So when we find out that we got it, that is truly, like, elation. Like, I'm so excited that we got it.
Yeah. Then I think the next scene is we're in your room.
Yeah, I start pulling through books because I have lots and lots and lots of haunted books, murder books, like just all that. My whole library in my room is very dark books. And I pull out Encyclopedia of Haunted Places. I remember I loved that encyclopedia.
Oh, I loved books like that. I still have a book, it's probably over here in my office, of just like sites you could go to in Hollywood. It wasn't necessarily spooky. Like a lot of it was just because most of the people we're talking about are dead. But it was just like places to go in Hollywood, like where movie stars lived and different sites and things like that. And we're about to go on this tour that you guys will see, and it was very elaborate because of like how we traveled, but it wasn't too different from what you and I would kind of do on an average day. Like we would be like, oh, I want to go see the Spanish Kitchen restaurant because it's supposed to be haunted, or I want to go see this place, or let's go drive by Joan Crawford's old house. You know?
Yeah, totally.
It was our hobby.
So I say in interview, I'm interested to see if the girls want to go with me on a tour in a hearse to all the haunted places in Hollywood for a paranormal homework assignment. And it shows me sitting at my computer, and you're on the bed. And I think this is the first time, other than Elvira being in my room, that you were seeing the round bed, the new configuration in the room. You know what, you guys? I just think you guys might think this is interesting. I got that bed on IKEA.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah.
Anyway, I say this haunted tour. You'll see the homes and hotel. I'm reading about all the different things that people offer on the tours and stuff like that. And then in interview, I say I love LA, and it's known for mystery and scandal and murder, and it's known to be one of the most haunted locations in the world. But I feel like that was a little bit Frankenbited.
Yeah, there's a lot of Frankenbiting in this episode.
Yeah. And then I'm talking about Marilyn Monroe, that we can go, and it says that they take you on this tour to see where Marilyn Monroe breathed her last breath, and then pay your respects at this icon's final resting place. And then it cuts to Holly.
Okay, so I thought this was so weird because producers were very excited and had kind of predetermined that we were definitely going to go to Marilyn Monroe's grave, which is also the future site of Hep's grave because he purchased the crypt next to her. Or not, do you call it a crypt when it's just like the one slot? Or is a crypt has to be the whole house of slots?
I don't know.
The whole wall unit. He purchased the whole wall unit where he was gonna go.
I hope that
And I
person
just
that just
remember
popped in
thinking
is
that was
not a new
kind of
person.
a fucked up.
And if they are a new person, I hope
and
they talk
the
to
show
me.
like was so enthusiastic about it.
Distract
Kevin
me
was so
from my
enthusiastic
brain.
about it. It was like predetermined we were gonna do it. And I'm like, I don't want to do that. I thought it was creepy and weird because this is like the person I'm with, and like that's where he's gonna be buried. And what are people gonna think of us when we go? Like we're sitting
But
there, like waiting for him to
cheers
die,
to
or are they
anyone who is
expecting me to
lurking,
have an
twerking,
emotional reaction
watching
at it?
incognito.
Yeah, I just felt like it was so
Watching this later on
inappropriate
as
on
posted
so
content.
many levels. I'm like, I'm not fucking going to that grave.
Yeah.
Tis a
Yeah.
Mooiisstt
Well, an interview.
Monday.
So I say that Holly does not want to go to the Marilyn Monroe gravesite because Hem is going to be buried next to
Dude,
her, and
I'm
she
a
doesn't
fish
want to see
holding a
that. And
fish.
not that she doesn't want to see it because it's next to
Do
Marilyn
you think
Monroe,
if she
but she
eats
doesn't
the
want to
fish,
think
it would
of that.
consider
Period.
cannibalism?
Yeah, and it's just a weird thing to be
Or is it
watched
because she's a
doing.
skin, it's
Like, how do
assuming
people expect you to
dressed as a fish?
act? I just felt like it was odd.
Yeah, and then I say, well, I knew you probably didn't want to do that, so we can customize it how we want. So we changed the whole tour and did it more Black Dahlia themed.
Yeah.
But not entirely. There were other things that we did too, but the theme of it was heavily Black Dahlia.
Yeah.
So I start reading about all the Black Dahlia stuff, and it's, in case you don't know, it's one of Hollywood's most famous unsolved murders, still is. And I had recently just finished reading the book about her. It's a short book. It's really good. It's called The Black Dahlia Avenger, and it's by Steve Hodel. And he used to be a detective, I think.
Yeah.
And he thinks that his father, Steve Hodel, did the murder. And did you know there's a podcast right now with George Hodel's grandkids?
Oh, Root of Evil. Is that the one you're talking about?
I think so.
Root of Evil, if you guys want to know more about the Black Dahlia case or about the Hodels, really, really good, but also, trigger warning, disturbing. Like, there's some child abuse stuff in there that's, like, hard to listen to. Like, it's not like they go into, like, explicit stuff, but they say enough that it's, like, really disturbing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's the grandkids of George Hodel.
Yeah.
So it's really, really interesting, but they truly believe that he did it, and not only do they think he did it, but they think he did it in the house on Franklin, and we go to that house. We don't get to go inside, but we take photos from the outside because it's a very strange looking house.
Yeah, it's a Mayan revival, so it looks kind of like, you know, ancient Mayan style. I'm fascinated with that house. I wanted to shoot there when I worked at the Playboy Studio so bad, and we had booked it for a centerfold shoot, but at the time the owners were leasing it to a psychic who charged $25,000 a day, allegedly. Who the fuck is booking that psychic?
Yeah.
But we were all set to go, and then at the last minute she canceled on us because she found out there was nudity involved and she thought it would ruin the vibe. And I was so annoyed, but also jealous because after I left, Arnie got to shoot there. He shot a centerfold at that house. Yeah.
Well, for those of you that don't know, it's also called the Soden House, and it's a very paranormal hotspot.
Yeah, Zach said that was one of the craziest episodes there.
Patty says that too. Yeah. I've always had a pet peeve about like all these diet ads and diet teas and like weight loss things. Like I even said on here when we do ads, like I don't want to do them for like weight loss teas and things like that because I always believe that, you know, it's a lot of hard work and eating in moderation and that kind of thing. But then sometimes you just need like a little bit more to make your body perfect.
Yeah, body contouring is a little different than the health aspect, I I think. I think there's some times when diet and exercise just aren't going to target that one little pouch or whatever, and I think that's a realistic thing to talk about. Sono Bello is the only way to permanently lose unwanted fat in inches.
Sono Bello doctors are masters in micro laser fat removal.
Wherever you have stubborn fat, tummy, sides, thighs, arms,
Smile, it's going away permanently in one visit.
ask about their modern techniques to eliminate sagging, loose skin. No more feeling embarrassed, shy, and uncomfortable about your body.
No more hiding in baggy clothes.
No more lights off, darkened room, pretending it's more intimate.
Give yourself that gift of a full body reset. You deserve to be happy.
Schedule your free consultation. Learn all about micro laser fat removal. Sono Bello is running a great special right now. Visit sonobello.com/nextlevel. Sono BELLO.com/nextlevel.
But I love that it shows too how I'm like researching things and I got the books out and I got the computer going and I'm writing lists and everything because that's so me right there.
It's just an authentic day.
It really is. Like I feel like it really captured what I do.
Did we go to the Biltmore? Was that one of the places we went?
We definitely went to the Biltmore and they don't show that. I don't think we were allowed to film there. So then the next scene, I pull up to George Barris's.
You know what I think is so funny is you say you're looking for a spooky car, and eventually we get a spooky car, but it cuts from you saying you want a spooky car, and then you go straight to ordering bunny rims. So like for a second it doesn't make sense.
I thought that too.
I was like, wait, what?
Yeah, they don't even build up that I'm going there for two reasons. I go there, I pull up in my Porsche, I'm hugging George, and in an interview, I say, George Barris is the ultimate car customizing guy.
He's also the ultimate dress up in a spandex Robin onesie, and you can see the outline of his dick at the totally. Sorry, I tell us that's the only thing I can think of when I think of George Barris because it was just so unexpected.
Yeah, and he also spells everything with a K, so car is spelled with a K and customize is spelled with a K and stuff, and I wrote in my notes that he was doing that before the Kardashians.
Oh, visionary.
And so if you don't know who he is, he did the Batmobile, the Munsters coach. I mean, he even had like, I don't know if it's just a replica or what, but James Dean's old car in there because I've heard that it's a mystery where James Dean's, that there was all these accidents with all the parts that were used from his car.
There were. Zach has the last piece of it at the museum. It's just like the axle from it, but they can't find the rest of it. It's completely missing.
Well, supposedly somebody took it and like buried it somewhere.
Buried it? Oh my god.
Yeah, but I don't know, but it's crazy. But there's at least a replica. And then I asked George if he'll customize some rims for me. I want bunny rims. I wanted a Playboy bunny in the middle with like a red rhinestone eye. And they had the people there, and we did the whole thing. It was amazing. They turned out
So
incredible.
weird that like
I
I've
think
been
there's
in
another
that one,
episode that comes out where I actually.
but for some reason it's not
So
showing
then
up.
I turn around and he said, and here's the cargo oil to use for the paranormal tour.
Like my little
So the
rock is
cargo oil's
showing
a
up.
hearse from what?
Red rock
It's not
thing
the
that I
Monsters
made right
coach,
there.
obviously. What is the
But
cargo
why?
No, I think it's just something he custom built.
And I've been in
the
this game
anything in
before, so
particular.
it's
I
very
could be
weird.
wrong, but I don't think.
But there
it
also
is.
was a shit ton of
Just a
updates, so I'm just gonna assume.
spooky hearse.
Yeah.
And that was so weird and uncomfortable to ride around in. I don't even think there were seatbelts, were there? And they were like half sitting, half laying, half hunched.
See, you can see I've been in here.
Yeah.
There's
That was
all
the
of
first thing I
my
thought of when they showed this
platforms.
cargo. I was like, that was really awkward to ride around in.
It was. And George is, and we're sitting in the back seat, and George is like, I really want to go with you girls. I want to sit back here with you girls.
I bet he did. I bet he did. Show us your dick. Just kidding.
And in commentary, you say something that, and I don't know if you inspired me to think this, or if I just thought it too, but you say that Volkswagen should make a hybrid Beetle. And I've always
go
wondered
far
why
enough, we'll
they
find.
weren't more on the forefront of things. Like, I always thought of them as like the hippie cars and stuff.
Yeah.
And I always thought that if anybody, they were going to be the first ones to do like an electric car or a car that runs on solar panels or something.
One would think.
Yeah, and I just think it's interesting because we both have thought about that before. And we talk about how the hearse really brought out a lot of freaks, that everybody was like trying to stop us and wanted to check out the car and had comments on it. So then the next scene shows me putting on my schoolgirl Playboy costume.
And that was a Playboy branded costume. And obviously we modeled for like the first run of the costumes already as we're filming this. But there would be Halloween costumes, so it's the sexy version. So of course I named it Jackie Ho. And I remember I got this weird like hate letter after this episode came out because they're asking me to elaborate on why I wanted to dress up as this. And I'm joking and I say, oh, well, she's the first lady and I'm the first lady of the Playboy Mansion. I'm just trying to say something like cute and catchy.
Yeah.
But somebody out there took me real seriously and they wrote me this hate letter saying how they needed to slap some sense into me because I'm nothing like her and never will be. I'm nothing. I'm like her. Oh my god. But I will say, and I'm going to sound like the Megan Fox girl on Love is Blind, but since high school, there have been people who tell me I look like Jackie Kennedy, but now online people say she's ugly and she eats sheet metal.
Wait, what? I'm like, there's too many things here. Wait. So the Love is Blind girl? Remember Megan
You
Fox?
watch those shows?
Yeah, so the
And the
girl.
girl said she looked like Megan Fox. And
Right,
people were
okay.
like,
So that girl, what about her?
well, just like people think she doesn't really look like Megan Fox. So I'm
Right.
making fun of myself and saying that I'm in high school. People used to tell me, oh, Jackie Kennedy. People would be like, you look nothing like her. What the fuck are you talking about? So that's the parallel.
You look nothing like her. What was that? Eating sheet metal?
Okay, so this is like a Gen Z TikTok thing. All of a sudden, like Jackie Kennedy, who people always thought was a beautiful woman up until recently, people are finding like these ugly pictures of her and are just like, ugh, no wonder he was sleeping with Marilyn Monroe on the side, and ugh, she looks like she eats sheet metal. And like that's the joke now is that she eats sheet metal. So
Interesting.
I'm like personally offended.
So
But I also think I'm nothing like her and did not deserve that hate letter. So
well, let me back up and say I've never thought you looked anything like her.
I was told
Ever.
that in high school. I think it's like a face shape thing.
That's bizarre to me. And secondly, I know people always like talk about how pretty she is. I never really thought that. No hate on her. Like great, she had amazing style.
Are you on
And
the sheet metal train?
I don't know if I'm on the sheet metal train, but I always thought she wasn't particularly attractive.
Beauty's in the eye of the beholder.
Yeah, I don't think I would have ever verbalized that until now. So then it cuts to Kendra.
Can we back up and just be equal opportunity here? There was also a lady on TikTok who was a teacher and just saying how she was telling her kids that in the 60s, John F. Kennedy was considered really hot. And she showed the picture, she showed the class, and the class just was not having it. They're like, absolutely not. This guy's not hot. I don't get it. And she's like, I'm really having a hard time convincing my class he was hot.
Yeah, I never thought he particularly that hot either. I mean, it's all relative, right? Like for a president, okay, as the presidents go, maybe he's like one of the top ones, but that's like not a high bar.
Yeah, I think he was running against Richard Nixon at the time, so it's like
Yeah,
JFK.
so
Dude,
it's
Barack
not
Obama
one,
is definitely
yeah.
the most
But also, I
attractive.
think beauty standards just have changed so rapidly in the last couple decades. Like even now, like you look at people who are considered like the most beautiful actresses of the 90s, and when people showcase them on Instagram now, they'll put FaceApp over like young Gwyneth Paltrow or something because today the beauty standard is filters and like all this ridiculous shit.
Right.
So I think it's just time like warps us so much and just
Filters have warped us.
yeah, and by today's standards, everybody was ugly back in the day.
Yeah.
It was crazy. So that was a whole knotted ball of yarn talking about, where was I? Jackie.
Yeah, so
Kennedy,
then,
Jackie Ho costume.
so then it's just Kendra getting ready because it's got to be a contrast.
I have to say, I do like the graphic tee she picked out for the day.
I do too. Yeah. She wrote on some jeans and this graphic tee that says "Go to Hell,"
But she's written in like bloody writing.
but she's got like was it bloody writing or was it like flame writing?
I thought it was kind of like vaguely bloody. Like it was a black shirt with like red lettering.
Yeah.
Vaguely bloody.
But she kind of really says it with attitude. Like I think they were kind of giving her shit for not dressing up. Not us. We don't care.
I don't think anyone expected her to dress up,
But
except,
I feel like the producers were trying to
Yeah.
get her to do something, and so she pulled out that T-shirt.
you know what I'm so enthusiastic about? One of my favorite things. Vitamins, supplements,
Obsidian.
gut health, immunity. I love improving my fitness, metabolism. I stopped focusing so much on weight and more worrying about like digestion and bloating. I feel like that's more the thing for me. I recently discovered an incredible product, Armra Colostrum. Armra Colostrum proprietary concentrate of bovine colostrum that harnesses over 400 living bioactive nutrients that strengthen the barriers of your body and fuel cellular health for thousands of research-backed health benefits. It strengthens immunity, ignites metabolism, fortifies gut health, activates hair growth and skin radiance, powers fitness performance and recovery, and confers powerful anti-aging benefits. Armra colostrum is a premium bovine colostrum concentrate, and unlike any other product on the market, it is uniquely optimized for human health, sustainable, and was developed with the highest integrity from start to finish. I actually have it in my tea over here. I'm drinking right now. Yeah, it's good. So this product reactivates hair growth and gives you glowing skin. It fortifies gut health and ignites metabolism. It also fuels fitness, performance, and recovery. So I'm going to spend the time working out. I want to get the full performance and recovery.
Yes, I can't wait.
Do it.
We've worked out a special offer for our audience. Receive 15% off your first order. Go to tryarma.com/nextlevel or enter next level to get 15% off your first order. That's tryarmra.com/nextlevel. And then we go walking down to the office, and Mary looks at my costume and says, "That's the deadline." Did you have what she says?
Yeah, did you know that the real pink Jackie Kennedy suit is like in storage, and it's never been washed. It still has like pieces of brain and blood and stuff in it.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah, it's crazy. And did you know it's like a Chanel suit, but it had to be like assembled in the U.S. because she was the first lady and she had to wear like American-made clothes.
Interesting. No, I did
double
not.
check that before I leave that in. I fact check myself, but
I did not know that.
Interesting.
I think it's funny because I feel like it did take Norma a second to recognize who you are. I'm like, Norma, have you met my friend Jackie? And she was like, oh my god.
You know what's so funny? When I was talking about making this costume, it had the little pillbox hat, and Hef was like, yeah, that stupid hat she wore. He really hated the pillbox hat. He had a real hatred. I always thought that was odd.
That is so weird.
I don't think he was into like mid-century women's fashion, really. I know he didn't like after the war they had like the Christian Dior new look, which was like long skirts, heavy fabrics, nothing had to be rationed anymore, and he didn't like the covered up look.
That reminds me, I know we're late to the party, but Nick and I are watching Capote and the Swans right now.
Oh yeah, I just started that too.
And they, his famous masquerade ball that he did, and they're showing footage. It's the show, but it makes it look like they're showing footage of the real event, and they were all wearing like this super, like lots of fabric, long, really not attractive stuff.
Yeah.
Which is such a shame because I just feel like that party was so incredible. Like I would have loved to have gone to that party.
The one I'm fascinated with is like the Rothschild masquerade ball. Have you seen that one? Where everybody's wearing these weird like headdresses that look like Picasso, Cubist, weird like animal heads.
No, I haven't seen that.
And I'm fascinated by it because clearly somebody was custom making the stuff, and it all kind of looks like they kind of went to the same place almost.
Interesting.
Yeah.
But as we're talking to Norma, we see the hearse pull up the driveway, and out gets Tony in his cave,
and I say, he's dressed up worse than us.
And Norma's like, I don't know if you girls should go with that guy.
You know what's funny? Who was that guy? Because he's like jumping in front of us, and they put like fake screams over it.
Yeah, he worked for George. He was like one of their drivers that would deliver the custom cars. I don't know what else he did for them. He probably had more jobs than just that, but I just know that part about him, and I met him over there, and I thought he was so funny.
He was funny.
He's a real character. Like,
yeah.
He was 100% just like that. So much energy. They kind of make it look like he's our tour guide, or somebody says he's our tour guide, but he's not, because I actually hired Scott Michaels from Dearly Departed to come and give us the actual tour.
And is this the first time you're meeting him on camera?
It's the first time I'm meeting him ever, but I've been talking to him on the phone to plan this trip and emailing and that kind of stuff, but this is the first time I'm actually meeting him.
That's so weird to me because you've been friends with him for so long, and I didn't realize this is the first time you guys met.
Yeah, so you guys, it's incredible because we're still friends to this day. So, two people in this episode that I met back then and I'm still friends with now.
That's so cool.
I think so too.
And then we climb in the hearse and we're going away, and there's a actually found there were no houses there. It was just an empty field, and a mom was walking her son to school, and she saw something in the field that she thought was a mannequin, so she went to go look, and it was a person who had been completely cut in half, very brutally. Yeah, like
in a different
slashed across the
location.
face. It was really bad.
Yeah, they carved like a smile in her face.
Have you seen like her photos? So disturbing.
It's really scary.
Yeah.
The next stop we do is George Hodell's house that we were just talking about. It was the Mayan revival home. We stopped there, did the photo. It's a freaky looking house. There's no question.
It's very imposing for sure.
And have you ever looked it up to see the photos inside? Like what it looks like. The layout is weird. Like I couldn't imagine like actually living there as your home.
Do you remember the movie The Aviator? They show part of that there.
Oh, really? It just seems very cold and uninviting, just even in the photos.
It really does, yeah.
And then I say in interview, I love anything that has to do with a mystery and scandal and murder, and I'm fascinated by it. And when it is unsolved, you can try and be the detective and figure it out yourself, which I think is one of the things that's fascinating about most true crime. Obviously, not all true crime. A lot of it has the ending solved for you, but I do find it fascinating when there's like an unsolved case. Like I just want to be the one to solve it. Like you feel that desire. You can tell there's so many, and I know I'm not alone in that because there's so many people online who love to try and figure out a case.
Do you want to hear a weird mystical story?
Yes.
So this was back like October, November. I was getting ready to film Lethally Blonde. I had like all my research ready to go. I was driving from LA to Vegas. I was gonna dig into it as soon as I got to Vegas. And I, typed in my address in Waze. Obviously, I know how to get there, but just depending on traffic, there's a couple different ways you can get to Vegas. There's a couple different freeways you can take to the 15.
Oh,
There's
can I
also
interject?
Yeah.
Every time I leave here or come here, I put in my address, either your address or my home address.
Just to try to beat traffic.
Yeah, because it'll tell me the quickest way to get home. Because obviously there's other ways I can do it, so I always do it. It'll tell me there's an accident, so I don't care if I know it like the back of my hand.
Yeah.
I always put it in.
So there's a couple different freeway options you can take to get to the 15. Those are the basic ways. Sometimes if shit is really crazy, like on the Cajon Pass, they'll send you like out to Palmdale, and then you take Pear Blossom Highway. That's the outlier. That's the weird one.
Yeah.
To the 15. But this time when I was driving out, Waze, and I think I was like driving on a Friday or some day when I legitimately would have had like really bad traffic. So I didn't think this was so far out of bounds. I was just trusting Waze, however it wanted to send me. And it sent me away I have never been before. Like it sent me out to Pasadena, then through the Angeles forests to Pear Blossom Highway, then to the 15. But it had never sent me that way before. And I'm driving out there and I'm like, this is so strange and different, and it's pretty out here. It was still daylight, so I could see everything. I just thought it was so good.
Wash it. Wash it.
Also, I mean, think this way.
Wash it.
Seems really people on the bridge that really made an impression on me. Wow, that's so cool. So I get home, I'm opening up like my research and everything, and one of them was a case about a woman named Kimberly Pandelios who was found murdered in the Angeles forests. And later, when they found some of her belongings, like a journal and some items of clothes, it was found under that bridge I passed by. And I'm like, that just gave me chills, and I almost feel like I was sent that way on purpose.
That
It
is
was
crazy.
such a
I just got a
weird-
chill too.
It was such a weird coincidence. Like, I've never been sent that way before. I didn't even know that was a route I could take after all these years of driving back and forth between LA and Vegas.
And it's a weird route. Like when you're doing it, like the whole time I'm going, this has to be wrong.
Yeah.
It's a very, very, very weird way.
Yeah, and I wouldn't recommend anyone go that way, because the whole time I was going, I was feeling like, if I broke down, this wouldn't be good. Or if I got a flat tire, this wouldn't be good. Like, there's nowhere that feels, the road is very windy, there's nowhere that feels very safe to turn off, or there's nothing close by. I just felt like this feels dangerous.
Scorpions is
Yeah,
eyeing me.
that it is.
That's so creepy.
Yeah.
So then it has us going off to the next location, and we go to the Comedy Store, and I'm reading in the car about what the building used to be used for, that it was all the famous Ciro's nightclub, and that the ghosts date back to the days of Hollywood celebrities when mobsters frequented the place. In an interview, Holly says Ciro's was taken over by Mitzi Shore and turned into the Comedy Store, and her son Pauly Shore, who you guys might recognize, was nice enough to give us a tour.
I love Comedy Store lore. So supposedly there's a secret passage from the Comedy Store that leads to like a house
go MIA or take a hit, don't sweat it. They've got lost and broken protection so you're covered from day one. Wear your Shady Rays with confidence because they have your back long after your purchase.
They have hassle-free shipping and returns. If you don't love your shades, exchange or return them worry-free within 30 days. There's no risk when you shop.
Exclusively for our listeners, Shady Rays is giving out their best deal of the season. Head to shadyrays.com and use code NEXTLEVEL for $20 off Polaroid sunglasses. Try for yourself the shades rated 5 stars by over 300,000 people. And then I do feel like there's a weird sensation I feel in there.
Probably.
And then Polly starts acting like he's experiencing something too, but I'm like not buying it anyway. I'm like, no, you're not feeling it.
Like I say in the interview, I think the scariest thing on our tour was Polly.
I think you're right.
So funny.
But we love Polly.
Yeah, totally. We're just giving him shit.
Yeah.
Have I ever told you what my favorite blind item is? What? Okay, blind items. You guys know what a blind item is. We did a whole moment on it. So my favorite blind item, this comes from Crazy Days and Nights. And just to preface, I don't think it's true because I did some research on like the timelines on certain things don't add up. But a blind item will be a story somebody's telling and the people in the story aren't named.
Yeah.
But there's clues given and then people at the bottom try to guess who it is. And sometimes Crazy Days and Nights will reveal who it is. But this blind item story was, allegedly a method baby comedian who was in movies and a brat in Hollywood. I don't remember the words they used, I'm just like paraphrasing, was hiring an escort from a prominent Hollywood escort service. Like they were saying this is a Heidi Fleiss girl.
Yeah.
And she was his favorite girl. And he was like being rough with the girl. Like, which I don't think this is true. Like, which back up. It's just the story is so bizarre. That's why it's my favorite blind item, but I'm not trying to say this happened. So allegedly he was like being really rough with the girl. But there were other bigwigs in the movie industry who would also hire that girl, and she was a lot of people's favorite girl. And they found out this guy was being rough with her to the point where the madam was like, I'm not sending that girl to you anymore. But they decided to give him one more chance. She goes over, he is rough with her again. So the studio guys who also felt this was their favorite girl sent like a hitman to his house to like rough him up. They tied him in a bag, tied him to the Hollywood sign, and let him sit there. And then they were dropping clues to like give away who these people were. Like,
Good morning.
and then the girl
How are you doing,
was
Captain
more
Cronin?
successful in films. All of a sudden, he wasn't in movies anymore, and the girl all of a sudden became a movie star. And supposedly it was like Pauly Shore was the guy who was being rough with the escort. The escort was allegedly Denise Richards. But it doesn't, and it was she was a Heidi Fleiss girl supposedly, but it doesn't add up. Like the timeline of the story didn't add up because when you look at when Denise Richards' first movie came out and when Pauly's last movie came out, like it wasn't a direct switch off. And then Heidi Fleiss was arrested like way back when Pauly was still doing movies, and she was put out of business like way before like Denise started doing movies. So like the timeline doesn't add up. But that story is so wild, and just picturing him being
That is a loaded question, and I like
that's why
loaded
I say it's my favorite
potatoes.
blind item because it's so
Not
fucking
loaded
weird, but I
question.
don't think it's true. Huh.
We were up till 3 a.m. after work last night.
What?
Woke
I'm
up
like,
at 8
well, I'm trying to
a.m. to do
digest
some
all of
laundry.
that, thinking it through.
Yeah, nobody named it.
You're a
Don't
bit
get mad
sleepy.
at me. That was just people trying to get to it, and I don't
I am
think it's
alive,
true.
that is how I am.
So our next stop is the Alexandria Hotel.
Titles kind of
And
usually
I
give an
say
insight
it has
to
all the perfect elements of
where my
Greekness
mental
to
state
it.
was when I
And
started the
when we get
meeting,
there,
and
by the way, the
we're still
Alexandria
there.
Hotel is a hotel.
Living is better as dying. I'm convincing myself of that. We're just forcing another beautiful day in paradise. I'm hoping that I get a good call this afternoon, and that call will give us a nice instant joy that will perpetuate. So I'm hoping to get a call from the apartment that I applied for. Yeah, I'm just escaping into some clickety-clackety, listening to a podcast. Glad to have someone, pop in. Cheers.
Enthusiastic people are my favorite fucking thing.
Yeah.
No
Right.
offense, Captain
Well,
Chronic, but you
compassionate
are
love life.
preaching
Yes.
to the choir with that.
But what funny
Sometimes
story about
positivity is
him.
the key
Oh,
and
what
some
about that funny? So another
self-medication
interesting story
and
about him. So I'm
relaxation.
watching this,
Yeah,
and
bro,
then
I
I
already
know
know.
that
You're
guy.
preaching to the motherfucking choir.
What?
Like,
For real?
what I deal with on a daily basis, even when I'm fucking, happy, when I'm, like, this is another day. This is a gift of life, okay? My present. I'm gonna do with it what I will. But I am always forcing the day. I use my positivity to keep me fucking alive. I came here to Club Cottontail to keep me alive. No offense, but like I get that you were trying to be some kind of supportive with that, but it was not. Like it was just not. Positivity is the only thing that fucking keeps me alive. And this isn't self-medication. I'm a medical cannabis patient. I get my medical cannabis because I deal with PTSD and chronic pain. uh, no, man. This is why I created my club of Cottontails. Maybe you've only ever popped in when uh, there's more of a projection of just like, yay, life. But that is not my existence majority of the time. Even when I choose positivity. Like the other day, someone asked me, we were like, oh, how you doing? Like, oh, I'm struggling. I'm like, yeah, I'm struggling too, but I could, and I start listing off the things. I'm like, I could look at all that, but I choose to focus on the positive. Today, my brain woke up and chose violence. Everything that I am doing, the fact that I am sitting here right now fucking talking, is nothing short of a miracle. I will have a good one. Peace. I like how he didn't know how to fucking take that because this motherfucker's only ever popped in when, like, I'm super medicated or, like, something awesome happened in my life. He's never popped in when, this morning was a shit ton of crying and just doing every little thing to keep me breathing. And that's every single day. Like, I don't really appreciate that. If you can't handle all that Club Cottontail is, don't fucking come to Club Cottontail at all. Yeah, see, that right there is attitude, bro. That's not the case at all, but you can see it however you fucking want. Saying it that way, you're coming in here into my motherfucking place being all fucking, now you're getting rude because why? Because I responded in a way you didn't fucking like? But you say no offense in a snippy fucking way. Bro, this is my motherfucking channel, homie. I can do whatever the fuck I want here because this is my place. I created this as a way for me to be 100% me. This is me. I am always my motherfucking self. Snippy. Oh, hell to the fucking no. Hell to the fucking no. That just shows me that you really have never tried to observe what the fuck I do with my motherfucking channel. Instead of just being like, you know what, hugs, like, I know you deal with those intrusive thoughts. I'm glad that you're here and having a conversation with me. But no, you're choosing to get all fucking offensive because I'm passionate in the way that I fucking respond. Yeah, that's some bullshit. That's some straight bullshit. And I'm gonna do what I do when my brains are like this and have me some more motherfucking medicine. Jesus fucking Christ. Bro, no one said you haven't tried to not be supportive. You're the one getting all offensive right now for no fucking reason. When you go, oh, okay, well, you have a good one. Like, no, I have never said you have never not been supportive. I'm saying that I could tell that you don't know what my content is because you're not taking this, Amber, with a grain of salt. This is all me. Like, I deal with so many fucking things mentally, and my channel is the one place in the whole entire fucking universe that I can be me. Excuse me? But you're just like, no offense, but your positivity doesn't do nothing. Yeah, because I knew what you were trying to do there. You said sometimes positivity is key, and some self-medication and relaxation. And I said you're preaching to the fucking choir. Do you not understand what that means? It means that I already fucking know all that shit. I am very fucking aware of that. All this is making me think like, damn, what is the point? Like, just making me feel exactly what I had already been feeling before I started this meeting, that death is better than living. But you know what? No, living is better than dying. 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 Like, you could have made a joke when I said, oh, that's a loaded question and I prefer loaded potatoes. You'd be like, ooh, yeah, loaded potato with sour cream and bacon. But no, you chose to see it however the fuck you saw it. I don't even fucking know. Because I don't know you past the little bit of interactions that we've had in my channel over the course of the last 7 years. Man. Like, oh, man. Ugh. Like, it's frustrating because this isn't a new person. And I feel like a new fucking person just came in and done. All of a sudden, I'm extra passionate because my brains are just not even okay. I don't want to be here right now. And I don't mean in my fucking live meeting. I don't mean in the live stream. I'm talking about existence. So I came to my motherfucking channel like I do, because this is my place for me to be 100% me. I responded to the chat the way I do. No one was here unless they were lurking, but when I started the meeting, I was like, I hope that someone comes to chat to distract me from everything going on. You can literally read the title of my meeting, and that gives you like, oh shit, the title says living is better than dying. Okay, she is clearly like, no person would read that and be like, oh, that person's definitely fucking just like loving life today. I love life, and today is a good day because I'm alive. I woke up today. I was given a gift of life, my present, and I am gonna do with it what I can. But every single day I wake up and have to force existence. Very infrequently do we just wake up and go, yeah, life. Nah, man. Just fucking nah. I wish my existence on absolutely no one. No fucking one. And if you do have an existence like mine, create a place for you to be you. It'll help you mentally and physically, and help you to continue to kick life's ass, even though you just don't even want it. You just don't even want it. But you're doing it. You're doing it, bitch. Yeah, I'm talking to you. You're doing this shit, Amber motherfucking Lewis. You don't want to. You don't want to be here. But you're doing it. You're taking those breaths. You're having your thoughts. You can feel that beating of your heart in your chest. You are alive. You have a present, a gift that you will do what you can. Cried to Bluebear this morning. For people who don't know who Bluebear is part of my mental health challenges. I was diagnosed with DID, but then projective DID as well. If you don't know what DID is, it's dissociative identity disorder. I have that, a personality disorder, a mood disorder, social anxiety that's triggered from the internet, PTSD from a variety of things, and I deal with chronic pain from being born with joint issues and having osteoarthritis in both hips and knees. I'd say I'm a pretty fucking positive person for the amount of pain that I deal with in one day. See, what's really frustrating, and this is why I'm getting so fucking frustrated right now, is that any time that I remotely feel my sadness, people are like, oh man, you just gotta be positive. And it's like, bro, you preaching to the choir, because I'm the one that brings the positivity. No, there's not many people who could do my existence and fucking live it. Friends, oh, they're only long distance. Family, you don't got none. Got 2 living parents, but you don't got a mom or a dad. You have 4 brothers, but you don't talk to any of them. Not because you don't try to talk to them. They just don't talk to you. No local friends. What are those? People that you hang out with in person? Ha! What are those? No one could live my existence. I know they couldn't. I don't even know how I live my existence most of the time. Shit, most people would think I'm speaking to someone. Yeah, myself. Unless I direct a question to someone, like I go, hey, so-and-so, I am talking to me, myself, and I, and anybody that happens to twerk on by. But in the end, it is just me, myself, and I. Blue, you were so right. Like, I wasn't going to set up the squad. I was like, I don't need it. Blue's like, but you do. And I'm like, but do I? Yeah, he was right. I do. I do need Blue Bear. And I am come to accept the fact that I'm pretty sure Eddie here is another bit of projective TID. But that's okay, you know? It's okay. Because this is my beautiful brain, and it does a lot of weird shit. Ooh, okay, so a movie that I heard horrible fucking reviews on, but I don't know why it had such horrible reviews. The movie Old. Just simply Old. That shit is fire. I don't know why it got such bad reviews. And also, like, I like this creator named Jamie French, and I think I'm gonna stop watching her content because she just makes fun of a lot of things, and I don't like it. Like she made fun of. That's how I found out about the movie Old. Is she was making fun of it, and I was like, this movie sounds bomb, and I watched it, and it was bomb. Okay, brain. Okay, yeah, take a hit first. Let's not just try to read those lengthy things that got my hand. I saw the one little thing that says or a supporter, and I'm just like, man, these are not going to be something that I want to read, but I'm going to read them. Okay. Because, see, I don't create content to have supporter. I don't know if that's what they're saying or whatnot, but I don't create this to have people who support me. I create this to help myself and hopefully have people interact with me, which helps me because interacting with people online is triggering for me. It triggers my social anxiety through the fucking roof. People always think that it's me in a large crowd, and I'm like, nah, man, I love that. A mall, that is my playing ground. The internet, that's a scary fucking place. Wow. It straight up starts with, look, I'm sorry you feel the way you feel. I'm not. I don't know why you're apologizing, because this is the motherfucking internet. I don't know you. You're a club Kottontale. I only know you through my channel. Like, I don't talk to you on a daily basis. So why do you apologize? Who knows? But let's read this. It's never my intention to trigger anyone, but when people respond to me in a rude way so many times, I can't do that when all I do is try to come show you support and try to at least be some type of friend. You say what little interaction we have had, but I've tried to even game, so I don't know. I haven't tried to reach out. Yeah, well, yeah. So I don't know how I haven't tried to reach out as a friend or a supporter. The last time this person asked me if I wanted to game, they said we should play festival, not online. And I'm like, that's not gonna happen. You want to play with me right now? Log on to fucking Fortnite and we'll fucking play. I'm not gonna play festival offline. Why would I do that? Why would I do that? We have chatted a little bit offline. That's why I know your wife. I've seen beautiful pictures. You know what I mean? You treat her like a goddamn princess. I don't know why in all of this he seems to think that I don't think he's supportive or that he's not trying to be a Club Cottontale friend. Because I think he is. He just did not like the way that I responded to that because he felt it was rude. And it's not rude. You want to know why it's not rude? Because I am in my channel. You want to know how it would have been rude? Is if I had came into his channel, he said good morning to me, and I was like, oh, it's a shitty fucking morning. Like, nah, man, I didn't come to your goddamn place. I am in mine. You came to my home. And he says, it's not my intention to trigger anyone. Bro, I am constantly triggered. I'm a ball of anxiety and fucking triggers. I'm so sick and tired of people saying that they are trying to get to know me, but they don't. Because if you got to know me, you would know that everybody fucking triggers me. This just proves to me, like what I was saying, that you have not paid attention to who I am. You've only had good interactions with me, and this is not a bad interaction. This is just another fucking layer of amber. Like, if people can't handle my passionate way of talking, you have no place in Club Cottontale. Like, I'm not gonna become another person to make other people feel comfortable in the place that I created for me to feel comfortable. I did not create this to make friends. I did not create this to have supporters. I did not create this to have people subscribe. Those are not any of the fucking reasons why I created my YouTube. I created my YouTube to have a place to be me, to get my thoughts out mentally and physically, to understand that YouTube triggers me, online situations trigger me, chatting with people online trigger me, people watching to me and not talking to trigger me. I created my YouTube as a way to trigger myself and hopefully desensitize myself. This is something that I feel like a broken fucking record because I say it often. I say it quite often. Clearly not often enough. Got me fucked up. Got me fucked up. Because I did not respond rudely. They said morning. I said morning. They said, how are you? I said, oh, that's a loaded question. And how I loaded potatoes. You know what I mean? My motherfucking meeting title legitimately says, right there, living is better than dying. How did you think that my brain was going to be? Am I not allowed to feel every aspect of me in my motherfucking channel? Oh, wait, that's why I created it. Because it's mine. Like, nah, man. Just nah. Absolutely nah. Like, take me as I am, or don't come at all, because I didn't ask you to be here. I'm not going to ask you to stay. And I'm not going to be another person. Yeah, Blue Bear? Yeah, Blue Bear's like, say it, bitch. I love Blue Bear. He helped me a lot this morning. Blue Bear was the one comforting me when I was crying about the fact that I'm just too crazy. And then I have an interaction like this with someone who I thought understood that, like, yo, I deal with so much. I deal with so much. I'm so sorry if I don't interact the way you think I should interact. Like, I am just trying to live, man. That's all I'm trying to do. I am trying to wake up and enjoy the fact that I wake up and that I can do everything that comes after it. I'm just trying to believe that living is better than dying. You want to know where that comes from? I have it written down, so I never forget it. many things. Little notes that I've left for myself. Oh, shadow box for Rain's things. Oh, where is it, Grandma? Oh, that's not right. Where is it? 420. I asked my grandmother what was the point of it all, and she said, living is better than dying. And I wrote a little note to myself, and I put it over here with all my other ones. It's right here. Oh, there it is. I tucked it away literally at the bottom. My grandma. I thought so. 2022. So, shit. 2 years ago. God damn. That's 2 years ago. I was struggling and I asked my grandma, what's the point? And she said, living is better than dying. It's 2 years ago. I have been struggling to keep myself alive. My brain gave me DID to keep me alive. And it suppressed memories so I wouldn't hurt. Living is better than dying. I love that it's on a blue one. The blue's like, duh, it's on a blue one. Yeah, I see how I put it now. It's just a little sliver. It blended in with the books quite nicely. I like that. My grandma passed away in 2013. It was through the loss of my grandmother, and just like that stemmed me to ask this person who I called them my alien because no one on earth treated me the way that he did. I would call him my knight in shiny red armor because he had a truck named Sheila. When I met him, my best friend Ray is going through so much right now. And I feel all of it because I went through it. But I just hope that his love was real. I hope that he didn't also marry a Voldemort, someone who's just a master manipulator and a very good liar, because that's how pathological liars are. I asked them to marry me because life is too short. I also had a few people. It was the guidance of my grandma, but also before he passed away, my last manager, when I worked at Value Village. He's like, if you feel it, go for it. Everything happens for a reason, even if it doesn't last forever. He was divorced. He had been married again. I'm now divorced because I married a person who did not love me. I married a person who saw what I was and used it all against me. He was the first person that I ever just told all of my mental and physical things that I deal with. Never did I imagine what would come after that and where I would be now. You know, fucking 2024, I've been living in the cave for the last 3 years, since February of 2021. I just filled out my first ever apartment application. I feel really hurt that Captain Chronic reacted that way. He took everything offensively, and if he was actually trying to be a friend or a supporter, he would have just comforted me and understood that clearly I am dealing with more than my everyday I want to die feeling. But maybe not. Maybe he doesn't understand what chronic pain is. That I'm in physical pain every moment of my life. Physical pain. My hip is hurting right now. Mental pain all the time. I think the fact that I'm proud of myself. I'm not going to let this set me back. I'm proud of myself because I have utilized my YouTube as a way to help me have these interactions that I don't even fucking want to. I don't want to fucking live. So why would I want to have a conversation with someone? But I know that's the part of living. You gotta have interactions, and I'm also very lonely. You know what I mean? Today, I really don't give a fuck. I don't want to be around people because I don't see the point. And you can watch my content and see the wild part is that people think that this doesn't happen very often, but they would be wrong. It's just you didn't see it. But just because you didn't see it doesn't mean that it doesn't happen. There's that person who had chatted with me, they've been coming to my channel since 2017, and they do follow, like, they've contacted me via Facebook. So, I just, yeah. I've never had that pop up. Inactivity. I have been studying one spot, only every so often drinking some juice to keep me. Keep me alive. How hilarious. See, that's exactly why I'm playing the game. Because this is something I can focus on. I don't want to focus on the real world. I don't want to focus on any of that. But asking, and I've said this, I guess I don't say it enough, but asking me how I am is a loaded question. Every single time. Every single time. So, I did nothing wrong. I was not in there. Content, this is my content. My place for me. So, I'm used to, well, I thought I was used to it. I guess I'm not used to it. The fact that people really just, they don't, most people just don't understand how to interact with me, and like, my best duder, he is one person that I can just always be fully myself. Oh shit, that was Ruby? Where was Ruby? Where is what? When did I get a ruby? Oh, man, I have one. Where? Oh, where's the ruby at? Oh, where's the ruby at? How'd I get that ruby? Hold up. Excuse me. How'd we get the ruby? How'd I get the ruby, though? Also, how the okay, we gotta get the fuck out of this little area here. Okay, obsidian. Do we open that? No. Okay. My tummy hurts. My tummy always hurts, so. My head hurts, and my tummy hurts. And my brain hurts. And my hip hurts, and my wrist hurts, and my hand hurts, and my foot hurts. It just feels like confirmation of this morning when I was, talking to Blueberries. It's like, I'm too crazy. I can't. It's like, the only time I had friends, was when I didn't have any boundaries and I just did whatever I had to be around people, and I don't do that anymore. And that's very healthy. I have made so many improvements, and I am not going to allow an acquaintance, because they're an acquaintance slash Club Kottontale, because I would not consider them an internet friend. I would consider them a consistent person that has popped in, and, up until this point, I had awesome interactions, but that's just it, is every time that they popped in, I was heavily medicated, or had something that, like the last time they popped in, I had just applied for the apartment, so I was very excited. And I am still excited for that, but my anxiety is also through the roof. I had to talk to my Social Security attorney because I'm getting prepared for that. My brain is not in a good place. My brain's never in a good place. But right now, that part of me that strives to be just a beam of light and sunshine for myself, she ain't here. Ooh, we need to get to that. Okay, it's gonna hurt, so we need to... Well, you know what? Whee! Did we get it? No. Okay. Yee. Does anyone want fried fish? Yeah, we got it. I'm so sorry, Princess Fishy. Look on her face. What the fuck was that? That was fun. Alright. Alright, where the fuck do I want to go? Oh, hey, Blasty Boy. Let's see. Okay, don't get any obsidian. Yeah, let's just go ahead and... my knees. Okay, can hold 50. Here's where we hope that our pickaxe won't break in the middle of harvesting. This big boy might be the last one. I need a big boy, need a big boy, need a big boy. I actually don't need a big boy. I need a tall boy, tall, slender boy. I had a guy ask me one time, when we were trying to see, we were attempting to find a friends with benefits, so on and so forth, and we had a hookup with a gentleman. He wasn't a gentleman. Tucker the fucker is definitely not a gentleman. But he asked me, he was like, why do big girls tend to like skinny guys? Like, why can't the big guys get no love? And then I explained my reasoning, and he was like, oh, well, that makes sense. Like, yeah, well, I'm also in my fucking 30s, like, because I was fucking shit. How old was I then? I think I was 33. Yeah, because I turned 34 at the end of that year. So, fucking 4 years ago. Wow! Almost 5 years ago. That's wild. Okay. Copper. We could do a little copper. Might as well. Shit, seriously? Oh, fuck, that scared the shit out of me. I was kept trying to prepare myself for it. Did we do a good job? Clearly not, as I fucking jumped. But that's okay. Let's find our way out of this fucking cave. Oh, I have been here before. Oh yeah, I know where this is. Yeah, buddy. Ah! Why do I feel like this is the same way that I exited this cave the last time? But I went in through a different way. Yeah, buddy. Oh, good, 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 good. Oh, shit. It's a cave that I've been to before. See, what the fuck? But it's still... Wait a minute. Okay, that one... Wait. Yeah, it still didn't put the fucking cave up there. What the fuck? See, what the hell? But it has one of these. I destroyed the other one, thinking like, oh, I'm going into it. Yeah, and there's fucking Water World. That was extremely moist. I like how I look. I look like I am stoned beyond belief, but I'm not. Like, I'm not very medicated at all, actually. My eyes hurt so much from crying that they're just kind of permanently poofy, and they look like $1 make you holla. That was a horrible joke, but my brain is right there. Oh, why you gotta be so glitchy on me? Ah, oh, so beautiful. It's gonna look so fucking phenomenal when we're finished. Oh my gosh. Wow. We haven't looked at our house since it's gotten this large and in charge. Oh, it's so beautiful. I wish we had more people who appreciated this. Ray is pretty much the only fluffy Kottontale that somewhat appreciates. Wait a minute, can I put that there? Oh, next level! Next level! Dude, that's fucking cool. That's next level. Did I say it was next level? Hey, we just leveled up to the next level. My fucking head hurts. Okay. We have a lot of resources that don't need to stay here. They need to go elsewhere. now. I'm just gonna fucking put it. Oops. Put it in here. We could divvy it out later. Oh my god, so much copper. I feel like one of the places has some frostbite. Yeah, fuck it. Let's get ourselves to a 420 spot. Well, hello, Loiker. Are you entertained? You must be if you've been sticking around this long. For the sake of my brains, I must say it's because you just love my Lego world so much. Okay. You know what? We've literally never done the luck one. Let's do it. like the color scheme with the green and then like the greenish blue. It like literally is fading. Really, like that's sexy. Holy shit! And the pickaxe is green too. Oh, okay. Meant to be moment. I am here for it. See some pie. Oh my gosh, fist sticks. Oh my gosh, what up? Dude, yeah! Sometimes I should forget that you You'll remember in a second. Any second now. There we go, he's fine, don't worry about it. Oh, Fortnite, I love you. Everyone talks so much shit about you, but you bring me so much joy. And escapism from my brain. Look at this. How beautiful. And Fortnite used to be just pew pew, which satisfied me too. I mean, anyone who's watched my pew pew, it's a lot of just chilling in a bush, harvesting things, screaming when someone pops up on me, and then people assuming that I'm shitty at it, and then all of a sudden I start doing stuff and they're like, you're actually pretty good. And I'm like, I want to choose to take that in a good way and not the way it sounded. Because I know better than anyone that just because it sounds a certain way doesn't mean that that is the way the person conveyed it. See that? Okay, that does look a lot nicer. So, this door is placed that way for a reason. But I'm just not very happy with the little sliver. Just gonna have to get over with it because it's so satisfying when you get up there and you see why it is the way that it is. Japan. Yeah, it's like, it's literally right. Perfect. Ugh, it's so satisfying. If I mean, we could move it over. I wonder if we'd like it. Let's find out. I think that is lined up with this one. Yes, yes it is. I mean, I ain't mad at it. And knowing how beautiful it will look from a distance. Yeah. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. Much better. This brings me joy. Yes. Just, yes. This makes me hope that one day this game will be VR and I'll have the capability to do it and I can come and sit at any one of my little spots that I've created. I need water. Oh, we have to prepare our bobble too. Bobble, bobble! Little mood stabilizer. Little anxiety medicine. Vitamin D. No baby pill. Yeah. What's a little anxiety medicine and mood stabilizers to get you through your day? 'Tis Monday. 30 days has September, April, June, and November. So, tomorrow, there's always tomorrow. It's only a day away. Um, Tomorrow is the last day of April. Wednesday is May 1st. So, in 2 days, it's gonna be May. Every little thing I do doesn't mean enough to you. I don't wanna lose it again, but I'm not like them. Baby, when you finally learn to love somebody, guess what? It's gonna be me. Oh. Every little thing I do doesn't seem enough for you. Oh man, so I was able to get pretzels and chocolate frosting. Yum, yum, yum. And I still had enough to get a quarter from the dispensary. I got some purple punch. Oh, I've been doing really good at buying enough water, which is I'm proud of. Proud of me. Oh, I really hope we get the apartment. I'm hoping today is the day that we'll get the call that says, "Hey, is this Amber Lewis?" Yes, it is. "Hey, this is Deborah, and I would like to formally invite you to move in. You have been approved. You're approved. Come on, baby." I've never had to apply for something and wait to be approved for it. Um, Other than like mortgage. But that's like different. Like the way that you do a mortgage is you basically aren't looking for a house that's out of your price range. Like the mortgage company says how much they're able to loan you, and then they give you all the money to purchase the house. And then you pay the mortgage broker back. Dude, I learned so much. I'm glad, because when I do eventually, like my foot sugar daddy is out there, and one day I'll be just rolling in the doughs with my toes. We're gonna buy ourselves a house that Rainbow and I will be able to live and grow and flourish in, and one day she'll take it over, or it will become a sort of like it'll be like I'll have a snazzy name like foot through the door, because most of the time a lot of what is keeping someone from a step through the door to get a job or something like that is like maybe they're homeless, they don't have a place to sleep and things like that. So I want to make a place where You won't have to pay to live there, but you will have to be actively looking for a place, and we'll have like a 90-day thing. Like if you're showing that you're just freeloading, you'll have to move out. Um, but I imagine I'll get to a place with like this is if I am one of those people who just has endless money, and I've bought a house, and now I'm retired. Or actually, I'll never retire. I will have a feet finder until I am no longer living, um, and it will just be a place for a person, you know, like I'll see someone who's like maybe like a single mother who is just, is in a situation that she didn't know she was going to end up in. And I'm like, well, you could come live with me and, so you can get on your feet again. It's a step through the door to help you to the next portion. And, once they've up and out of it, they will have people be like, wow, how were you able to do this? And be like, oh, there's Cottontail stepping through the door where she will help you, just to help you. And they'll be like, there's not any catch. They're like, well, you have to respect the rules, clean up after yourself, you know, contribute, and actually do what you say you're going to do, which is find a job, make money so you can get out of there. It's not a permanent place. It's a place for you to help you step through the door. And I would love to be able to do that for people. And I think that my feet are going to help me step through the door, so I want to be able to do it for other people. So either the house that I purchase and flourish and grow with Rainbow in, it will either go to her or it will become, um, just a location of that. I imagine maybe like someone I've helped will, in my elderly years, they'll start taking it over. Um, but it would be a word of mouth situation. So you would only hear from it from either directly from me, which I'd be like the curator or whatever, the owner of the home, or someone who is actively living there. And the hopes would be is that like you could get taken advantage of, you know what I mean? And that's why there's going to be like a 90-day gracing period to see, because people could just want to rip everyone off. But it'll be like, hey, it's free. You don't have to steal it. You need a brush? Here's a brush. I imagine having like, it'd be Dollar Tree items, but I have like a room just stock full of different things that people might need, you know? Um, I just think it would be really good. And really, it's all about just helping one person, and that person's me, but if I can help other people, then huzzah. You know? It does make me appreciate the people who do lurk super heavily to the point that they do understand to a point what I'm doing here with my content. I am not here to entertain someone or to have a shit ton of conversations with people. I'm just simply here to be me, and I hope to get those things because I don't have people locally. Um, like text my friend Ray, my best duder. He's at work. Texted Kayla. That's it. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have somebody else. So, oh shit. Oh, that's a good stretch. Oh man. I think I might call at noon just 'cause I'm want to know if it's a yes or a no, you know. If it's a no, I want to, get it so I can hear it and just do my best to understand the reasoning, because she'll probably tell me what it is. But she very much said that she doesn't see any reason why I wouldn't get it. It was just a matter of getting the reference from uh, my landlord, which he sent that on Friday. So it's just been waiting through the weekend. Um, because it was Thursday that it got Thursday evening. So Friday morning they probably got to it and then had to take it to the uppers or whatever. Um, but yeah, I am hoping that yeah, I would say all is good, but I signed it the 22nd. He signed it the 25th. Today is the 29th. So I'm just trying to be patient. Deep breaths, Saturday and Sunday, nothing got done. I'm just hoping that today is the day. Like, I'm gonna get the call while we're here in Club Cottontale, and I'll be crying tears of joy. And I already know that, instantaneously, joy will enter our system. Um, and I'll have a smile on my face and I'll be exuberant. So, I'm hoping that's the case, because it's only a yes or a no. And I truly feel it would be a yes, because she even said, I don't see any reason why you wouldn't get it. They get the referral, everything's in order. I looked at it, it looks amazing, and accurate. So yeah, I just gotta wait. Last time, when she called me to tell me that I was at the top of the wait list, that was at noon. We should put some lighting out here. Candelabras. Water. Bueno. Yes, that is good. That is real good. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. Cottontale likey. Cottontale likey a lot. Yes, 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 yes. Bueno. Cheers.
Weird.
You went to high school with him.
Oh my god. That's funny.
And I said, well, I was always curious, who is he? Because, like, does he work for the hotel? And he's like, no, he was a locations manager.
Oh.
So
like for
when
movies?
people were filming,
Okay.
yeah, so if you guys don't know, there's a location manager that's hired for TV and film and stuff like that, and they are familiar with like a billion locations. So if you say, I need an epic film, but I can see Los Angeles skyline in the background, they know where to take you. You want an old creepy hotel, they know where to take you. So they just kind of know all of those things, and they set up all the filming rights and like paperwork and all that kind of stuff. So he was a location manager, but I was telling them how much fun we thought he was.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. He's like, it's just so weird.
He was totally fun, and I love the exchange between him and Kendra in the ballroom where he's saying, everything is 100 years old, and Kendra goes, do they ever think about redoing this? And he goes, everything here is 100 years old. It's just a funny cut, like as if that explains anything.
Yeah.
He was definitely 100 years old.
Yeah.
And then we're going down to the basement, and Kendra goes, I'm more afraid of diseases down here than anything.
And it was pretty gross down there, and there's a lot of water, and it smells moldy, and it smells like, you know, old tunnel basement stuff.
Yeah, and you're mentioning that used to be part of the underground tunnels that were under downtown LA connecting. Tell me more about these tunnels, because I'm fascinated.
I don't know tons about them, but I just know it's like,
Like
the
did he
Prohibition era
have a
type stuff
car?
where they would smuggle in alcohol, and supposedly a lot of the stuff is connected down there, or
We need
used to be
marble.
connected down there. I don't know how much it still is.
So a lot of it's been closed off, but you can still go down to parts of it?
Yeah, because we were walking down there.
Yeah.
We were in it. Remember, we went to the boiler room at first, but then we went down into the tunnels, and we were in there, and they just kept going. There's no lights or anything. It was pitch black, and obviously we don't have time to, like, go explore this, but, yeah.
Do you think they're trafficking tunnels?
No.
Somebody out there's gonna think they're trafficking tunnels.
Well, first of all, there's not really, well, I don't know where you can access them unless you know
Do
how to
you
get
think they used to be trafficking tunnels?
No, trafficking alcohol.
Oh.
That's what I think. There's no lights. There's no
Ow.
sign that anybody's been down there for a long time. Like, I don't think that they're used for anything today. I don't even think that they fully go
My
through.
left
Like, I
leg
would
has
love
been
to
especially
go through
hurting,
this
and I've
but
slathered him up
I feel like at some point
in
you're
my
just gonna
fucking
reach a dead end where somebody
arthritis
didn't want
gel.
to access their building from that and walled it off. But I think that they were definitely from Prohibition. I think a lot of cities have this.
I didn't even do anything.
You know, they were used during World War II. That's why the George Sank had, the white coats.
I mean, like in Portland, and Portland people were trafficked in those tunnels for the workers. Yeah. But I don't think that was the case. But I'm just saying, like, for LA, I don't think that was the case. But I mean, who knows? I don't know. It wasn't there.
No, we don't know. It's crazy. You know what my favorite game is? You know
I
it.
do.
June's Journey. No, I love it. It makes me laugh because I feel like this game was made for us, though. Everything about it.
So many things.
The fact that it's set in the 1920s. It's gorgeous to look at. The plot of it is you solve a murder mystery.
Yes.
And there's even like brain teaser type things like hidden object games that are easy enough to be fun but have challenging enough hidden objects that I'm sitting there really trying to figure it out. And I love it. It's just easy on your mobile phone. You can do it while you're waiting at the airport for your plane. It's just so relaxing and fun. You know what else it includes? Interior design.
Right.
Which we love. You can design your own mansion. I love it. Your own island estate. June's Journey is the thrilling adventure you've been waiting for. It's a murder mystery, uncovers scandalous family secrets set in the glamorous world of the 1920s.
Can you crack the case? Download June's Journey for free today on iOS and Android.
And then there's this like red, I don't know which language it actually is, but it looks like Chinese writing. And I thought it looked creepy because red looks like blood when you're in that mindset.
Yeah, and I took a picture with you in front of it, and it shows it on the show, but I saw that picture like yesterday, and it's so cute.
Yeah, it is a cute picture. And then, this is another Captain Morgan sponsoring the show. It shows the picture, but then it changes the writing to say the captain was here, and it draws like the Captain Morgan mustache and beard on me.
I know. I was like, that's weird.
It's so funny.
The ballroom, you guys, this is where Kendra and him are having the banter about it being 100 years old, was so beautiful. I don't even feel like the cameras did it justice, but I have some pictures that I feel like do better justice.
Yeah.
But it was so pretty.
We'll put them on Patreon.
Yeah, for sure. And remember that big snafu that Kendra had with Eminem?
Oh, is that happening at this time?
No, well, no, it already happened because it happened at this hotel.
Oh.
I don't think it shows it, but my pictures have it. We go to there's like a nightclub, an old nightclub.
Like a old bar that's like in the middle of the hotel.
And I think she says that's where that happened.
Yeah, I remember that now that you say that. She was in an Eminem video, and I guess, allegedly, during the middle of the video shoot, for no reason, he went over and dumped water on her.
Yeah, a bottle of water.
So strange.
And then, do you remember, they don't show this on the show at all, but we went up to what was supposed to be Rudy Valentino's bedroom?
Yeah, Rudolph Valentino is one of the 3 busiest ghosts in Hollywood. Between him, Marilyn Monroe, and Charlie Chaplin, they are everywhere if you listen to any haunted tour guide in LA.
Mm-hmm.
So did he actually stay there?
I mean, according to our tour guide, he did. Marty said so, but I don't know if that's true or not.
He's just so everywhere. I get a little skeptical with those 3 names because they just wipe their asses all over LA, I guess.
But do you remember how run down everything was?
Yeah.
And, like, people were living there,
Yeah.
not just staying there as a hotel. And then, do you know the story about how it was boarded up? There's another part of it.
Well, I was going to ask you, is it worth telling the story about how there's the weird, creepy part of the hotel that no one can access anymore?
Yes, because I think that's fascinating.
Try to explain that in a way that makes sense without a visual.
So there's another wing of the hotel, and there was like a fight between like the owners and stuff, and who owned what. So they split it up, and then they put up a wall, but then the person was never able to access their side of the hotel. And supposedly they've made it partially glass so you can see in there, which I would kill to see. But everything was left in there. And supposedly there's like all this like the toiletries and clothes and old suitcases and the furniture. Everything is from like, I want to say it was like to the 40s.
I don't know, but isn't it like impossible to even get in there? Like you'd have to be like dropped from a helicopter or something.
Yeah, and then even then, because I've asked, like, was there where you can like, enter from there? And they said even then, it's been so exposed to the elements for so many years that there's no way you can trust your footing on any of the, on anything. Like, there's no way anybody can. So it's a ghost building. You can see the whole wing of it outside. It's crazy. But supposedly there's one of the floors where there's like a glass wall and you can see in there. Whoa. Which I think is fascinating. And I've tried to like go and look at that and I can't get access to it. So whether it truly exists or not, I don't know.
That's crazy.
But the building does.
Downtown LA has some sinister vibes, man.
For sure.
Whoa.
I can just spit. For sure. It does. So then we jump back in the car. Oh, you say in commentary that when we jump back in the car and we're taking off that somebody yelled, Paris Hilton! So again, we're getting accused of being Paris Hilton.
I feel like people in LA thought that any blonde was Paris Hilton.
Yeah. So then the next scene is outside the mansion. We're ready for the Halloween party.
Another Easter egg. They focus in on another one of the tombstones out front, and it says, Our Van died a lonely man. And that is the tombstone of our friend Dickie Van, a.k.a. Richard Van. And I think they put died a lonely man because he was always very single.
Yes. Yes. In an interview, Holly says the Playboy Halloween party is without question the best Halloween party held in history of mankind, and Hef loves it, and he loves the monsters.
It might be the best Halloween party up to that time in mankind, because I don't know any other ones.
I don't either. I think it is.
Who put a Darth Vader mask on Archie?
I don't
Did you
know.
see that?
Yes.
That's weird. They do a whole montage where they really do a good job
do all that stuff. But no, Dave was out by the haunted house and was talking to Hef about everything. Like, they do an incredible job. It was one of my, when I went to the Halloween convention, they were one of my favorite spots to go and like,
that's so cool.
check out their booth because they always had like the coolest shit in there.
That's awesome. And then it shows me photographing you in a coffin, and I'm like, smile or don't. And you're like, I'm comfortable here.
I love that photo, and I was so excited to do that. And you say in commentary that you showed that to your sister, and she said that it was, what'd she say? She was unsettled by it.
She probably was.
And then Kendra says she passed out in that coffin the night of the party, the Halloween party.
Do you believe that? I find it hard to believe that anybody would leave somebody in there.
I do too. That's what she says in commentary.
Do you think she's joking?
I don't know. I don't know.
And all the Halloween party footage they're showing, of course, is from the previous year, because by the time this airs, we obviously haven't had our Halloween party that year. And isn't it funny, because, like, I don't remember if it was this year or, like, the last Halloween, but we were, like, freaking out in one of the commentaries about how all the fans were calling us out because you're using last year's footage. But what else were we supposed to use? We can't jump into the future and use...
Right.
It's so silly.
That is true. So, Kendra dressed up as G.I. Jane.
You know what I noticed about them showing all of us getting dressed in our costumes?
Nudity.
Yeah, I can tell that as we're filming this, it's old footage from season 1 because we're a lot less careful with our nudity. Not that you don't see nudity, especially when we're shooting our pictorials in season 2 and on, but we're so uncareful that it's almost, we're dead smack in the middle of season 2 and I'm watching this Halloween episode and it's almost jarring how Kendra's just standing there with her tits out getting painted.
And then me too.
And you're getting painted blue for Corpse Bride and your tits are out. And then I'm putting on a costume in your room and my tits are out. It's just we're a lot more careless the way we were in season 1. Like we haven't kind of like zipped up.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I remember getting spray painted and it just would not dry forever. And I was like freaking out because like you can't do anything. Like you can't sit, you can't touch anything. And like I want to start getting ready, but I can't. And I remember I was sitting on the floor talking to you guys and I get up and I was like, oh shit. And you're like, what? I'm like, I got blue on the carpet.
Oh no.
Because I was getting rid of it soon.
You were very ahead of your time with cosplay because I feel like people will find any excuse to do costumes now, whether it's for social media or whatever. But I feel like back then, like doing a whole body paint under your costume was like very unusual.
Yeah. Yeah, it was hardcore. So yeah, I'm getting ready to be Corpse Bride. I'm like, I feel like I'm kind of bummed for a second because I'm like, this is not sexy.
That's so funny.
But I think I pulled it off as sexy Corpse Bride.
Totally.
But I said, this is not sexy, this is Smurf.
Corpse Bride is a sexy character. Like, her silhouette is goals in that movie.
Yeah, and you say you decided to be Cinderella because she's one of your favorite Disney princesses. And then they show the scene where you're talking about where you don't have your corset on, but you're like, can you help me with this when you're done? And I say, yeah. But then it shows Kendra getting all ready and dressed, and it shows me getting all ready and dressed and final touches. And then it cuts back to you still holding your corset, and you're like,
oh, and I'm going,
yeah, but still, it makes it look like everybody else is ready and about to go down, and we totally
funny.
forgot about Holly needing to get put into her corset. I think it's funny, though.
And then when the party gets started, you see Mr. Kevin Burns exit a car. Is he I know he's supposed to be like a Lon Chaney character. Is he Lon Chaney Phantom of the Opera, or is he London After Midnight?
Oh, I thought for sure it was Phantom of the Opera.
It must be. It's one of those.
Yeah.
And they show, they're showing celebrities. So can you guess who they're going to show?
I feel like we don't even have to say it. They already know who they're going to show.
Bill Maher.
Paris Hilton.
And you know what they did that I thought was kind of fucked up?
What?
They show Paris and Nikki, but they do this special effect overlay that looks like a night vision camcorder. And I felt like that was such a sex tape reference. Because remember, Paris's sex tape was all like that green night. I'm like, that's kind of fucked up.
I did not notice they did that.
Yeah, because I truly don't believe Paris's sex tape was something she put out or wanted out. And I feel like it's kind of fucked up that they did that.
Yeah.
She definitely did not.
Interesting.
And I feel horrible to this day that I've seen it.
You're good at catching those. I just
Like,
right over them. But you talk about
I wish
how
that I hadn't watched it.
Halloween is a favorite part party for celebrities to show up because they can dress in
I
costume
ever,
and not be harassed. And then it shows Tobey Maguire and Leonardo DiCaprio wearing the old man costumes.
I think I might
I think celebrities
apologize.
felt
Like,
a
I
lot more
didn't
comfortable
know.
at Halloween because they didn't have
But
to
I didn't watch it as a funny
cosplay
thing.
all the
Like,
time.
I
And then
love
in
Paris Hilton.
commentary, we say that
Like,
this year, the year we're actually like in 2006, that they came as monkeys and started breakdancing on the dance floor, and we have footage of it.
That's so funny.
And then I start talking about, this is crazy because I did not remember this until I heard it in the commentary. I say, yeah, well, I'm gonna look for that footage because I have to watch it anyway. I'm gonna find the girl who stole my pizza and identify her and get her banned.
Stole your pizza?
Not mine. It was all of ours. So Hef wanted pizza.
At the party table?
Brought out to the party table, like one of those DiGiorno type things
Yeah.
that we used to get. And so I ordered it to come out, and it gets set down at our table, and some girl comes over and fucking steals the pizza.
Just grabs the whole pizza?
And her and her friend are just shoving it into their mouth.
holy
Like,
shit.
before anybody can take it from them. And this is such a bitch thing to do because there is whole spreads of food sitting out everywhere.
Right.
So it's not like people are starving and need
Yeah.
something to eat. Like, there's tons of food being put out, and this was a pizza for our table, but for Hef at his house.
Wow.
That's kind of unheard of because I feel like usually people were so on their best behavior around the Hef table.
Yeah.
We had some ravenous women.
Oh.
I feel like when I remember that, I get pissed off again. Like, stuff like that really pisses me off.
I
Like,
wish I would have seen it because I feel like I need the real life visual.
well, I feel like I found it on the footage and then showed them who she was, which girl it was. I don't know if I
Oh my
found her
God.
stealing the pizza, but I found, like, I knew at the
Yeah.
time what the girl looked like, and I was able to point her out and get her banned.
Oh my God. Were we getting Campese's pizza by this time?
I don't know, but
Can you just taste a Campese's
yes,
pizza?
and I wish I could have it right
I
now.
need an excuse to go to Dallas soon so we can interview Amber and get Campese's pizza.
Yes, let's do it. Yum, my mouth's watering now.
Yeah.
Anyway, then it shows us going to the haunted house, and there's like a weird mixture of footage in here. They like kind of cut to two different things. Like, part of it's from a media night,
Mhm.
and part of it's from the actual Halloween night,
Yeah.
and it kind of goes back and forth. And I'm talking about how the clowns are the scariest part. You know what? Clowns don't really scare me, but people are always looking for, like, what's the scariest thing? What scares you? And if I have to think of something that I think is the creepiest, I pick clowns. But it's not like I'm so scared of clowns. But I feel like I have to play it up because everybody wants me to be afraid of something.
I know what you mean, and I feel like if you saw like a creepy clown in real life where a creepy clown was not supposed to be, that probably would be the most frightening thing ever.
For sure.
But it's the same way because like Zach was always talking publicly about how afraid he was
very
of
scary to me.
clowns, but he also kind of
Scary clowns don't scare me because I know they're not real. Happy clowns are real.
All kinds of creepy clown stuff all the time. So people would
Ow,
be chiming
ow,
in on my
ow,
social media
ow.
and see evidence of that, be like,
Yeah.
why are you getting that for Zach? Don't you know he hates clowns? And it's hard to explain. It's like a love-hate.
It is, yeah. And it's like, do I really even hate them, though?
Or it's like scared, but not really. I don't know. It's
that
like
is
hard to
what it is.
explain.
Yeah.
Like I'm sure any of us, if we were like out on like a country road and a guy dressed up as a clown came out of nowhere, that would be the most terrifying
For
thing.
sure.
But when you see like a scary clown prop, we're not like running for the hills.
Yeah. Totally. But it's always a good spot to plant an actual actor, like have a room full of like fake clowns, and I usually know that one of these is going to be real, and it's
Yeah.
hard to tell which one. So it does give me the jump scare that they're looking for. So there's that too. And then in an interview, Kendra says the ring room was her favorite part of the whole haunted house, and then they make the phone ring next to her, which I think was funny.
Yeah.
But the ring room, you guys, they did such a good job on this. Part of the haunted house, like you walk into this room that looks like just a living room with like a big screen TV, and then all of a sudden the lights go out. Oh, and I think there's fuzz playing on the TV, and then all of a sudden the lights go out, and then the next thing you know, the lights kind of flicker back on, and the girl's crawling out of the TV.
Yeah, it
towards
was good.
you, and she's all the ring girl.
Mhm.
It was really good.
And they show footage of us doing that weird green screen
The
thing
dancing head.
where you lip sync along and it puts you on like an animated dancing body, which you look at that now and you're like, stupid, who cares? But back then, like people really got a kick out of that kind of shit.
I still get a kick out of it. I think they're so funny. I love like jib jabs and stuff.
Jab, jab.
I do. I love that shit.
I can relate because I still am really into like at Spaceship Earth at Epcot, they take your picture at the beginning of the ride and they have you take a poll and they show you an animation. I'm always still excited to see what my face comes up looking like from the camera.
Yeah.
So I can relate, I guess.
In an interview, I say, nothing beats the Halloween party here at the Playboy Mansion. It's to die for.
To die for.
And then again, we start talking about spending the night at the Winchester House or the Whaley House in commentary.
Yeah.
So yeah, that is ghouls. Girls will be ghouls.
Yes. Best and worst.
The best for me is almost everything. Like, I love that we got to do another Halloween episode because, of course, it's my jam. I loved meeting Elvira. I mean, if I have to pick the very, very best, that's probably what it is.
Yeah.
But even, I can't leave Scott Michaels out, too.
Yeah.
We're good friends to this day.
It's just fun once you've built a friendship with a person to have that evidence on camera of the first time you ever met. Like the other episode where I was like, oh, that's cool. That's the first time we met John Gray. It's funny.
Right. And in this episode, there's two people that I met for the first time that I stayed friends with. And even George Barris, working with him and stuff, because I feel like not everybody gets to have something customized on their car by George Barris.
Yeah, totally.
So that's a really cool thing. So, and I even think Tony is so fun. I don't think he got enough playtime, but if you guys saw him for real, like he's just
funny.
Fun.
Yeah.
So two people was like a big zest for life in that.
We love enthusiastic
because Marty and Tony were both like over the top.
My type of folk.
Yeah. What's your best?
I mean, there's a lot I like in this episode. This is one of my favorite episodes out of season 2. I think the Halloween episodes are always super fun. Love my costume, but I think my favorite thing is just that it shows us kind of reenacting the ghost in the gym.
Yeah.
Because you get to see like the entrance to the secret passage. You get to see the closet pop open. It's just, that's a story I tell so many times, and it's fun to have like not the real footage of when it happened, of course, but something pretty close. Us talking about it back then and kind of walking through and showing the gym, and I like that that's captured.
Yeah. Oh, I have another best. My costume. Because when people ask me what was your favorite costume you ever wore at the mansion, this is usually my go-to.
The Corpse Bride.
I love it.
Worst for me is the pumpkin night scene, just because it's very unoriginal and it's like a rehash of the Easter egg scene. It's I feel like no effort was put into it. It's that same old gag, and I'm over it.
Yeah.
It was a waste of time, really.
Yeah. I don't feel like the pumpkin carving party was just the way they shot it or the way they edited it.
Yeah, the little plot. Yeah.
My worst is my room not being decorated, but
The weird inconsistency.
Like, I do such a good job on it that year, and she doesn't see it. Like, if there's anybody who would really have wanted to see it, it would have been her. So that's a bummer.
But overall, great episode. Not a lot to complain about.
Yeah, I think it's fun.
Awesome. So if you guys would like more content, pictures from our haunted tour and shit, check out our Patreon at patreon.com/girlsnextlevel, and we'll see you guys next week.
Oh yeah, you guys, I have so many pictures. I have stats for this, so
I love it.
bye guys.
Bye.
And lots of other things still to this day, like vapes. I was kind of like thinking about this and I got the chills, because like, didn't the Noah god like punish people for messing with their corn? The god was angry. I don't know. Just thought about it. It was a thought. Okay, so popcorn lung. There's no cure for the condition, and they're really I would maybe just suggest you stop thinking. Just put your finger nectar, jewel pod down, and just walk away. Because it's not good for you, friend. Alright, so that's all the story I have for you. Great. What did we learn today, friends? Question mark. Popcorn has been around forever, and it definitely has seen some shit, right? I mean, think about it. All throughout your life, popcorn, corn, has been there, but you never thought twice about it. My curious ass just wanted to know, like, where the hell it came from. And boy, was it a wild ride. After this episode and after researching everything, I just have to tell you that I am obsessed with corn. I was in the grocery store and I was looking at the corn because it had the green stuff on it, and I was like, oh my god, corn is life, corn is body. I was getting all weird with the corn. I am a changed woman. Now, the reason I want to tell you this story in the first place is because, one, I found popcorn to be absolutely fascinating, and two, I think the takeaway here is to look around, Barbara. Who would have known that popcorn would have meant so much to so many people throughout time, right? I mean, for me, it's just sitting minding my own damn business, and the next thing I know, my life is flipped upside down, and I'm obsessed with corn, sacrificing myself in the corner, wearing someone else's skin. It's the everyday things you don't notice or maybe even take for granted that might have the wildest story. My suggestion here, or my takeaway for you, is to stay horny, but most of all, stay curious. And maybe next time you chow down some popcorn, first of all, think of me, right? And then say a little thank you to the children who lost their heads for your bowl of popcorn. Well, everyone, thank you so much for learning with me today. Remember, don't be afraid to ask questions or just be curious, because it's fun. I'd love to hear your guys' reactions or thoughts to today's story, so make sure to use the hashtag #DarkHistory over on social media so I can see what you guys are saying, thinking, vibing with, I don't know. Join me over on my YouTube, where you can actually watch these episodes on Thursday after the podcast airs. And while you're there, also catch Murder, Mystery, and Makeup. I hope you have a wonderful day today. You eat lots of popcorn, make good choices, and I'll be talking to you next week. Goodbye! Dark History is an Audio Boom original. This podcast is executive produced by me, Bailey Sarian, Dunya McNeely from 3 Arts, Kevin Grush, and Claire Turner. Writers Allison Villalobos, Katie Burris, and Joey Scavuso. Oh, and me too, Bailey Sarian. Shot and edited by Tafazwa Namrundwe. Research provided by Ashley Spurgeon. A big special thank you to our popcorn expert out there, Andy Smith. Hey, Andy, thank you. And I'm your host, Bailey Sarian. Now go have some popcorn, goddammit. Elevate your summer with Osea's best-selling body care set. It's everything you need for radiant summer skin on the go. Featuring travel sizes of Osea's clean, vegan, cruelty-free, and climate-neutral skincare, like their best-selling Undaria algae body oil. Right now, you can get the bestsellers body care set, a $78 value, 33% off. And use code SUMMER to save an additional 10%. That's an additional 10% off at OCEAMalibu.com code SUMMER. What do you really know about the Founding Fathers, huh? George Washington was obsessed with dogs. I mean, so much so that he even invented his own breed. He even had his own hunting dog that he named Sweet Lips. And Thomas Jefferson, well, he was all about freeing the enslaved. Except for his own. And Benjamin Franklin, you know that guy? Well, you know that story where he flew a kite during a lightning storm and invented electricity? Yeah, that didn't happen. Whoops. I personally realized so much of us don't really know that much about the Founding Fathers and who they really were. So, I wanted to take us back to basics and get to the bottom of it. Hi, friends. How are you? I missed you. Did you miss me? Great. I hope you're having a wonderful day today. My name is Bailey Sarian, and I'd like to welcome you to my podcast, Dark History. If you're new here, this is a chance to learn about the history that for some reason maybe wasn't in our school books. You know, the stuff they don't want us to know. But don't you worry, because me and you, we're gonna learn together. And make sure to stay around till the end of the episode, because I'm gonna have a fun little pop quiz for you. And who doesn't love a pop quiz, huh, Joan? Okay, so all you have to do is sit back, relax, and let's just talk about that hot, juicy history goss. First and foremost, I just want to welcome you to season 3.
Oh shit.
I'm so
Yeah,
glad
I'm leaving it.
that we're here
It.
today. Look at how far we have come. We've come so far.
Oh,
We've learned so
the
much,
accidental
and I'm
shape
excited to
has me.
continue learning more, right? And I hope
And
you are too. I
stitches.
appreciate you for being here. I'm excited. This season is going to be wild, per usual. Oh my god. But today I want to take us back to the, again, the basics. We're going to talk about the founding fathers. Yeah, you remember them? I didn't. And also learn about what America was really founded on. I mean, back when I was in school, we tended to focus more on the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence, which was great and dandy, but extremely boring, and nothing stuck, right? To me, it kind of felt like we just glossed right on over the founding fathers. Like, who were they really? Were they like behind closed doors? Were they like weird kids? Were they geniuses? Maybe they had some like weird kinks. I don't know. I mean, I wanted to know. I'm curious. Now, I always heard a little rumor that George Washington had wooden teeth, and I was like, what? How does that work? You know? So I looked into it, and honestly, it was really hard to find true facts about him. Him, like, as a person, you know? Look, I'm Googling, I'm goggling, and it turns out, like, George Washington's teeth were just the tip of the iceberg. And it turns out it wasn't just George Washington. I mean, it was all of the founding fathers. They were all people with niche hobbies and interests, you know, like your neighbor. So let me just stop rambling and let's start strong with our country's first president, right? The man, the myth, the legend, George Washington. Sorry, George Washington. Yeah. Now everyone knows about good old George Washington, right? I'm sure we do. We know the name. But when I say George Washington, you might know him as like that guy with the big curly white wig, or that he chopped down that cherry tree, or, according to my uncle, Washington had a huge dong. Well, it turns out, let me check my notes here. It's in the palm of my hand. They were all wrong. You know, everything was wrong about George Washington, but apparently he's number 9 on the list of presidents ranked by dong size. So my uncle wasn't far off. So I guess his hair was all natural. I know, I was shocked. He powdered it to make it white, and under all that powder, well, I was shocked to learn that our country's first president was a redhead. He must have burned easily. That must have sucked. Oh, and his teeth? Yeah, you don't really want to know what they're made of. Paul, oh my god, you showed up with your George Washington wig today. I'm so impressed. Are you trying to show up like Joan has been showing up? Well, I hate to break it to you, bud, but you're kind of looking like my grandma. You kind of look like a saxophone player. I could see that, but nice. I like the effort. We're showing up for season 3, aren't we? You know that cherry tree story about George Washington? That was also 100% made up. Oh, yeah. I guess after Washington had died, there was this scramble to put out a book about him. You know, like there always is with celebrities. Except today, it's not a book, it's like a biopic, right? Anyway, a traveling preacher named Mason Weems, he beats everyone to the punch and became one of Washington's first biographers. Now, according to Weems, when Washington was just like a little baby, like 6 years old, he got a hatchet as a present from his father, which, classic, you know? I know when I'm looking for a gift for a 6-year-old, I go straight to the hatchet, so honestly checks out. So baby George Washington, you know, is very excited about this hatchet, and he goes around the farm where he grew up and starts hacking, just hacking away at his dad's favorite cherry tree. Yeah. Now later, probably like the next day, his father confronts him and is like, hey, boy, did you look up my favorite did that with a hatchet. Apparently, a direct quote. Now, this is supposed to be a morality story about the value of honesty, which is nice. It's a nice thought, but when you realize that Mason Weems actually made the whole thing up, I don't know if it's hilarious or just sad. But honestly, we on Dark History already know the truth is always gonna be a bit juicier, isn't it? So let me stop rambling and let's get into it. George Washington was born on February 22nd, 1732. He was his mother's firstborn, but his father already had 3 much older children from a previous marriage. So little George was like the oldest to his mom, but his dad's 4th kid. So the baby, in a way. He grew up on the family's plantation in Virginia and was essentially considered like upper middle class. Now the plan was for little George to go to England for fancy boarding school, just like his older brothers before him. I mean, this was the best education money could buy at the time, so all of the wealthiest families were doing it. But unfortunately for George, tragedy struck, and his father had died when he was just 11 years old. Obviously, huge bummer, right? But the cherry on top of the tragedy tree was that it
The
brought a
cherry
new
on top
chance
of the
for
tragedy
George
tree.
to get
Oh, it's almost noon.
I guess his mother didn't have the funds for it, and George ended up staying in Virginia. So George spent the rest of his childhood at home, just like learning the family business of farming, growing tobacco, and just taking care of the land. He then went to a local Virginia school, off and on, and like learned science and math, but English was not his strong suit because he allegedly had dyslexia. I know. You don't really hear about that a lot, Now, something you need to know about this time period. If the father, the man of the household, dies, the oldest boy automatically has to, take over the family's finances and land and, everything. So
I
even
learned
though
that in
George
Bridgerton.
wasn't his father's oldest child,
Ouch.
all his half-siblings were grown up and out living on their own lives. So he was basically the man of the house as far as his mother and younger siblings were concerned. This meant that George, even though he was 12 years old, yeah, he had a ton of personal responsibilities at home that came before his schoolwork, and ultimately this led him to drop out of school around the age of 13. It was said that for the rest of his life, George was pretty insecure about his lack of education. But now you're on the dollar bill, Georgie. Hey, what a come up. Now, we don't know a whole lot about George's childhood, but what we do know is that at some point, his older half-brother, Lawrence, he enters the picture, and he decides to help out. Lawrence Washington was the cool older brother that everyone wanted to have. He was just cool. I mean, he was 14 years older than George, and he had already been to school in England. He'd been in the British Army. He fought in a battle between England and
No
Spain,
hole there,
and
but
he was also a famous war hero. Yeah, try and talk that. After Lawrence got back to the United States, he built a massive estate in Virginia called Mount Vernon, which was named after one of his mentors in the Army. So when Lawrence was back in the country, he reached out to his little half-brother George and was like, why don't you come live with me? Now obviously George was like, hell yeah, because he knew that he had a lot to learn from someone like his older brother, Lawrence. So Lawrence takes George on as his ward, which essentially means his legal guardian. And George acts kind of like Lawrence's intern. So when George is 19, Lawrence gets super sick, and the doctors, they tell him that, maybe he should take a trip somewhere warm and sunny
Mother's Day, treat mom to healthy, glowing skin with Osea's limited edition skincare sets. Osea has been making clean, seaweed-infused products for nearly 30 years. Their advanced eye care duo brightens and firms skin around your eyes, while the Golden Glow Body Trio nourishes and smooths skin all over. They both come in giftable boxes with savings up to $46 and free shipping for a limited time. Go to OSEAMalibu.com and use code MOM for 10% off your first order site-wide.
Smartest way to hire. A year after their Barbados trip, Lawrence dies from TB at the age of 34, which leaves George just absolutely devastated. I mean, he's already lost his dad, taking on all these responsibilities, and now this? Yeah, super bummer. The silver lining was that George inherited everything, including Mount Vernon, which was one of the best and biggest Virginian estates at the time. But, you know, George, he's a mover, he's a shaker, and he wasn't content with just settling down and becoming a farmer. Bored. So he decided he was going to follow in his brother Lawrence's footsteps and become a soldier. In 1752, 20-year-old George started his army career working for the British Army. Now, this seems kind of weird, but it's just because America was still a British colony at the time. I mean, this was a perfectly normal career path, and George was doing it. So one thing George is famous for is being one of the best military strategists, which is kind of funny because he really did not, start out on the right foot, right? I'll tell you. So by this point, tensions are running high between the British, who are in control of America, and the French, who are trickling down into America from Canada. So France, low-key, was like, we want Ohio. They want Ohio. Which is now you're like, okay, take it. Just kidding. But England already was like, hey, it's ours. No. And meanwhile, the native people who had been living there for hundreds of years are just like, hey, everyone, let's just be cool here and respect the land. Huh? But basically everyone was on edge and everyone was going after Ohio and just waiting for someone to make the move first. To maybe even make a mistake, right? Everyone is on edge. So then this rumor gets out that the French army was camping down next to the Ohio River. I don't know how rumors spread out there, but it spread. And young George, he gets swept up in all this drama when his commanding officer sends him to scout out the situation. His officer's like, hey, go out and check to see if the French are really out there, squatting on our land. Yeah, so he gets there. And not only does he look around and see all these French, tense soldiers, but he starts to, panic because he realizes, he is seriously outnumbered. And if anybody caught him, most likely it would be, the end for him. But instead of having a conversation or maybe going up to the people and explaining what he's doing, he goes from 0 to 100, just full-on John Wick on the French troops, and just starts shooting his gun everywhere. Just at anything. He's just shooting. In result, he ended up shooting and killing 10 French soldiers and, whoops, a French diplomat. So the French, naturally, accused George of being a British assassin, sent to kill them. And the British were like, dude, we gave you one job, man, and you really fucked it up. So nobody was happy with him. Nobody. But this spark of violence was exactly what both sides were waiting for to get the okay for an official ban. George's little oops was as good as a declaration of war, and it actually kicked off a 7-year war between the French and the British and the indigenous people who lived on the land before either of those idiots showed up and stole it. Yeah, his little mistake just set off a 7-year war. Bitch, you gonna pay for that? But here's something inspiring despite this massive fuck-up. George goes on to redeem himself. I mean, think about it. When you learn about George Washington in school, did anyone tell you he started a war by a jump scare in the woods? No. So George put his past behind him and actually went on to be considered one of the best military strategists of all time. 1758, when George was 26 years old, he wrote a beautiful love letter to a woman named Sarah Fairfax, who also happened to be his best friend's wife. What?
Ooh, that's juicy.
Bro code? Wasn't happening then. Yeah, I guess they met back when George was an awkward teenager, and Sarah had apparently coached him to be a little better at small talk and even taught him how to dance. And that's pretty good, right? Until it's not. Now, it's not clear whether any physical relationship actually happened between them, but I'm sure George's fiancée would not have enjoyed that letter if she knew about it. George. When he was 27, George got married to a woman named Martha, who just happened to be a rich widow. He's like, okay, I'm in. She also had 2 kids of her own, named John and Patsy. Martha and George never had any kids of their own, and historians believe that this could have been because of, like, the complications from George's smallpox, or maybe Martha's measles. You never know. But it didn't stop George from being a 10 out of 10 dad. He was said to love Patsy and John like his own, and constantly would send them letters with different advice or encouragement. George apparently also loved dancing. I mean, he would go out to a ball and spend the whole time on the dance floor, and it was said, like, he wouldn't come home until 4 in the morning. I know. But then I was thinking about it, and I'm like, what else are they doing back then? There ain't shit to do. Just stay out and dance. Get it out when you can. When George wasn't dancing,
What object is in the way on this side?
Quality time with his dogs, because he had about 30 dogs at any given time, and all kinds
Maybe
of dogs.
it's that dot
He had a
there.
Dalmatian that he named Madame Mooiisstt, a hunting dog named Sweet Lips. I guess he took Sweet Lips everywhere. I bet you he kissed that dog. It sounds like he was definitely kissing that dog on the lips, you know? Also, he had a black and tan hound named Drunkard, which is really precious. I love Sweet Lips. Oh my gosh. That made me giggle a little too hard. But George left a big-time legacy. Yeah, no shit. He's on the dollar bill, Bailey. I know. You see,
Damn
his
it.
professional life, I mean, he absolutely was killing the game. During the War for Independence, George thrived as a spy master. He would dig around to find horrible stories about atrocities the British committed and would end up, like, leaking them to the press. And on the battlefield, he was equally badass. He had not 1 but 2 horses shot out from under him and had 4 bullet holes shot through his coat over the course of the War of Independence. I'm feeling more bad for those horses. Sorry. But that's awful. He saved the American Revolution twice, at the Delaware River and in Yorktown. And when it came time for all the founding daddies to attend the Constitutional Convention and figure out how to run a country on their own, he was unanimously chosen to be the one in charge. Probably because of that huge nose. I bet. And he was the first person to sign the United States Constitution. So this guy was doing a lot of firsts. George was, if nothing else, a survivor. Throughout his life, he had all the Oregon Trail diseases. I'm talking...
He had all the Oregon Trail diseases. That's fucking hilarious.
And diarrhea. All of those were definitely deadly at the time. And, it's just like nothing
He had all
upside
the
down.
Oregon
But ultimately, his undoing was as simple
You have been bitten by a snake. I wonder if he was ever bitten by a snake. Oh, goodness. Oh, that's funny. Hey, it's 12:12. I don't know if this is a hit, but we gonna see if it is.
Yes, bleed. Back in the day, doctors believed that cutting you open, just cutting you open and letting the bad blood come out would cure you of anything. They're like, oh, you got a foot pain? Bleed, blood, solved. And that's how George Washington ended up saying bye-bye to 40% of the blood in his body. George Washington died on December 14th, 1789. Now, I'm not a doctor. I don't know if you guys know this, but I'm not. But I'm gonna say it doesn't look like the cold is what took him out, you know? Maybe it was really like such a big deal was because other founding fathers, like Ben Franklin, for example, he had just gone ahead and freed his enslaved workers while he was still alive. But not only did George say, like, hey, they can't be free until I'm dead. Thanks to Martha Washington, it didn't even go as planned. When George died, all of his property passed to his wife Martha, and Martha wasn't ready to free anyone. She only freed a few enslaved people that she thought were going to kill her. She was like paranoid, okay? But ultimately, the majority of them ended up being inhumanely separated from their families once Martha died. The enslaved were split up between Martha's grandchildren and children. In his whole life, George only freed one man, and his name was Billy Lee. Now, Billy Lee was, like his right-hand man throughout the whole Revolutionary War. So I guess it was like the least he could do. Thanks! Like, one day, okay? And then remember the teeth, the wooden teeth that I thought was factual and I was misled? They were actually made of cow teeth, horse teeth.
Whoa.
Mostly it was like human teeth. Yeah. Which were pulled from the mouths of his enslaved. Which is like, oh my god, I did not remember learning that in third period U.S. history.
We definitely didn't learn that. That's horrible.
I'm not putting it on him. It just, I don't remember that being in the book at all. I don't know. Now, something I was wondering was how the heck did George end up on the dollar bill? And was he offended about it? Any comments, George? Do you think you deserve better? More money? Are you mad that Ben got the 100? Well, he actually wasn't until 1869 when they decided, hey, how about the #1 president our country ever had gets to be the face of the dollar bill? Nice! But it turns out it was kind of awkward for a guy named Solomon P. Chase. Yeah, the U.S. Secretary of the Treasury, who was actually on the dollar note before him. So they're like, sorry guy, you're out, George is in. At the end of the day, George is remembered for being our first president. He was unanimously elected to the job, not once, but twice, in 1789 and in 1792. Kind of inspiring that he was essentially self-educated, self-made, and really, you just couldn't kill the guy, Like, he was a survivor, wasn't he? Like, damn, okay. So, the next time you look at that $1 bill, think about good old George. Military hero, lover of dogs, and also dancing. Now, the next founding father is a man who's been described as complicated, hypocritical, a genius, and sensitive. Yeah, he's the founding father we have to thank for so much of what America is based on. I mean, he literally wrote pretty much the whole Declaration of Independence. I'm talking about Mr. Tough today. One more time, stitchfix.com/darkhistory. Thomas, fun fact, he was a bit of a foodie. He liked food. Sing. And thanks to him serving this food in the White House, things like ice cream, pasta, mac and cheese became popular in the United States. But that's just the tip of the iceberg with this guy. He was passionate about expanding America. Literally, it grew twice its size when he was in power. He's a grower, not a shower. Thomas was also America's first Secretary of State, second Vice President, and then the third President of the United States. So
I like it.
Cheat on your test and be like, thanks, Bailey. Not later, I got you. And while he was in office,
Beautiful.
Thomas had one of the most famous
Dude, my fucking castle is so
presidential
beautiful.
scandals
My
in the history of
McMansion.
America. Yes.
Cause see, this is my house. This is my guest house. Bougie.
Virginia, also on his family's plantation.
And that's just here.
Shotwell escaped. One of his
At
parents
Waterworld.
made money, and one of his parents was a
Let's see.
His whole life he kind of had an idea.
We don't have one at
of
Arendelle
He
yet.
was always half farmer and like
Shit, our
half
house just
rich
like...
guy. It's gotta be kind of
Well, in base camp too, we don't even have a house. We just have a bedroom in the community house.
Was that the Jefferson family was considered very cultured.
Oh wow.
And just like pretty much
I like how it's like modest house, living with others, McMansion, haven't
his
built
family
a
had.
home yet there,
Thomas actually
and
said his
then
earliest memory was
this
being
is
carried
literally
on a
just me
pillow
and
by a
my
slave.
main man, pirate chef Salty.
Wow. Okay, that's it. I was gonna
Where
say,
there's like
okay.
he lives in
Thomas
like the
was the
community house,
oldest
I
of
guess,
10
kind of.
children,
And then like I
and
have my
said
own
that he was
house.
very shy and
So
quiet. He was a
we
serious kid who
definitely,
struggled with a lisp
damn, that looks
and
so fucking
speech impediment. Oh
sexy.
my god,
We
yeah,
hadn't seen it
same
from this
Thomas.
angle with the fucking
Same.
unicorn
But he was
statues.
also
That
smart
looks
as hoops,
sick.
and he always did very,
Sick.
very well in school. He was what is known as a polymath, aka a person of wide knowledge and learning. This man was interested in
Man, so my
everything from
guest house.
architecture to
And the guest house will be
politics,
for like,
rugby, and even music.
people who come
I guess he liked
who
ribbon
are just
cutting.
like if I was to
Thomas
ever
had some
actually
rough
play with
years when he was
Jesse
growing up, but
in
he
Lego
learned to
again,
decipher.
he could
I'm
put a
kind of veering
bed
off here, but I'm
in
gonna
there.
go
He's not
silver.
allowed to
And like
build or do
my ribbon
anything.
has these like silver
But I
letters on the
doubt
side,
that him and
and
I
I
would
would
ever
play, and then I would leave
play.
this fat brown
Ray has got his
stop.
own
Stop.
house, which is right there.
Alright, so when
Um,
Thomas was 14
and
and
I
he
have like a
enrolled
little
in school,
420
he
wing
received some
on
very,
that.
I'm not laughing, but
But yeah,
he
I wanted
received
my
some
house to be just
devastating
ever so slightly
news.
taller than this one. And it's
Jesse,
turned
his
out
father, he
perfectly. So that little bit,
suddenly died.
is basically what
I
this
know, very
is.
George
You
Washington,
know.
like
And then
what
that
you say,
portion that we're
right?
making is going to be the little
Thomas,
tower.
just
But
like
it's going to
Georgie,
be a
had to become the
massive tower.
head of the family. He was in
That
charge
most
of
likely will have a
everything
way to get
at
on
just
top.
14 years
But maybe
old.
not.
So
I don't
Thomas,
know
he
yet.
rushes home and he finds out his
It's
father's
beautiful
will
though. It
specifically
has
says
no
to leave
walls
everything to Thomas's
yet.
mother. Hell, Thomas was 21.
It's gonna
Everything
be
was
fun putting
included
in
in his
the different
household.
walls. Like I guess it
And
does
back then,
have.
this didn't mean that Thomas's dad was
It
some
obviously has some
feminist
walls because we
hero.
have like
It was essentially like a
this
slap in the
little
face to
outer
his son that he
area,
grew
that
up
little outer
from a
area.
woman. Yeah, that's kind of slap
Man,
in the
it's
face
so
right there.
sexy.
And then to
God
top it all
damn.
off, I mean, even though Thomas wasn't taking over the family's estate, he still got like left with all the work to do around the property. He's like, hey, this sucks. So every single weekend, rain or shine, he would have to haul his ass back to Shadwell Estate and do whatever his mom and sisters told him to do. So essentially, he had all the responsibilities and none of the benefits. Oh, Jefferson. Wah. Now, we know a lot about Thomas Jefferson because he himself was
Especially
obsessed
like
with writing letters to
how
friends about
we added
everything from like
the
what he
flooring
ate to
on that
like
one. And I mean, it
how
makes
he was
sense
feeling.
because
Again,
the
because
second
apparently there
floor
was a shaking.
has
Okay, they're like, hey,
this.
sky's still blue, woke up again. He wrote tens of thousands of letters over his life and only mentioned his mom like twice, you know? So, whoops. But the two times that he mentioned his mom, it was implied that he like really resented her. Ooh, plot twist. Thomas
I don't
Jefferson
know
was a
why past
murderer
Amber did
and
it,
he didn't
but
get rid of
I like the aesthetic of it.
even though Thomas and his father weren't really
I
close,
kind of,
because he's dead,
kind of
Thomas
dig it.
basically felt abandoned, and like his
Oh,
mom and
so
sisters
beautiful.
were just ordering him around and using him to do all the work. And this was making him grumpy. So Thomas is over it, and he's ready to grow up and get the heck out of his home life. So he studies his ass off. He's like studying, reading books. He graduates school with really high honors, and he ends up getting into the College of William and Mary in Williamsburg, Virginia. And at this point, the year is 1761, and he's only 16 years old. And this guy is studying mathematics, metaphysics, and philosophy. Top that. I guess when he first gets there, he does what so many of us want to do when we go off to college. You may have guessed it. He rages, he parties, he goes hard. Thomas partied his first year of college away, which he later said he regretted, but they didn't say that. They didn't say you're successful, but you regret it. Anyways, I feel like
Wee.
it's good to get it
I
out
don't even know where I'm
system,
gonna
you
put my
know?
room yet.
Eventually they
Oh, it's
got
such a
Ethan
massive
together
fucking
and started
house.
working
It's
for a
so
law office in
ridiculous.
Virginia. And
This
after
reminds me
working
some
for
of
a few
like
years
some of
of
the
work,
ridiculous
he got
houses
into
I
law
made in
school and then
Sims. Like when
passed
I
the
first
bar.
started
And
building
when
in
he was
Sims.
21,
This
his
is
father
very
finally cut a
reminiscent
deal with his
of
mom, and
that.
the boss in Shadwell
I
took
love it
control of
so
the estate
much.
fully. Hell yeah! So
Oh, it's
now
gonna be
all
so
that land
fun
and
putting in all the
everything
walls
was
and deciding because like
his. Great. You
uh
got what you wanted, Thomas. Are you happy?
we're gonna have a bathroom.
Thomas married a wealthy widow.
We don't need a kitchen because there's a community kitchen over there. But, I mean, if I wanted to, I could put a kitchen. It'd just be for glamour.
By all accounts, I mean, Thomas and Martha really loved each other. I mean, even through
But
all
definitely a
the tragedy
bathroom. I want to make,
I
like,
guess Martha had some health
a
conditions
really
that
nice
made it difficult
bathroom.
for her during pregnancy. And with every pregnancy and birth, Martha would get sicker
I've
and
got the
sicker.
biggest
But I guess having
balls
babies
of them
really
all.
worked, you know, so Thomas was able
Oh,
to fulfill
man.
that role. Martha
Oh,
and
this is the
Thomas
most
ended up with 6 kids
ridiculous
together,
thing
but sadly only 2 survived. That's sad.
I love it so
Survived.
much. It really is a
In
McMansion. Like,
1782,
I would
Martha
never live. Like, it's giving me heart
on her
palpitations. I
deathbed,
would
she
never live
told
in a
Thomas
house
to never
this big.
remarry, so no
Like,
one else would
shit.
raise their daughters. And Thomas, of course, she's on her deathbed. He's like, yes,
This
baby, I love
house,
you.
maybe.
Well, maybe. He
The
promises
way this
this
one
to
is
her
is
grave.
built, it's like
But
it's a big house,
naturally, he
but
was totally devastated, and even it was said he was
like
suicidal after
definitely
Martha
outdoor,
had
like
passed. And because Martha
top
died,
area,
Thomas
make like a
inherited
little.
his father-in-law's
But like, would this be
massive
a
amount
bedroom?
of
Because it's like it just
properties,
has access to
including his
everywhere.
properties, were
Like,
about 100 enslaved workers. Now, this is where the complicated and hypocritical part
because this
comes
was a
in.
pre-build, it
As
didn't come with
mentored,
any walls.
Thomas took on several cases of enslaved people
Like
seeking
massive
freedom.
house.
He even waived his fee and took on the cases for free. And if the enslaved
Oh,
person
it's
lost the
truly not even
case,
a house. It
Thomas
is a
would give
fucking
them
McMansion.
money, which
It's
would like then
beautiful.
help them escape from their owners. And so much of his career
And then
is
a little
dedicated to the
420
abolition
spot,
of
little
slavery.
modest
Now, that was
420 spot.
great, great.
Make
We
you
love that.
seem
Now,
like
it's
the house
weird
isn't
because
that
Thomas
massive, but see, this is
Jefferson
just the
was
this is
the
like the
founding
back
father
door.
who
Like
he owned the most enslaved people.
this is the front door.
Make it make sense, right? I mean, at one point he owned
Oh,
over
I love
600
this so
people.
much.
600 people.
Oh,
And many of those people were just like
it's
whole
just it's
families.
so
Yeah.
massive and like
Eggs. One of those families
truly
were about to become
all that's gonna
employees
go
of
into it
Circus
is like a
Today's episode
bathroom
of
and
This
then a
Craft Tuesday.
bedroom and
During
probably
this
a
book,
shit ton of
John
420
Wales had
spots.
several
Like
children with an enslaved
just
woman
so I
named
can
Betty
travel to different
Edmonds,
parts.
which wasn't it
Every little
unusual looking
outdoor
back then?
area is gonna be a little
Sadly,
420 spot.
enslaved people had no way of refusing advances, or I mean, let's just say it,
I'm leaning towards having
results
this open
or
because this is our
rape
wishing
from their
well.
owners. And sadly,
So
one
I
of the
am
victims
kind
were
of leaning
inherited
towards
by
having
Thomas
this
Jefferson. I mean, that
just be an
didn't stop.
open
Thomas at one point was the minister of
bit.
France to the United States,
And then
and
up
he even
here,
lived in Paris for years. So he ends up taking
put in
one of the
walls.
Hemmings'
Or maybe we'll have
kids,
this be an open
James,
bit
who
too.
was a teenager at the time.
Dude,
And he takes him with him to France to be his butler. Thomas
because my
wanted
brain's
James to
hurt
live
right
near
now, I
France,
honestly don't know
particularly
what Pass
because
Amber
French food
was
was obsessed with
thinking.
French food. He
Like,
wanted to be
what?
able to enjoy it
So
without
much
back home to
fucking
America. So he told James that he could learn how to
space.
make French food and then like could teach him to chef
We're gonna put a
while he
couple
was in
bathrooms in this.
freedom.
Like, we'll put
Thomas,
one
on his
bathroom
wish,
at,
the
like,
Cajun
base
foods
ground.
we know today,
Yeah,
like
or,
tripe,
yeah.
became popular in America because of this
No.
deal. But the most
I mean,
famous thing
maybe?
Thomas was known for
No.
had nothing to do with food.
I don't
A couple
fucking
years
know.
later, his daughters
We're just gonna
married
continue to make the
Sally
shell
Hemings,
and then
bringing
put
them
the other stuff.
twins. Not long after they got there, Thomas and Sally started having a sexual
Oh my
relationship.
goodness.
Now, I hate to call it a relationship or an affair because, one, Sally was Thomas's property, and like we said earlier, she didn't really have a choice to say yes or no. And two, when Thomas got together with Sally, he was 44 and Sally was 14. Yeah, there are not many details about
Oh my gosh, I think we got it. Oh my gosh. I didn't check my email, but 3 hours ago, the manager at O Terrace got back to me. Just wanted to let you know I received the rental reference, and I'm going to get this all together and let you know our next steps. And then there's something from something that I don't know, but it has a check mark, so I'm assuming it's all legit. And it only came in 5 minutes ago. Do I call or do I wait? Did we get it? I think we got it. Did we get it? Did we get it? Did we get it? Did we get it? Oh, hey, there's a 47 in the office number. That is so awesome. I mean, she says she'll let me know. I It's just like it literally says real page at real page. So like my part of me's like, is that real? Is it real? Because this says thank you for your recent application. Your request was carefully considered and is approved. Yada yada yada. Sincerely, O Terrace. I already knew that I'd be hearing back from them today, and it was either gonna be a yes or a no. Um, I want to say it's a yes, but I'm still. Should I call? Should I wait for them to call? I feel like I just had a first date, and I'm like, oh god, that scared the shit out of me. Living is so much better than dying. I mean, do I need to do a last Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay, we're gonna load this. We're gonna toke. And then I think I'm gonna call. Okay. But if you happen to be lurking, twerking, watching incognitally right now, I think I have gotten the apartment. Which means that I will be moving. But I want to hear it from Deborah. I'm sure the emails are legit. I know the one from her is, but the other one has me a little side eye, a little sus, right? Okay, I'm so shaky right now. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, okay. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I'm gonna mute this to call. called, left a message. Either they'll get my message and call me back, or I'll be getting a call, potentially, possibly. I mean, it seems legit, and it does have like a little fancy check mark. Okay, let's make sure I'm not mime ambering it up. Because she has to call me with details. So I will wait. I think this is legit, because I just clicked it. Alright, well, we just be patient and wait. I'm good at that. I think we got it, though. I think we got it.
When or how it all got started, but we do know Sally was kind of like a nanny to Thomas's daughter. and Martha were half siblings. Got it? Okay, great. Which is kind of wild. Yeah. Sorry. I'm putting the pieces together right now, and I'm like, yeah, that is wild. So Sally ended up negotiating with Thomas, saying like, hey, listen, you have to promise me to free our child once they turn 18, okay? Or I ain't coming back, bitch. Which, essentially at this time, to make demands as a young teenager to your boss who impregnated you, I mean, that was very, very brave of her. Once they returned to America, the baby sadly passed away, but Sally went on to have 6 of Thomas's children. 4 of them survived to adulthood, and eventually it seems like Thomas did end up keeping his promise because he did free all 4 of the children he had with her, which is like the bare minimum, but now Sally never left Thomas's side, and she lived in a wing of his infamous estate.
Okay, that is the corner piece. Okay.
Plantation owners impregnating
I don't know if I have the
wasn't
corner piece.
unusual back then, which is like so sad, right? Oh my god. To high society, it was kind of like a secret that people just did not talk about. It was just something that they kept behind closed doors. Death to all of them! The people who were raping the women. Well, I mean, those doors were blown wide open when Thomas ran for president against John Adams. Thomas Jefferson was John Adams' vice president, and even though the two were like best friends at one point, competition really turned them against each other, naturally. During the presidential race, all the salacious articles started coming out, saying that Thomas was keeping a sex slave named Sally Hemings in his home and was even having children with her. Yes, I know. Which really just goes to show you that, like, even then, the media was nasty. Jeez, it's so annoying, ain't it? Anyways, it did some serious damage to Thomas's reputation, but eventually people, as they do, they got over it. I mean, this was the man who wrote the Declaration of Independence at the age of 33. Everyone's like, dude, give him a break. In 1800, Thomas went on to win the presidency, and 4 years later, he won re-election as well. Thomas and Sally's relationship lasted almost 40 years until Thomas died on July 4th, 1826, which is kind of silly, huh? I mean, yeah, he died on the day the Declaration of Independence was adopted, and on the same day his political rival John Adams died. Wow, what a story, huh? I guess on his deathbed, Thomas asked if he outlived Adams. After they confirmed that he did, Thomas then passed away a few hours later. That is petty. I love it though, that's funny. Thomas went on to be known as one of the most beloved presidents in history. I mean, he reduced the national debt, he founded the University of Virginia, there are countless memorials and schools across the world built in honor of him, which we love education and many things he did for the country, but there doesn't really seem to be proper acknowledgement about his history with the Hemings family out there. And, you would think that would, change. The final founding father in our deep dive is Mr. Benjamin Franklin. Now, compared to Washington and Jefferson, Benjamin was a much more mature, older man, I mean, he was 70 years old when the Declaration of Independence was written, which, essentially for that time, was ancient. I'm not saying it's ancient, I'm saying for that time it was, okay? Listen, you got it? Good. So we're taught in school that in 1752, Benjamin went outside during a storm and flew a kite with a key attached to it. Then it got struck by lightning, and ta-da! He discovered electricity. But the problem is, that story, and just like the George Washington with the cherry tree, it's made up. It's a lie. Everything's a lie. First of all, if this experiment played out how it's told in history class, researchers agree that Benjamin would have been toast. Yeah. Second of all, he didn't discover electricity. It was a well-known thing by the mid-1700s. Now, Benjamin did help Thomas write the Declaration.
Not what I
He was
anticipated.
important in the creation of the Constitution, but he was also a writer, a businessman, a scientist, an inventor, a diplomat, a because he went to work for his older brother in a newspaper print shop in Boston. And this experience working for a newspaper had a really big impact on young Benjamin. One, he learned the printing business, and two, Benjamin had a gift for writing. In fact, while working at the paper, he asked his brother to publish some of his work, but his brother did what all supportive older brothers do and told him, no, you're not going to do that. That's not going to happen. Okay, beat it. Then one day in 1722, letters started showing up at the newspaper offices. They were slipped under the door in the middle of the night, and the author was a widow who went by the name Miss Silence Dogood. Benjamin's brother published these letters, and his Boston readers were absolutely obsessed with it. They were living. The letters were entertaining, but also had like spicy commentary about citizens' rights, like freedom of speech, and it also poked fun at society in general. Long story short, these were words from a smart troublemaker. It was satire at its finest. Now, single men out there thought Miss Dogood was so witty and charming that they started sending marriage proposals to the newspaper. I mean, Miss Dogood put out 14 letters in total. It was popular. People loved it. But what they didn't know was that this middle-aged woman writing these smart letters, Miss Dogood, she was actually 16-year-old Ben Franklin. Catfish. Yeah. And when his brother found out, ooh, he was pissed and immediately stopped publishing the letters. This secured Benjamin's reputation as a guy who wasn't scared to piss off authority figures and challenge the establishment. Not long after this, Benjamin said, hey, fuck it, I'm out, and left his job working for his brother. He moved to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania in 1723. Philly became Benjamin's home base for the rest of his life. And over the next 30 years or so, I mean, he was just a busy man across the board. In the love department, he hooked up with his landlord's daughter, whatever, no big deal. And eventually he ended up marrying her. But in a surprising twist, Benjamin had a son named William. And it turns out it wasn't with his wife. To this day, I mean, no one really knows who the mother was, and yeah, and Benjamin and William, they would go on to like have serious bad blood between them. In the business department, Benjamin was doing well, okay? He was killing the game. He became like the official printer of Pennsylvania, and he bought and published a newspaper called the Pennsylvania Gazette. It became the most widely read paper in the colonies. Now this gave Benjamin a platform to really lean into the whole clever disruptor identity, Eventually, Benjamin became the richest guy in Pennsylvania after putting out a series of successful books called Poor Richard's Almanac. Now these books had everything. I mean, weather predictions, poems, puzzles, household hacks, and even astrology. Ooh, sounds fun, huh? Now once again, he was writing under a fake name. He was using the name Richard Saunders, and he published a new edition of this book every year. He did so for 25 years. And the colonists, they just loved it. They ate this shit up.
That is
He
fucking
sold about
satisfying.
10,000 copies a year, and that was, it may not sound like a lot now, but like back then, that was a shit ton, okay? That was a lot. So as Benjamin's status rose, so did his reputation and influence. But some people thought, that Benjamin guy, he's like really full of himself. Another founding father, John Adams, thought Benjamin was just a clever bullshitter who hogged the spotlight. Oh my god, you guys get over it. He's a good writer and people like him. Adams once said Benjamin's, quote, whole life has been one continued insult to good manners and decency. I know. A very old-timey burn, isn't it? Bring it back. But Benjamin didn't care. I mean, he was rubbing elbows with all the elite in early America, and he had friends in high places. Some of these friends ran the government of Pennsylvania, and they appointed him as the colony's representative to Parliament in
Beautiful.
England. And even in this position, he kept stirring the pot, which was about to bring America and England free for 15% off your next order. Terms apply. You see, in 1772, the governor of Massachusetts and his right-hand man sent a bunch of letters to Parliament in England, and I guess like in those letters, the governor was talking shit about his own people, I know, saying that the colonists don't deserve equal rights with the British, just going on and on and on, and then the governor thought searching high and low for whoever leaked these newspapers to the Boston newspaper, and eventually, on Christmas Day in 1773, Benjamin came forward and said, quote, "Oops, it was me. I was just trying to help you guys. No big deal." Direct quote, I'm sure. Benjamin was called before a British council for, what he did. Now, they went in on him hard, just yelling at him, disciplining him, making him feel shameful and humiliated, and then they fired him. And that was the straw that broke the camel's back. Honestly, I never understood that saying. Why are you poking a camel with a straw? Doesn't make sense. Benjamin was now officially ready to take on the British. And just 2 years later, the Revolutionary War, it breaks out, pitting the colonies versus the British. Now, we don't need to go into the nitty-gritty of it all, because, but what you should know is, you remember Benjamin's son, William? Well, he was on Team England, while Benjamin was on Team America. So, after the war broke out, William
Team
stayed
America.
loyal to the
Fuck
British
yeah.
Navy, while Benjamin was off helping Thomas Jefferson put together the Declaration of Independence. And William was arrested by American soldiers and held as a political prisoner. He would end up spending years in jail, including 8 months in solitary confinement. And at any point, Benjamin could have used his influence to free his son, but he didn't. He's like, nah. It's very Stalin, But Benjamin could be stubborn and petty, just like these other men. This father-son relationship never recovered, and during his final years on Earth, Benjamin became America's first ambassador to France. And while he was there, he became a celebrity and a fashion icon. Okay, sure. And girl, he really leaned into it. He loved the attention. His outfits were understated, but he wore like a super big fur hat, and it became like his trademark. I love it. And created this idea that Americans were like rustic, but intellectual frontiersmen. That's what the fur hat was giving. Yeah. French women even mimicked the look with oversized wigs in a style they called hairdo a la Franklin. That's funny, actually. They wanted to look like him. Odd choice, but okay, ladies. Benjamin died on April 17th, 1790. He also died rich. Historians aren't exactly sure what his net worth was, but they all agree it was in the tens of millions of dollars. Did he bury it somewhere?
Ooh, actually, it's kind of satisfying because it's
Most of his estate
right around that window. That
Sarah.
worked out nicely.
And obviously, he repeatedly William a bunch of petty things. He's like, nah, you're good, bro. Benjamin even left $2,000 to the city of Philly and another $2,000 to the city of Boston. Now, a lot of people swear Benjamin was a president. I thought so too, and it turns out that he wasn't. He wasn't a president. Duh. It's giving very Mandela effect, isn't it? Or maybe it's just because I just didn't know, really. Okay. So, yeah, Benjamin was not president. If you learn anything new, that's what you're gonna learn today. To be fair, he had presidential level recognition, and even to this day, because it's him and not George or Thomas on the freaking $100 bill. Boom, bitches, I'm on the 100. And the last thing I'll mention summarizes Benjamin perfectly. He was a fan of what he called air baths. Instead of actually washing himself, he instead would take off his clothes, get completely naked, and just sit right in front of his first floor window. And he would just air it out. Just air everything out. And he believed that it was good for his health. And speaking of airing it all out, that's kind of like the point of this whole episode, right? Just getting to know each other a little bit more. So look, we can all agree that it's important to remember the past and honor history when appropriate, but it becomes a real slippery slope when we build the founding fathers up as gods. Because when we do that, people start worshiping them, and then it becomes a mortal sin to disagree with them. And next thing you know, it's starting to feel like one big patriotic cult. Did these guys have some good ideas? Sure. Were they trailblazers? Definitely. But they didn't do it alone, right? And they also had some real flaws. They did a lot of shady-ass things.
think it will fit
This
perfectly.
podcast is executive produced by
I guess we'll
Bailey
find
Sarah
out.
Junia McNeely from 3 Arts, Kevin Crush, and Matt Enlow from Maiden Network. A big thank you to our writers, Joey Scavuzzo, Katie Burris, Allison Villalobos, and me, Bailey Surya. Writer's assistant, Casey Colton. Production lead, Brian Jaggers. Research provided by the Dark History Researcher Team. I'm your host, Bailey Sarian. Okay, wow, woo!
Perfect.
That was long. So now it's
God
time
damn.
for Pop Quiz, where you listen.
Satisfying.
You know the answers? We'll see. Which founding father was known for being a foodie and brought mac and cheese to the White House? You have an answer? Well, if you guessed Thomas Jefferson, you've been paying attention. Gold star. Thomas lived to eat. He even had his own pasta maker. And without him, we might not have gotten ice cream in the United States for a very long time. Now, I'd love to hear your reactions to today's story, so make sure to use the hashtag #DarkHistory over on social media so I can follow along and see what you're saying. Oh my god, look, we have a comment here. What does it say? Let me read it to you. Fitz said, quote, I feel like Bailey is having a real glow-up moment. I mean, she has always been drop dead gorgeous, but lately she's been, like, really slaying. Oh my god. That was so nice of you. Thank you so much. It's natural. Bridget Blakemore commented that I should look into the death of St. Lawrence for an episode. So I did. And apparently, when he was being burned alive, he shouted, quote, I'm done on this side. Turn me over. End quote. Honestly, that's really funny. I would put that on a shirt. Hilarious. Love the idea. Thank you for recommending. We'll get on it. Maddie Garth commented that, quote, Bailey, Joan, and Paul are legit my last functioning brain cells. I light up my Thursday seeing Bailey. Aw, thanks, Maddie. Maybe get that looked at. Because if these are your brain cells, then I don't know if you're doing all right. Anywho, I hope you have a great rest of your day. You make good choices. I hope you learned something new. And I'll be talking to you next week. Goodbye!
You know, that's the sound of another sale on your online Shopify store. But did you know Shopify powers selling in person too? That's right. Shopify is the sound of selling everywhere. Online, in-store, on social media, and beyond. Shopify POS is your command center for your retail store. From accepting payments to managing inventory, Shopify has everything you need to sell in person. With Shopify, you get a powerhouse selling partner that effortlessly unites your in-person and online sales into one source of truth. Track every sale across your business in one place and know exactly what's in stock. Connect with customers in line and online.
Yeah.
Shopify helps you drive store traffic with plug-and-play tools built for marketing campaigns from TikTok to Instagram and beyond. Get hardware that fits your business. Take payments by smartphone, transform your tablet into a point-of-sale system, or use Shopify as a mobile device for a battle-tested solution. Plus,
Fuck yeah. It looks so
Shopify's
good.
marketing help is there to support your success every step of the way. Do retail right with Shopify. Sign up for a $1 per month trial period at shopify.com/podcast20.
My beautiful
All lowercase.
McMansion castle.
Shopify.com/podcast20 to take your retail business to the next level today. Shopify.com/podcast20.
Something terrible happened to me.
Ah! I wanted to make a giant castle because there's some pretty fucking massive pre-builds in the stone
It was the one that I was saving because I was going to take it
bits.
to lunch the next day, and I was
Like,
looking forward to it.
we've built this one.
No
It's
shame.
massive.
Hello, I was upset, and I know some of you can relate at home, 'cause you're coming home and
So
you're
I
right down
wanted
like
to
my
build
guest
like my
buddies.
own
Leftover
sort of
theft
one,
is a serious
and
problem.
it's
And it
turning
seems like
out
every year it's getting
so
worse. So I asked myself,
fucking
maybe,
awesomely.
what would happen if I tried to get a law passed about this? And how the hell do you get a law
Oh
passed?
yeah, you can't even see the tower from down here.
Around and I found out. And along the way,
Yeah,
I
you
learned a
still
lot about
can't.
this
I
country,
love it.
specifically how the branches of our government work. And I'm excited because I learned some things, and they're quite interesting, and I want to share them with you. So let's go. history. Hi, how's it going? Great. Now, if you're new here, this is a chance to learn the history about stuff that for some reason were not in our school books. You know, maybe the stuff that they left out for some kind of reason, I don't know. But we're gonna find out together. Me and you, we're gonna learn. You know, let's do it. Hold my hand. We're gonna learn. All you have to do is sit back, relax, and let's talk about that hot, juicy history, guys. So when I was learning about the founding fathers for the last episode, I had an honest realization. You know, like, I don't remember learning about how our government actually functions. I remember it being really confusing. I knew that. Like, there's branches, has to do with, like, a tree, something like that. And I know there's someone who does checks and balances, but you know, I don't know. So I do know that someone balances these checks that I'm speaking about, and like usually there's one person in charge of all of it, I think. But I never really think about like any of this until it's time to vote, really, right? But I mean, all of it's so complicated, you know. And it's like, why are they trying to confuse us? And I think the answer is yes, really. There are so many different moving parts to this giant machine that is our government, and it's crazy that we're like every 4 years we are supposed to pick the people who will run it best, right? It's kind of like getting on an airplane and being told that you have to vote for who the captain should be, right? Like, first of all, step one, do I know how a plane works? So then how do I pick a captain? You know? Are we just guessing? Is it a raffle? So, friends, today we're going to
Is
figure
it a
out how the
raffle?
government works. Once upon a time, the founding fathers created the Constitution in 1787. And that's 11 years after the colonies of
Starting to
America
feel
said,
the
screw
medicine
you,
and
England.
the magic of
Boo. We don't want
games
tea. We
are
want
starting to
cocaine in our syrup. It
ease my
declared
soul a little
independence
bit,
from rape.
and
So the Constitution was essentially like a
actually
list of laws that
feel
set the
hunger and
boundaries for young America. It's kind of similar to the Ten Commandments. Now, a lot of people think the Constitution is untouchable, but I found out that our founding
gotta
fathers actually believe these laws
do
should
some
be
dishes.
rewritten once every 20 years to reflect how society naturally changes over time. It's like, oh wow, really?
Okay, I
That's
definitely
sick.
did not
That
do
makes
that
sense,
right.
right?
Supposed to
Duh.
come
So maybe
to
they'd
the edge
update
of
it
it.
to where it makes
Okay.
sense now. Like, put your fucking blinker on. That should be in the Constitution. It's not that hard. It helps all of us. First of all, it says something about bearing arms, right? Bear arms? But how do we know they didn't mean literal bears? Exactly. Vote for me. Literal bears. Anyway, the Constitution established the most important parts of our government, the three branches, separation of powers, as well as checks and balances. Don't leave me, okay? I know. Sorry to get boring, but let me tell you, you're probably wondering, like, why are there multiple branches, right? Well, that's where the separation of powers and checks and balances comes in. The founding fathers wanted to make sure that one branch wouldn't be more powerful than the other, and, you know, maybe start running the show, calling the shots. It's the same reason why I have Joan and Paul here. They keep me humble, or something. What should I say about Joan? She looks good. Are you a judge? What are you judging? You're making laws? I know, I'm tired too. Oh, Paul! Are you a judge? It's cool to hear. So think back to when your high school football captain decided to run for president of student council, okay? And he's promising all sorts of stuff, like, I'm gonna put vending machines on every corner of the school, and homework's gonna disappear. Oh, and everyone gets laid on Friday. No, they're making all these wild claims. Everyone's going wild. Tits are flying. And then guess what? They elect him. And then what happens? Nothing. You never hear about it again. Like, what's the whole point? You know, none of those things can happen without the school board and the principal giving the green light and allowing it. So it never happens, right? Okay, so that little scenario I just painted you is like how our checks and balances within our government work. Just think of that, okay? Laws are like the skeleton of America, and the checks and balances are the body that keeps everything together. Oh, I like that, you know? And I figured the best way to learn about the government, like how it all works, would be to pass a law. People have been making and passing laws in America for hundreds of years. And our right as an American citizen to know how to pass one, right? Shouldn't we all know? So, Bailey, Joan, Paul, how the hell do you pass a law? Crickets. Okay. So I wanted to create a law because something happened to me a while ago and it was awful. It was terrible. Okay, so one night I ordered this really good pizza. I treated myself. I planned the whole night. I put on my fuzzy socks, my big comfy t-shirt, a pair of, I don't know what I was wearing, just imagine whatever fantasy you want. I was wearing it. I sat my ass on my couch and I turned on orders. And I ordered myself a delicious pizza. I was in for the night, bitch. The crust, buttery, soft, crunchy, but like still doughy. Pepperoni, don't even get me started. It was dripping all over. It was dripping all over. And you know, in the end, I was sad because I couldn't finish it, but I was like, you know what? I'm gonna save this and eat it for tomorrow. And I knew tomorrow was gonna be a good day because I was gonna have that good ass pizza. So then I go to bed. Right, the next morning I grab the leftovers, I bring it to work, which is at the time at an electronics store that I won't mention, but it sounds like Hesai. I put the pizza in the breakfast room fridge, and I'm like, okay, I'm coming back for you, can't wait, 12:30, bitch, lunchtime, me and you, babe. I made a date, closed it, boom, lunchtime comes around, beep bop boop, clock out, go to the break room, open the fridge, guess what? Guess what? My pizza was gone. It was gone. Someone like literally out here with no manners just ate my food? Yeah, I first of all shook it to the core, right? Because who does that? We're grown-up adults. We're well above our 30s now. Like, what is happening? Okay, anyways, I won't go on. I'm still to this day.
God damn it.
Triggered.
You're backwards.
So I wrote a note. I was like, who fucking took my pizza? And I put that on the fridge. And I got fired, and that's another story. So this happened at work, and I kind of had my eye on one person specifically. I'm going to say her name was Reba, okay? And Reba was the type of person who, she would never tell me the truth. You know, she would never confess. And the more I talked about this issue with people, the more I realized that everyone has either been a Reba or a Bailey. What if there was a law around this? You know, because every time you ask around, people have different opinions or answers as to like who gets the leftovers. It's weird. And usually when two people disagree about something, that's where the law comes in to settle it, right? And after all, aren't we all born with the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of day-old peace?
You know, that's the sound of another sale on your online Shopify store. But did you know Shopify powers selling in person too? That's right. Shopify is the sound of selling everywhere. Online, in-store, on social media, and beyond. Shopify POS is your command center for your retail store. From accepting payments to managing inventory, Shopify has everything you need to sell in person. With Shopify, you get a powerhouse selling partner that effortlessly unites your in-person and online sales into one source of truth. Track every sale across your business in one place and know exactly what's in stock. Connect with customers in-line and online. Shopify helps you drive store traffic with plug-and-play tools built for marketing campaigns from TikTok to Instagram and beyond. Get hardware that fits your business. Take payments by smartphone, transform your tablet into a point-of-sale system, or use Shopify's POS Go mobile device for a battle-tested solution. Plus, Shopify's award-winning help is there to support your success every step of the way. Do retail right with Shopify. Sign up for a $1 per month trial period at shopify.com/podcast20, all lowercase. Go to shopify.com/podcast20 to take your retail business to the next level today. Shopify.com/podcast20.
Take a minute to check your social battery. How's it doing? Does the thought of social events make you feel excited or exhausted? It's easy to ignore our social batteries and spread ourselves thin, especially at this time of year when gatherings are picking up again after the winter. But it's important to find the right amount of socializing for you and still give yourself the time to recharge. Therapy can give you the self-awareness to build a social life that doesn't drain your battery. And when you are feeling worn out from socializing, therapy can give you the tools you need to take care of yourself and recharge. Because a full battery is the key to a full life. BetterHelp offers offers affordable online therapy on a schedule that works for you. Connect with a licensed therapist by text, phone, or video call. Start the process in minutes and switch therapists anytime. Find your social sweet spot with BetterHelp. Visit betterhelp.com/darkhistory today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/darkhistory.
So I sat down at my desk and I smoked a little bit of the devil's lettuce, and I started to think about all of the ins and outs of what would make a good leftover law. I got my what's it called? Quill. I got my quill, and I dipped it in ink, and I took my chicken nuggets, dipped it in the barbecue sauce, and I got to writing. So first of all, I had to ask myself some questions like, what counts as leftovers? Can't remember how to spell leftovers. Yeah. Do they become leftovers the second they go into that little box? Or do they become leftovers in the fridge? Is there a minimum amount of time they need to be in the fridge? And does the fridge placement matter? And if it's not my fridge, it's a work fridge, does a location matter? I had a lot of questions. This is a very nitty-gritty issue. When you really think about it, you digest it, you break it down. Kind of relatable and understandable. I think we've all, right? We've kind of encountered this on some degree. So, this leftover law, of course, we want it to be a law that is all over the country, not just the state we each live in, right? I'm blanking. So that means we want to pass what is called a federal law. And in order to do that, this law is going to have to visit every branch of the government. So right off the bat, you don't need to be elected to any office or hold any special degree to propose a law. Anyone can do it. I don't know if you can, girl. I'll circle back. But anyone can really do it. Your crazy uncle, your neighbor, your dog. I'm sorry, not your dog. Aunt Barbara. She's dead. Anyways, it kind of feels like a hack that not a lot of us know about, right? But also better if some don't. Just let them have fun. So the next thing to do is write down our idea for this law. And something I thought that was pretty cool was that it doesn't need to be written out in fancy legal jargon on fancy stationery. It could literally be written by a 7-year-old on a Five Guys napkin from your glove box. Also, guess what? They accept emails too. I know. So now you're like, Bailey, whoa, calm those tits. How the hell am I supposed to know who my local representative is? I know. Tits calmed. I'll tell you, it's actually really easy to find. All you need to do is go to the House of Representatives website. Their website, you don't have to show up to their house, okay? You're going to put in your zip code. Boom. Hit the enter button. And it's going to spit out who your local representative is. Yeah, and all this information is public. So,
It's 420 for my best tutor.
Helps you out. Now, the main reason you need to involve this representative is because you need them to be what is called a sponsor. And no. It's not like HelloFresh. Love you, HelloFresh. But it's not like a HelloFresh sponsor. It's a person who is co-signing on your idea. They're backing you up. They're like, hey, that's great. Sponsor. And getting a sponsor is important because, this person joins whatever cause you're going for. And they're going to use their own political power to help pretty much get everyone what they need to pass a law. Great. I mean, as Lady Gaga once said numerous times, there can be 100 people in a room, and even if 99 don't believe in you, you just need one who does. So if we really want to up our chances of getting this bill seriously considered, we also want to add someone called a co-sponsor, aka, someone else to join the cause and use their political power to help us in our law. In a perfect world, this co-sponsor is from the opposite political party. This shows that, hey everyone, we can all agree that this law should happen. I know, it's like everyone coming together and being like, yeah, same. And it's beautiful. This is what is called a bipartisan issue because everyone cares about the cause, left wing, right wing, don't touch my leftover chicken wing. That's really the greater point here. So at this point, our idea is what's known as a bill. It's not like a law yet, it's just a bill. So let's say our leftovers bill has been sponsored by important people on both sides. Yay. So, just like that, our sponsors take our leftover bill and present it to Congress. Now, Congress is made up of two parts, the House of Representatives and the Senate. And all this together gives us our first branch of the government, the legislative branch. Yeah. And they are the ones who are responsible for writing laws. This branch exists because of us. I mean, we are the ones that elect them. Yeah, you. The House of Representatives has 435 members, and between them, they represent all 50 states. And every state has a different amount of representatives because it's based on the population of the state they come from. So if you take a big state like California, real big, real juicy, meaty, has some girth to it, they have 57 representatives. But a state like Alaska has only one. Yeah, they only got one. Either way, all these representatives are the ones to actually get the leftover bill idea really going. So the first thing they need to do is get that bar napkin, that little idea that was written down on the napkin, they need to get that to sound more legit. So this is when they actually take that little document and they write it into official government language. You know, the language that none of us understand? Translators. That's what they really are doing for us. Yeah, so they, our sponsor links up with a bunch of super smart legal people, you know, and they all write it out. And it's literally a different language, like per section 40 of the United States Civil Code subsection 5104 E2C, published for December readers. Girth. So essentially, our idea of the law is like us. It's kind of like when you're humming a tune, and then the legal nerds, they take that tune that you're humming and they turn it into like sheet music. It's kind of beautiful when you think about it. So you guys are dancing a beautiful waltz. Okay. Hey, look, in the end, all that matters is that the sheet music, right, comes out beautifully and that the orchestra can read it. And in this case, the orchestra is Congress. Bitch. Yep, we're making a law. Get in line. So then our sponsor prints out the leftovers bill and marches his political ass into the United States Capitol building. Now, quick reminder, the United States Capitol is one of the most iconic buildings in Washington, D.C. It's white with a bunch of columns and has the round top to it. It kind of looks like an upside-down diva cup. So once they get inside with our bill in hand, our sponsor heads into the Chamber of Secrets. I'm just kidding. It's called the House Chamber. But it sounds very BDSM, huh? I know. All that girth. Now, the House Chamber is a giant room in the United States Capitol. There's like royal blue carpet and hundreds of chairs that are organized in a semicircle facing the podium where somebody called the Speaker of the House is standing. The Speaker of the House is kind of like a manager of the store, of a store. And they call like the shots and they decide what product or bill the group is going to be pushing this week, you know. So our sponsor walks up to the
So I think
center
I got
aisle
it.
of the chamber and heads to something called
They want to
the
start
hopper.
verifying
The
my income,
hopper
which is my
a
child
cute
support,
wooden
and they already
box
have
hanging
that
off the
paper.
side of a clerk's desk. Oh, it's honestly like those little Payless shoe
So it's just a
boxes
matter
that
of me
hang off
filling
their
out some
desks
stuff,
at school. Valentine's Day?
and then I'm
And
assuming
like the Valentine's
tomorrow would be
boxes
when I
would be
find
sometimes
out
for some kids, but not all
the
kids.
actual,
But like the hopper
like, official
would be
move-in.
packed. Mine was always empty. Oh my god, it was so embarrassing. Trauma! The minute the sponsor drops the paperwork in, our bill is on her way to finally being
So.
law. But before that, things are about to get dramatic.
You know, that's the sound of another sale on your online Shopify store. But did you know Shopify powers selling in person too? That's right, Shopify is the sound of selling everywhere. Online, in-store, on social media, and beyond. Shopify POS is your command center for your retail store. From accepting payments to managing inventory, Shopify has everything you need to sell in person. With Shopify, you get a powerhouse selling partner that effortlessly unites your in-person and online sales into one source of truth. Track every sale across your business in one place and know exactly what's in stock. Connect with customers in line and online. Shopify helps you drive store traffic with plug-and-play tools built for marketing campaigns from TikTok to Instagram and beyond. Get hardware that fits your business. Take payments by smartphone, transform your tablet into a point-of-sale system, or use Shopify's POS Go
Papers from
mobile
selling
device
the
for a
house.
battle-tested solution. Plus, Shopify's award-winning help is there to support your success every step of the way. Do retail right with Shopify. Sign up for a $1 per month trial period at shopify.com/podcast20, all lowercase. Go to shopify.com/podcast20 to take your retail business to the next level today. Shopify.com/podcast20.
Take a minute to check your social battery. How's it doing? Does the thought of social events make you feel excited or exhausted? It's easy to ignore our social batteries and spread ourselves thin, especially at this time of year when gatherings are picking up again after the winter. But it's important to find the right amount of socializing for you and still give yourself the time to recharge. Therapy can give you the self-awareness to build a social life that doesn't drain your battery. And when you are feeling worn out from socializing, therapy can give you the tools you need to take care of yourself and recharge. Because a full battery is the key to a full life. BetterHelp offers affordable online therapy on a schedule that works for you. Connect with a licensed therapist by text, phone, or video call. Start the process in minutes and switch therapists anytime. Find your social sweet spot with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/darkhistory today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/darkhistory.
Next, the bill is assigned to something called a committee. And this committee, there's like dozens of representatives from both political parties there. So their whole purpose is to debate the pros and cons of a bill. So in this specific case, most likely you would probably go to something like the Committee of Agriculture. The Agriculture Committee holds hearings on most bills that are food related. So the leftovers bill is like right up their alley. So that's why the leftovers bill would make sense here. Right. So they decide, should it move forward, should it be adjusted, or should the bill die?
Okay, let's see.
Now this is the
Be
part where all of the bill's questions are
this.
addressed and sorted. Literally every single detail you can think of, they will sort and
Yes.
address questions.
This is everything
Right. Now,
from when I sold
but
my house. So I'll bring this with me.
literally be discussed if my leftover bill was up for debate in committee. They would ask questions like, at what point does food technically become leftovers? Once everyone stops eating or when it's boxed up? Once it's in someone's fridge, does it become their sole property? If so, do leftovers depend on location? What if more than one person paid for them? You know, there's always that kind of dumb guy who's like asleep most of the time. Somehow he's in. He'll usually get up and move.
Oh my gosh. Holy shit, that is like the best. His fucking hair.
Everyone's like, yeah, what about ramen? Because, I mean, how do you
Oh
split
my
ramen?
gosh.
The noodles clump together, right? It's in the fridge. You can't eat the next day. You can't split it. You have to, they crumble. So that guy made some sense, and then he just disappeared again. You just get left with a lot of questions, and they're going to figure out all of them in this process. So this could be discussed endlessly within the committee, because if something is going to become a law, our politicians need to think about every single angle. But it gets complicated because one politician wants to be petty and, you know, just add something to the bill. There are times, unfortunately, where politicians take into account, like, who they owe favors to. So if one of the guys is, like, involved with a plastic bag corporation, he'd be like, well, food should only be stored in plastic bags. Does that make sense? Then usually someone else wants to throw in their 2 cents, and before you know it, the leftover bill has so much stacked on top of it, it could fall over like a Christmas tree with way too many ornaments. So our bill gets a few bullshit things attached, then it gets debated again among the representatives, and then we wait. And who knows how long this shit could take, but like a few days later, maybe, your phone starts blowing up, bling, 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 and you're like, oh my god, you get a text, text. The House of Representatives has approved your leftover bill. Yes, work that pussy out, bitch. Period. And you're like, oh my god. Ah! And you go out and celebrate and get a little turn. Just me? Okay. So now our leftover bill gets to move on to the next part of our legislative branch. The Senate. The Senate is kind of like Raya. Oh yeah, Raya, the dating app. Have you heard of it? It's hard to get into. There's only a few members. No, literally, they let everybody in, but they won't let me in. I've been on the waiting list for a year. Okay? So like with Raya, I have no idea what's going on in there. Really? I hear it's lame. But, really. I mean, I hear it's lame. But I'm just kidding. But really, because the Senate only has 100 members total because each of the 50 states gets 2 of them. So the Senate and the House, they keep each other in check. So each branch doesn't have too much power. That was a hard one for me to say. But the thing is, the House and the Senate, they rarely agree, okay? So things just never get decided because everyone is stubborn and no one wants to budge. It's like having a younger or older sister who will never admit to stealing your jeans right out of your closet, even though you just saw her wearing them at school yesterday. In the Senate, the leftover bill goes through even more committees, more debating. This is the part that's like real boring, okay? This is the part where you can just hang out at the bar and let them work it out. I mean, after they finish arguing with each other, they vote on the bill, and if you get like 51 of the 100 senators to vote yes, then your bill will go to the executive branch. Yeah, cool, huh? Or my bill, I should say, because I'm passing one. And the branch is actually in charge of enforcing the law that we create. Guess who's in charge of it? I'll give you a hint. It's a person you and I decide to vote into the office every 4 years. There's lots of arguments about them at Thanksgiving sometimes. Yeah,
I just gotta
you know
hope
you
they
love the
are
president of
like
the United
checking their
States.
email.
You know, they just all suck. And
like
they
I'm hoping
ruin
it's
family
up right
dinners.
there.
Now,
So
the
like the
president
moment
has a
that I
hard
sent that, it
ass
like
job.
went
I mean, he's
ding.
trying to run a country with like
And she's just in the
331
middle
million
of
people.
something.
Okay, you try. It's like really hard. You know, it's like trying to order for a table of very picky eaters. You got that stupid cousin who can't have any dairy, and you're like, what? Well, there goes our dessert. And then there's Charlotte. Charlotte doesn't like to eat freaking any meat or anything like that. She's vegan or whatever, which is fine, Charlotte. But like, why are you at a pizza place when you are vegan, Charlotte? She's like, oh, I can get something to eat. I could always find. No. And then Bozo next to you that you're dating, okay? He sucks. He's not even gonna pay. Anyways, so where am I talking about? Oh, yeah, I'm talking about presidents. So the president... oh, yeah, being a president's hard. And as the head of the executive branch and the military, the president has a lot on his plate. But when it comes to passing a law, a president they don't even do that much. No, they don't do nothing really. So, like, if our law is now just sitting on the president's desk, and his main job is to decide, you know, to sign it or
I
not.
kind of wish
He
they
really
had
actually
called.
has 3 different
So then
options.
I could have just
One,
like been
the
like
dude in charge
everything looks
can
good.
say
When can
like,
you come in
hell
this weekend? I've
yeah,
been like,
I really
tomorrow
want
work
to
for
sign
you?
this. So that's
Like,
one option. He could
and that's
decide
what I
to
said in
veto the
the
bill,
email. I'm
which
just
is
like,
equivalent to like swiping
I'm
left or just
hoping that
swiper no
they get back
swipe
to
me.
it.
Get it away. And then the final option, which a lot of people, one thing a lot of us just don't think about is they could just let it sit and do nothing with it. And this is called a pocket veto. Yeah, so they'll just let it sit and marinate and get lost under all the other paperwork, you know? And this move could be like useful if a bill comes to the president that is a very hot button type of bill, and he doesn't want to say yes or no because either way it's going to piss off a lot of people. So instead they do nothing. They just let it sit there. I would love to be a maid. I just go in and sign the ones that, for.
You know, that's the sound of another sale on your online Shopify store. But did you know Shopify powers selling in person too? That's right. Shopify is the sound of selling everywhere. Online, in-store, on social media, and beyond. Shopify POS is your command center for your retail store. From accepting payments to managing inventory, Shopify has everything you need to sell in person. With Shopify, you get a powerhouse selling partner that effortlessly unites your in-person and online sales into one source of truth. Track every sale across your business in one place and know exactly what's in stock. Connect with customers in-line and online. Shopify helps you drive store traffic with plug-and-play tools built for marketing campaigns from TikTok to Instagram and beyond. Get hardware that fits your business. Take payments by smartphone, transform your it into a point-of-sale system, or use Shopify's POS Go mobile device for a battle-tested solution. Plus, Shopify's award-winning help is there to support your success every step of the way. Do retail right with Shopify. Sign up for a $1 per month trial period at shopify.com/podcast20, all lowercase. Go to shopify.com/podcast20 to take your retail business to the next level today. Shopify.com/podcast20.
Take a minute to check your social battery. How's it doing? Does the thought of social events make you feel excited or exhausted? It's easy to ignore our social batteries and spread ourselves thin, especially at this time of year when gatherings are picking up again after the winter. But it's important to find the right amount of socializing for you and still give yourself the time to recharge. Therapy can give you the self-awareness to build a social life that doesn't drain your battery. And when you are feeling worn out from socializing, therapy can give you the tools you need to take care of yourself and recharge.
Now I just
Because
wait.
a full battery is the
Check
key
our
to
email.
a full life.
Hope
BetterHelp
that
offers affordable
I need more
online
water.
therapy on a schedule that works for you. Connect with a licensed therapist by text, phone, or video call. Start the process in minutes and switch therapists anytime. Find your social sweet spot with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/darkhistory today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/darkhistory.
Alright, so let's just say that the president signs our bill. It's now officially a law. Congratulations! This means we made it, we did it. And now, like, it's a felony to steal leftovers. Oh, this can be terrible, couldn't it? Yes. And people who break this law.
I know I want to make myself some oatmeal, but I gotta do some dishes in order to do so.
The lawbreaker's ass is banned.
The sink is full.
Watch yourself. They're out there. So, now that we got this law, let's say I told a couple of my coworkers at Shmishmishmai
I'm
about it.
gonna
And they too have experienced
finish.
leftover theft by someone in the office.
Brrr!
So they get a camera all set up.
Excuse me.
Break through to catch Reba's pizza stealing ass in action. And sure enough,
I want to finish
guess who
the
comes
tower,
waltzing into the break room? Ooh,
at least, and then I think I'm gonna continue to listen to my podcast, but put it in my ear. Ow! Make sure to have a chair set up so I can sit down quickly if I need to, because my left knee is just extra fucking achy today, which is kind of interesting because I want to start packing stuff up, because I'm pretty sure we got it, and that means that Wednesday I'll be paying my last rent here, because the end of the month I'll be moving out. June 1st will be the day that I move everything in. We're 1 month away from moving, I think.
So he was like, oh, I can't afford an attorney. I work at Schmish.
It's such a
And then the
wild
mysterious
process.
voice on the other end says, don't worry about it, kid. Even though she's like 45. We got you. And guess what? The other end says, don't worry about it, kid. It's Reba's lucky damn day. Because that phone call came from a person who works for something called a Special Interest Group, or SIG. I know, I thought SIG was something like Life Alert. I always thought it had to do something like that, but that, no, it's not. And this SIG is a political group dedicated to protecting small businesses. Specifically, the small businesses that make the boxes for leftovers. They go by the name Big Box Leftovers, or BBL if you're nasty. And BBL is pissed off because their profits have taken a huge hit since the leftover law passed. And yeah, apparently like people are too afraid to even take leftovers now. Not I say. Nay, nay. But in this case, the whole place, the whole country's been affected because of the choices I made. BBL gets Reba a flashy lawyer, and this lawyer takes us into the final branch of government. Because we ain't done, bitch. The most secretive branch of them all. by the judge. In other words, like those big SIGs working for big box leftovers. So Reba's attorney wants to sue the federal government, and to do that, they file a case in a federal district court. Here's what they're claiming. This is like the never-ending song. It goes on and on and on. Reba is suing the government, saying that the leftovers law is BS and violates her constitutional rights as an American citizen. She claims getting arrested for leftovers is a violation of her 8th Amendment rights, which do not include bear arms. That's like the only animal involved. Excessive bail shall not be required, nor excessive fines imposed, nor cruel and unusual punishments inflicted. Does anyone know what the hell that says? No. But essentially, Reba and her lawyers are claiming getting arrested for stealing leftovers is just too much. It's cruel. It's unusual. And everybody makes mistakes. Just like the great Hannah Montana once said. Everybody has mistakes. Everybody knows what I'm talking about. Everybody gets that way. That slaps. Jail is not the answer for Reba. The case kicks off. I mean, there's opening statements from both sides. There's evidence. There's witnesses. There's exhibits, expert testimony. You know, it's just the whole show. It's a circus. And then things start to get very nitpicky. I mean, there are witnesses supporting Reba, saying that the leftovers law should be canceled because it's too broad. And I'm like, shut up. I just tried my best. And, you know, that it should only apply to, like, cold leftovers or nothing at all. And then another witness comes in supporting the leftover law because they'd have horrible experience with leftover theft. So after hearing each side go back and forth, the judge is ready to rule. And guess what? The federal judge rules that the leftover law still slaps. Yeah, and they're like, hey, this law actually can remain a law in the United States. The judge says Reba getting arrested was constitutional because she took a coworker's private property. But here's the thing about our judicial branch. If you lose a case, you can appeal the decision multiple times. So, I mean, this thing could really go back and forth for years. Good luck, Reba. You need a girl. If the case is argued in court, like a ton, it can eventually make its way up to the Supreme Court of the United States of America. And that's probably what's going to happen with Reba's case. Now, today, the Supreme Court is made up of 9 judges. Now, of the 9 Supreme Court judges, there's one in charge, and they're called the Chief Justice. All of them are nominated by the president, but the Senate still has to vote to approve the president's nomination. So, if the president nominates Oscar the Grouch to be in Supreme Court, that doesn't mean Oscar should get ready for his custom black robe fitting. It means Oscar has to be approved by the members of the Senate. Checks and balances. Are you following? Okay, look, there's like a big public hearing where the potential Supreme Court justice is questioned about their past and all of that, and then if the Senate gives them the thumbs up, they are appointed to the Supreme Court forever. Yeah, forever. It's kind of weird. They spend the rest of their life forever. That's lame. They can either, like, choose to step down, or they have to die on the job, really. And that's really it. That's questionable. Here's a crazy thought. How about we pass a law where they can only serve 2 years in the Supreme Court, and then they're replaced? I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud, you guys.
You know, that's the sound of another sale on your online Shopify store. But did you know Shopify powers selling in person too? That's right, Shopify is the sound of selling everywhere. Online, in-store, on social media, and beyond. Shopify POS is your command center for your retail store. From accepting payments to managing inventory, Shopify has everything you need to sell in person. With Shopify, you get a powerhouse selling partner that effortlessly unites your in-person and online sales into one source of truth. Track every sale across your business in one place and know exactly what's in stock. Connect with customers in-line and online. Shopify helps you drive store traffic with plug-and-play tools built for marketing campaigns from TikTok to Instagram and beyond. Get hardware that fits your business. Take payments by smartphone, transform your tablet into a point-of-sale system, or use Shopify's POS Go mobile device for a battle-tested solution. Plus, Shopify's award-winning help is there to support your success every step of the way. Do retail right with Shopify. Sign up for a $1 per month trial period at Shopify. Shopify.com/podcast20, all lowercase. Go to Shopify.com/podcast20 to take your retail business to the next level today. Shopify.com/podcast20.
Take a minute to check your social battery. How's it doing? Does the thought of social events make you feel excited or exhausted? It's easy to ignore our social batteries and spread ourselves thin, especially at this time of year when gatherings are picking up again after the winter. But it's important to find the right amount of socializing for you and still give yourself the time to recharge. Therapy can give you the self-awareness to build a social life that doesn't drain your battery. And when you are feeling worn out from socializing, therapy can give you the tools you need to take care of yourself and recharge. Because a full battery is the key to a full life. BetterHelp offers affordable online therapy on a schedule that works for you. Connect with a licensed therapist by text, phone, or video call. Start the process in minutes and switch therapists anytime. Find your social sweet spot with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/darkhistory today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/darkhistory.
We can do it. Back to our case with Reba. Now, just because your case makes it all the way to the Supreme Court's desk doesn't guarantee that the Supreme is going to take it on as a case. Every year, about 8,000 cases make their way up to the Supreme Court, and the 9 justices review those thousands of cases and say which ones are worth their time. And after that, they end up picking only about 80. That's 1% of the cases accepted. Yeah, so if your case isn't selected, then oops, sorry, what are they going to do? Nothing. The ruling you have on your case now is the ruling you're stuck with. But guess what? Reba must have a rabbit's foot up her butt because she lucked out, and the Supreme Court thinks her case is worth their time. I don't know whose dick she sucked, but she did on the Supreme Court. Girth. Now, the Supreme Court building is intimidating. The first thing you have to do is walk through the front doors, which are the solid rods and weigh a shit ton, 13,000 pounds each. So, hey, dramatic. And then we enter the courtroom where we see 9 serious-looking judges sitting in 9 black leather chairs. No one's smiling. Who even knows if they have legs? Has anyone seen their legs? Asking the real questions here. And then behind them they got there's marble, there's columns, there's curtains. Drama, drama, drama. Honestly, let me in. Okay? So this doesn't work like a normal court. This isn't court TV. There's no jury. They're not going over all the facts of the case, what really went on at Shimai in the break room. But the justices have just one job: to review the previous court's decision on the case and decide if it's right or not. And to help them do that, there is just 1 hour for oral arguments. 30 minutes from one side and 30 minutes from the other. The whole hearing goes really fast. Justices review it, and usually within 90 days, the Supreme Court issues their decision. And then that's it, babe. You made it all the way. You made it all the way through. God, that was girthy. Sorry, it's my new word for today. Each day I'll have a new word for you. And, okay, cool, great. So my law, the Supreme Court has come to a decision. So they say that by a unanimous decision, 9-0, Reba is wrong and the leftover law is constitutional. Oh, look at that. Democracy in action. I can honestly say that today I am proud to be an American who was able to pass a law and address a big problem in this country. And after this, there really is nowhere else to go. I mean, the law can be updated a little bit, it can be fixed, it could just be passed around a little bit, but all 3 branches of government, with their separation of powers and their checks and balances, have done their job and protected every one of us from the worst thing imaginable: leftover theft. Now remember, there is so much more that our government does every day. Okay, I'm not trying to be like, oh my god, they just sit around talking about fucking leftovers all day. It's kind of mind-blowing to think about all of it. The military, taxes, social security, education. The list is endless. Who knows what some of them do, because it's what do they do? I don't know. You voted for them. But I just think it's kind of crazy that 240 years ago, Washington, Jefferson, Franklin, and all their friends came up with an idea for a government, and the Great American Experiment is what it's often called. Yeah, and it isn't perfect, right? It works sometimes, I think. And I mean, it's kind of lame that you get a lesson about all this when you're like 15, but then after that, there's no update. You know? And it's just really complicated. Like, they don't want us to understand it, so they could probably just keep doing shady stuff on their own. Yeah. At the end of the day, this is supposed to be a government of the people, by the people, for the people. And I believe I am people. No, not you, I'm sorry. And Paul used to be. He's dead now. And the problem with the government being so complex means that there are tons of different ways that people can take advantage of it for profit, especially corporations or different people involved. So, what do we do now? Well, go take off your pants, get a cold glass of lemonade, and pour it right on your crotch. Because next week, we are doing a deep dive into one of the world's most toxic, influential corporations ever. We're gonna piss people off, yay! Can't wait! Another hit list Bailey is added. You know about this corporation? They have a product that you are probably using today because they own everything, it seems like. You know, and they're single-handedly responsible for Coca-Cola's success. What are we gonna do about this, you guys? On top of this shady-ass corporation, their products are linked to the deaths and murders of hundreds of thousands of people. So, babe, in the next episode, pretend there's a curtain. We're gonna open it on Agent Orange and one of their creators, Monsanto.
Okay.
Shout out to them. Don't forget to join me over on my YouTube, where you can watch these episodes on Thursday after the podcast airs. And while you're there, you can also catch my murder, mystery, and makeup. Dark History is an Audio Boom original. This podcast is executive produced by Bailey Sarian High, Julia McNeely from 3 Arts, Kevin Grush, and Matt Enlow from Maiden Network. A big thank you to our writers, Joey Scavuso, Katie Burris, Allison Lobos, and me, Bailey Sarian. Production lead, Ryan Jones. Research provided by
Medicine.
Xander Elmore and the Dark History
Podcast.
Special thank you to our expert,
The
Patrick
Mooiisstt of Club
Martin. And I'm
Cottontale.
your host, Bailey Sarian. Now, I'd love
Your
to hear
powers
your reactions to
combined.
today's story, so make sure to use the hashtag #DarkHistory over on social media so I
Hurts
can
me
follow
to
along.
feel
Here's a few. Paola let me know. Well,
like a
Bailey is
human.
giving me Jennifer Coolidge vibes today.
Because I think
Thanks,
I'm human.
Paola. I'm here all day.
It's the
Kelly
mammal
asked,
that I
hey,
am
can
living
you
in
pretty
right
please
now.
do a dark history of Chateau Marmont?
Not a kitty
Thank
cat.
you. Love you, Bailey. Oh my
Definitely
God,
rather
Kelly,
be a kitty
I love you
cat.
too.
Just
Okay, so I've been looking into
licking
this in my free
myself,
time, and
getting
I'll
rubs on
report
my
back.
belly.
'Cause there's something
I
there.
mean, hopefully I'm
Okay,
in a,
guys, I'm
good
done
house,
talking.
because
Okay,
you
but
could
look,
end up
I
in
hope
a
you have a
bad
good
one.
rest of your week. Make good choices, and I'll be talking to you next week. Goodbye.
This is very satisfying. And with considering how much mathery it took to...
Unless your business spends on
Not really
operations,
mathery.
on
Well, I guess in a
systems,
way
on
it was...
delivering your product or service,
Anyways,
margin cap,
to get this whole little
and
top bit,
obvious.
and reminding myself that, like, it's not...
Distribution and borrowing.
It's not going to be the way I think it should be. Because, like, look at that. I would never put a big nub next to that. Like, I wouldn't do that. But that's a pre-build. So, me getting, like, nitpicky, just gotta be like,
Access from anywhere. You cut the cost of maintaining multiple systems because you've got one unified business management suite. And you're improving efficiency by bringing all your major business processes into one platform, slashing manual tasks and errors. Over 37,000 companies have already made the move. So do the math. See how you'll profit with NetSuite.
Backed by popular demand, NetSuite has extended its one-of-a-kind flexible financing program for a few more weeks. Head to netsuite.com/stereo. netsuite.com/stereo.
Tired of high gas prices? Save money on your transportation costs with TriMet's reduced fare transit card. If you meet income requirements, you can get your first month free while you enjoy unlimited rides on buses and trains anywhere TriMet goes. That's 1 month free, a $28 value when you sign up today for reduced fare card. We'll help you travel smarter and make your money go further, no matter what the price is at the pump. Visit chimeit.org/save to learn more and apply today. That's chimeit.org/save. Chimeit. How life moves.
Listen to the highly anticipated 100th episode of Tank and Jay Valentine's R&B Money Podcast with artist Chris Brown.
Even working with you from Carrie Hills and Adonis, back in the day when I was 15, 14 doing that album. So like I said, I was in school like, okay, this is how you do it, this is how you make a song. There's a verse, pre-chorus, and hook. I didn't know none of that.
You learned that over a summer, bro.
That's what it felt like.
That's what it felt like.
Open your free iHeart app, search R&B Money Podcast, and start listening. Only on the Black Effect Podcast Network.
What does the Vietnam War have in common with that old lettuce in your fridge?
Beautiful.
They're
Fucking beautiful.
most controversial company in the world. This is a company
Oh,
that's supposed to
fucking
represent
beautiful.
the future of
So
America, but
essentially,
instead they help destroy the farming
that has
industry,
like a little
poison
tower that
children,
takes you to
and
this little
change the food
top
chain forever.
platformy
This
area,
is a shocking story
and that's
of
exactly what I
Monsanto
just
Chemical
built,
Corporation.
except in
Boo.
massive scale. Because that little bit there, that's accessed by their little cute
Hi,
tower,
how are you doing today? I hope you're having a wonderful day
I have
so
this
far.
massive
My name
area
is Bailey Sarian, and I
that
like
is
to
got
welcome you
to
to
by
my
this
podcast,
very
Dark
large tower.
History. Yes, this is my podcast. Don't mind the corn behind me or the farmer with the totally safe pesticide. That looks legit, huh? Why do you look like a dick? Oh, so hey, all you have to do is sit back, relax, and let's talk about that hot, juicy history. It's really not goss though, because like we're spitting facts here, okay? Look, so when you walk into a grocery store, there's always fruit like right at the front, right? And then if you look around, I did this at the store the other day. I was like looking around. You see on the walls, there's pictures of like jolly farmers and sometimes driving a tractor, petting some chickens, right? It's just like cute. And you're like, oh my God, farm. That's where my food comes from. And then, get this. It's intentionally misleading. I mean, those pictures are there to subconsciously make us feel like what we're buying is still hand-picked by that lovely farmer and farm fresh. But the reality is that farming has changed in a big way around the world, and this is thanks in part to a little company called Monsanto. Monsanto! Okay. So before we keep going, I just want to make it clear with you. Monsanto, they were acquired or like bought by a company called Bayer in 2018. So now technically Monsanto is just Bayer. I know. So like they don't go by Monsanto anymore, it's just Bayer, but most of their like shady stuff happened when they were still called Monsanto, so that's what I'm just going to call them moving forward. But it's under the Bayer umbrella. Bayer, they're shady. I trusted them for so long. I've seen those commercials, Bayer. They're like, take 2 of our aspirins and you won't have a heart attack. And they've been pushing that down our throats since like 1982. So listen here, Bayer. We're on to you. It's not a threat. I'm just like pointing out facts. Okay, so picture summer break. Picture it, okay? But it's like back in the day and just being outside, just soaking up the sun, the vitamin D. Oh, fresh air, birds, no screens, okay? You're there laying on like a towel maybe and just downing like 5 of those rocket popsicles that you got from the truck. Yeah, those things were the shit. And you know exactly what I'm talking about. So it's the best of times, right? We're outside, we're living life, it's happy, it's innocent. It's just nice, right? Now, what if I told you all those years playing outside would actually kill you? I know, I don't know. Well, for thousands of people in Anniston, Alabama, this literally happened. Yeah, something in Anniston made all sorts of people sick. Anniston is a town that sits at the end of the Blue Ridge Mountains. Where's that? That sounds pretty. Blue Ridge? I'm into it. It seemed like one of those southern towns from the movies where everyone like really knows each other. They all go to church together. It was very picturesque back in the day. In the 60s, the population of Anniston was around 33,000 people. So it was it was like a pretty small place, and over 42% of people in the state were living below the poverty line. This was especially true on the west side of Anniston. The people who lived there, they grew their own food. They raised pigs in their backyard. They caught fish in the streams. And in general, like, times were tough. A lot of the times, the people who lived there would just take the work that was presented to them. But something a little weird was going on in Anniston. I mean, there were rumors swirling around about a guy who walked through a local Anniston landfill, and at the bottom of his shoes, they completely burned off. Just clean off. Very, Roger Rabbit. Remember when he's melting the shoe? I had nightmares about that. Soon, it wasn't just rumors. I mean, there were dozens of Anniston residents sick with mysterious, horrible illnesses. And, people were starting to wonder, what the hell is going on? So, I'm going to tell you what the hell is going on, okay? In 1935, a chemical company named Monsanto took over a local factory. So having a factory like this in town was supposed to be great for the people who live there. I mean, it was going to give them a lot of jobs. Hopefully, tons of people were going to have steady work. And Monsanto produced a lot of different chemicals, but mostly they focused on, pretty scary chemicals known as PCBs. Yeah, let me tell you what PCB is short for, because I'm going to nail this. Here I go. Polychlorinated biphenyls. Nailed it. It's a scary chemical, whatever is PCB. Okay, so these chemicals, the PCBs, they were essentially used for creating heavy machinery and electrical equipment. And every single day, the Monsanto factory would pull a DuPont. Do you remember DuPont season 1, first episode? Go back, it's great. But the Monsanto factory would take all of their toxic waste and then they would dump it directly into the Anniston creeks and the landfills. So, this is not great. They just were literally dumping millions upon millions of pounds of these chemicals. I mean, it was regular trash. In a way, because, they're putting in the creek, so I hope you're not dumping trash in the creek. We get it. So this meant that the chemicals were in the water that people, the community, they were drinking that water. It was the water that people swam in, and even, the water people baptized their children in. Praise God, In 1966, some Monsanto workers noticed that there was something weird happening in the local creeks. So apparently, if fish were put in creeks near the factory, within 10 seconds, they would go belly up. Yeah, dead. And the poor little fish would start spitting up blood like crazy, and I guess their skin would just shed right off. I don't think that's good, right? And it's what do the workers do after they discover this? They're oh, that sucks. But they don't, nothing happens. A few years later, in 1969, workers discovered the fish in other Anniston creeks had 7,500 times the legal limit of that PCB chemical, and it was all in their little fish bodies. 7,500 times the legal limit. So I think that's a lot. Okay, but once again, people are discovering this, and Monsanto's we don't do anything. Leave us out of this. Pretty soon they started to get some serious heat, Monsanto, because the rumors about what was happening in town, they weren't rumors anymore. It was a reality. Okay, so there's this article by a journalist named Harriet Washington. I'll link the article for you down below. And she highlights the shocking things that happened to the Anniston community. People were suffering from terrifying things like sudden memory loss, confusion, autoimmune diseases, kidney failure. The list goes on. People who were living near each other, they all got diagnosed with cancer around the same time. And that's called a cancer cluster. But it was odd, right? And they didn't know what was going on. Nobody did. I mean, people were suddenly immobile with illnesses that seemed to come out of nowhere. And some were even having serious breathing problems. Now, the major problem was that there was no tests being done on people to find out what the heck was really going on. And this was probably on purpose. I mean, let's be real. Instead of checking on the local Anniston people, Monsanto ordered tests to be done on rats. Yeah. So they wanted to see what would happen to the rats once they were exposed to the factory's PCB chemicals. So they're we're going to test these rats and we'll let you know if it's toxic. And then when the results came back, it wasn't good, okay, because it was a bad look for them, because the rats were covered in tumors. Yeah, Gasparilla. So when Monsanto received the rat test results, they acknowledged the tumors, but then they ordered scientists to change the test results to say, quote, does not appear to be cancer causing, end quote, without making sure it was actually true. They just straight up relied on their own tests to show the results that they wanted. I mean, it's like every corporation we talk about here. They all do this shit. Why is it legal? The worst part, even if residents avoided the creeks filled with chemicals, the chemicals were also like in the soil where people were growing their food. And even if you could find a way to avoid the water and like the food grown in Anniston, the Monsanto factories was one of the main employers in town. So pretty much everyone got some type of exposure. It was like nobody could win. In 1971, after 36 years, the Monsanto factory ended up closing, but it was honestly too late because it was discovered that the PCB chemicals had seeped into everything, like literally everything, and it was essentially part of their environment now. Monsanto's PCBs became known as brain thieves because it would literally wear down the systems in the brain and like central nervous system, and like you need that to operate. So brain thieves, I can see that. It was also ruining people's endocrine systems. In other words, like the system that controls your hormones and like releases them into the blood. And when your endocrine system is messed up, honestly, like everything goes sideways. Your reproductive system, your mood, your physical development, and even your mental development is thrown off. And like this continued to happen all over Anniston, just all over, all of it. I mean, people were just falling apart, and Monsanto kept telling them that these PCB chemicals were fine in small amounts. Yeah, it's totally fine, but just like small amount. But we all know that's BS. They're lying. We know it. It's like, of course, they're gonna give us some bull excuse. In 2003, after thousands of lawsuits and years in court, Monsanto was found guilty of knowingly poisoning Anniston. So Anniston residents ended up receiving a settlement of like $43 million, which is like, yay, cool, good for them. But then like when the money got broken down, each of the adults had received an average of like $9,000 and $2,000 per child, which is a really big slap in the face because like many of these residents, many of these people had to deal with permanent disabilities. It was like, oh, thanks, well... Monsanto wasn't always this way, though. I mean, the company actually started out as something innocent. Yeah, a company that was supposed to be the face of American progress. A company that actually has some surprisingly sweet...
Listen to the highly anticipated 100th episode of Tank and Jay Valentine's R&B Money Podcast with artist Chris Brown.
Even working with you from Carrie Hills and Adonis, back in the day when I was 15, 14 doing that album. So like I said, I was in school like, okay, this is how you do it. This is how you make a song. There's a verse, a pre-chorus, and a hook. I didn't know none of that.
You learned that over a summer, bro. That's what it felt like. That's what it felt like.
Open your free iHeart app, search R&B Money Podcast, and start listening. Only on the Black Effect Podcast Network.
So, we're going back. Back to the beginning. Okay, 1901. We're there. A man named John Queenie founded Monsanto. He was an executive who worked in the pharmaceutical industry, so like he knew how successful the world of chemicals was going to be. Like it was the future. And he produced saccharin, which is an artificial sweetener. And honestly, the reason Monsanto took off the way they did is because their saccharin, it brought them one of their most powerful clients in the whole world, Coca-Cola. It was a match made in heaven. Saccharin needed Coca-Cola, and Coca-Cola needed saccharin. And they grew together, and they took off, and Coca-Cola became, because of Monsanto's saccharin. You following? I mean, without Coca-Cola's business, Monsanto probably would not even be as big as they are. In 1915, Monsanto made its first $1 million, and after just a few years, John had a multi-million-dollar company. So he started producing products that were even bigger money makers, like caffeine and vanillin, which is like a vanilla extract. So things are going great for them. But then, in 1928, John is diagnosed with cancer. I know, bummer. He decides it's best to pass the reins of the company onto his son, Edgar. And Edgar? Yeah, he had some big plans, okay? And he had things besides soda on his mind. In the first half of the 20th century, America relied on other countries to supply their chemicals. I mean, they needed these chemicals to build supplies, which were going to be used in the war, but also chemicals for common things like packaging, appliances, toys, cars, you name it, there's a chemical in it. So it costs a lot to ship chemicals to the States, especially if America was feuding
tax the shit out of us to send a message. Yeah, so if there was like a big conflict going on, like World War, it would be a big opportunity for a company like Monsanto. They decide to become the provider when it comes to chemicals. Within a few short years, Monsanto was making everything from plastic to dishwasher detergent to medical supplies. They were expanding. And then they created a product that became key to America winning World War II. Styrene monomer. Ooh, it's a good name, styrene monomer. Come, darling, monomer. I guess it's a chemical. Yeah, so this chemical liquid is used to make rubber, latex, and fiberglass. I don't know how they do. Like, I did not pay attention to biology. I don't know how.
Ooh,
like,
see?
I know. So, like,
Man.
are very
That
important
just was like, it
during
was
a
meant.
so
It was meant
they
to
made
be.
things like the glass for
Also,
the
I'm gonna put the
airplanes and things to really
accent
help the war going
all
on.
the way
And at
around
this
because
point,
I think that's
Monsanto
gonna look
sort of becomes the
real
face of
sexy like.
American innovation. I mean, if there was some kind of cutting edge technology, Monsanto created. I mean, they were trying to be the answer to everyone's problems. For example, in the 1950s, there was like a big baby boom. The population doubled in size in less than like 50 years. I guess just the people were bored. Let them have it. There was a huge housing crisis and like just not enough supplies or space to build the homes that were needed. And even if like enough materials or space was available, it was very difficult for the average person to afford it. Oh my god, it sounds like right now. Same Z. And of course, here comes Monsanto with a solution. Everyone listen up. Plastic! And hey, plastic was a game changer. Monsanto even had the idea to build houses out of plastic. In 1957, they created something called the House of the Future. And it was a home that was made almost entirely out of Monsanto plastic, which could be built quickly and more affordably. And like Walt Disney, yeah, cameo, he loved this idea so much that he put the House of the Future prototype in Disneyland, and it was there for like 10 years. He was like jacking off to it every night or something. I don't know. He was stoked. This was so the average American could think of Monsanto as like the future of America. And really just, oh wow, they're so cool. Look, they're at Disneyland. Yeah. So at this time, like, Monsanto is crushing it and it has like a chokehold on America. People love them. No one's thinking bad things about them. And especially after World War II ended, I mean, the people came home and they were like, we love Monsanto. They built our planes. We got all it. They did everything for them. Monsanto was the shit. Meanwhile, Monsanto is raking in the cash and looking for like more ways to expand their empire. So they were developing new products like fertilizers, herbicides, and pesticides, which is like great. More things that Monsanto was saving our ass with. But Monsanto had some big plans for their innocent little plant fertilizers. This is when something called Agent Orange enters the chat. And you guys have been asking me for a video about Agent Orange forever. Here it is, right here. It's in this section. So whenever I hear the name Agent Orange, I honestly just think of the band. Monsanto developed Agent Orange in the 1940s, and it was a cocktail of all like super powerful weed killers that you could possibly have. It was the weed killer. The goal was to create a super powerful herbicide that would kill any living plants you wanted. It turns out Agent Orange not only destroyed every plant it touched, it was also extremely toxic to humans as well. Agent Orange was created, okay, and Monsanto saw a, quote, adverse effect in the humans that were exposed to it. So this was like because the Agent Orange contained two very dangerous chemicals in them, dioxin and something called TCDD, which is just a short name for like a long-ass chemical name that I'm not going to embarrass myself with. So TCDD. But look, all you need to know is deadly and shit. So direct human contact with the chemicals could cause immediate side effects to the nervous system. Like you could trouble speaking, slower movement, stiff muscles, tremors, all kinds of like scary nerve damage. But the worst part about Agent Orange was that it wasn't necessarily what it did to you in the moment. I mean, that was bad, but like the side effects, they would show up years later after you were exposed. So there was always like a surprise ending with Agent Orange. And Monsanto realized that the exposure to dioxin in particular was causing long-term effects like bladder cancer, leukemia, high Hodgkin's disease, lymphoma, prostate cancer, lung cancer, cancer, and even some tumors too. That's a lot. Right. Okay, so you're probably thinking, oh, Bailey, I know, they probably shut it down. They're like, we're not going to use that ever again. That's dangerous. Instead, Monsanto took Agent Orange and used it as a weapon. So between 1962 and 1971, for almost 10 years, the U.S. military, with Monsanto's help, they sprayed over 20 million gallons of Agent Orange all over Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos. Even after they knew what they knew about the Agent Orange, because they knew since 1949 that Agent Orange was not good. So, they did it anyways. So why were they using this known deadly chemical cocktail? Well, unlike other wars that the U.S. has fought in, the landscape was very tropical, and it was like difficult to navigate if you weren't from there. So when the U.S. soldiers got to Vietnam, like they quickly realized that they didn't really have the upper hand when it came to combat. The Vietnam soldiers were hiding under like all the lush trees and the plants. So when the U.S. people are flying over, like they can't see them because they're hiding in the plants. So the U.S. soldiers didn't know like what to do. So the American government came up with a plan with a little help from.
Listen to the highly anticipated 100th episode of Tank and Jay Valentine's R&B Money Podcast with artist Chris Brown.
Even working with you from Carrie Hills and Adonis, back in the day when I was 15, 14 doing that album, so like I said, I was in school, like, okay, this is how you do it, this is how you make a song, there's a verse, a pre-chorus, there's a hook. I didn't know none of that.
You learned that over a summer, bro. That's what it felt like. That's what it felt like.
Open your free iHeart app, search R&B Money Podcast, and start listening. Only on the Black Effect Podcast Network.
Dark history. The U.S. soldiers would drop the chemical Agent Orange from a helicopter and destroy all of the greenery and trees that their enemy soldiers were using for cover. This way they could force the soldiers out into the open, and that's exactly what they did, and it worked. But the thing is, Agent Orange wasn't just destroying the plant life. Little did they know it was destroying the lives of millions of people too. The Red Cross estimates that in that 10-year period, Agent Orange killed over 400,000 people, and over 3 million Vietnamese people had lasting medical disabilities from exposure to Agent Orange as well. And not all of these people were enemy soldiers in battle. I mean, plenty of them were U.S. soldiers on the ground fighting, and not to mention the Vietnamese citizens, like the women and children who were just like minding their own business and became innocent victims in all of this. In the years after the war, at least 150,000 children in Vietnam were born with serious birth abnormalities as a direct result of Agent Orange. These are conditions like spina bifida, congenital heart defects, missing limbs, brain and spinal cord issues, hernias, Down syndrome, and a ton of other disorders. Okay, it was just like lethal. It wrecked people. To this day, 2 million people in Vietnam are still dealing with the medical conditions and cancer that came from Monsanto. Agent Orange literally changed the victim's DNA. I mean, these health issues from the war decades ago have been passed down from generation to generation. Like, it's nuts. It will still be passed down for generations to come. I mean, today, babies are still being born with all of those health issues you mentioned, and it's still a major problem. It's had a lasting effect for way too long. And internal reports showed that Monsanto, they knew about these medical concerns years before it was used in Vietnam. So in 1984, there were thousands of United States Vietnam veterans. They ended up suing the makers of Agent Orange. And this was only after decades of struggling with health issues. And Monsanto, of course, they denied that they had anything to do with their health problems, and they eventually decided to settle, claiming that they wanted to, quote, avoid years of legal litigation. But it ended up backfiring. Settling was seen as Monsanto admitting that they were guilty, to the media. And in the settlement, Monsanto agreed to create a $180 million fund for the sick Vietnam vets. This was supposed to last long enough to cover their legal costs and the legal costs of any of their unborn children who had lasting effects from Agent Orange. And there was one man named Al Marcotte who served in Vietnam, and he testified in the court against Monsanto, and he did this while wearing his special forces uniform and walking on crutches. Al is a respected Green Beret, so he's tough as shit. toxin exposure in Vietnam that left him with a severe nerve damage situation and like a very painful skin condition. And then after hearing about the Monsanto settlement, he said, quote, "I don't think Monsanto should get off this easy." Yeah, we agree. Even though the company has gone by so many different names, the Monsanto we know hasn't, it's never been shut down. They haven't been forced to like change their formulas or anything, or like been held accountable. Maybe I think that's the biggest thing. Like, yeah, they had that thing, that money settlement, whatever, but it didn't really. They just did so much damage. They got a slap on the wrist and had to pay fines. But when you're one of the biggest chemical companies in the world, money is not an issue, really. And even though the U.S. veterans had their medical fees covered, no Vietnamese citizens did. So all those people who were like killed or got cancer or just left with whatever Agent Orange did to them, they never saw justice. They never got any help. In 2005, a group of Vietnamese victims of Agent Orange brought a case to the U.S. court. It was rejected because they weren't American citizens, and this seems to be a common theme for Monsanto. It's just denying along the way, you know? Now, ever since it became clear to Monsanto that Agent Orange was too toxic to be used as a commercial weed killer, it seems like they were in the market to find something less lethal.
Yeah.
Just as effective.
That looks
So
sexy. Yes. Yeah, I really like this
I guess
room.
finally, they found it. Well,
This is where we
technically
have our
someone else
balls.
did, but they found it. Back in 1950, there
What I
was
really
this
love about it is
mysteriously
that,
discovered chemical
like,
called glyphosate.
this is all
And
facing
the
one
thing was,
direction,
no one could figure
and
out a
then this is
good
all a different direction.
pharmaceutical use for this
Like,
thing.
I
It was new. It was
almost
different. It was
feel
cool.
like
What do we do with it? And then glyphosate falls into the wrong hands.
just
Monsanto.
continue it
And after studying this chemical, they were like, wow, this is actually really good at killing stuff. And this was great news for Monsanto. I mean, they had been on
all
the
the
hunt
way
for
to the
years for a
end.
chemical that could be used as a commercial, top-of-the-line weed killer. I mean, hey, just think about all those farmers in America who would buy it. And if you're a farmer growing food in America, weeds, they get in the way of a good crop, which, cuts a
It
profit.
goes off
So
into
having a good weed killer is a must-have.
the
The way
regular.
glyphosate works is by being absorbed through a plant's leaves, and it essentially poisons the plant and chokes it until it dies. It's rude, bro. It's rude. Monsanto patented this chemical in 1974 and brought glyphosate to market under the trade name
It's giving Titanic
Roundup.
vibes. I love it.
You know Roundup. Paul loves Roundup. Paul? Yeah, he's trying to poison me. People across the country immediately started buying Roundup, and from that moment on, the farming industry was never the same. Roundup was like this magical product that just killed weeds. Okay, boom.
Ooh,
Poof.
I know.
Gone. Farmers had more crops, and that meant more profit for them. So farmers were starting to see this Roundup product as like something, it's a must-have. Right? In order to make any kind of good money, they need this product. And then soon, like, word spread, and next thing you know, everyone was using it. I mean, it worked. It was great, right? Still to this day, it kills shit. By 1987, around 8 million pounds of glyphosate were used by farmers and ranches. So it spread so much that by the year 1987, it was believed that 8 million pounds of glyphosate were being used around the country by farmers and at different ranches. Now, Roundup wasn't the first herbicide created. I mean, not even close. But this formula was special for two reasons. Two big reasons. One, it was cheap to make. Two, it worked really well. Roundup is what scientists call non-selective herbicide. That means it kills whatever plant it touches. I mean, so that includes like corn, cotton, tomatoes, soybeans, everything that farmers and gardeners are trying to grow and protect, right? And this ended up becoming like one big ass issue because people had to be very careful when they used Roundup, and they had to spray it very carefully, because they didn't want to ruin all of their crops. So customers, they were starting to get really frustrated, and it was kind of becoming more of an issue than it was like a helpful tool. The scientists at Monsanto were working day and night, allegedly, trying to figure out how farmers could use Roundup without killing everything in sight. And then they had $1 billion light bulb moment. Instead of like
summer, bro.
That's what it felt like.
That's what it felt like.
Open your free iHeart app, search R&B Money Podcast, and start listening. Only on the Black Effect Podcast Network.
Of a website or domain. Monsanto decided to try and create a freakishly strong plant, like in a lab, and the goal was, they wanted to make plants that would be able to withstand the chemicals from Roundup. In 1996, Monsanto invented super seeds, and the way our food was grown was changed forever. These seeds were genetically modified, and they were designed to be immune to the chemicals in Roundup. So it's like, these aren't even real seeds. It's like kind of like giving them an invisible force field.
Yeah.
Roundup would kill the weeds, but it wouldn't kill the crops. Magic, right? Everyone's like, wow, it's magic. But really, it's just like more chemicals on chemicals to make it not be a chemical on the chemicals. It's just a chemical shit show. In the end, they ended up solving a problem that they had created. And honestly, it's kind of genius. And now they get to make double the money because they're selling the seeds and they're selling the Roundup. And thanks to their new seeds, the amount of Roundup being used, it skyrocketed. It increased by almost 2,000%. By 2007, the Environmental Protection Agency, they had reported that farmers were using around 185 million pounds of glyphosate every year. But the thing about these seeds...
God damn, it's a beautiful fucking structure. Even more beautiful because I completely built it from scratch.
These seeds were Monsanto's secret weapon.
Ooh, I need a stretch.
Themselves first, and they
Let's
were
go
gonna
sit.
do whatever they had to do to keep
This
them
little
secret.
420 area
It
here.
cost
Actually,
billions
hold
of
on, I need to
dollars to
finish
create them. We all think of
seeing
the
if there's
seeds
any
like a thing, a noun, something you buy. And once
stones
you
or
do, you own
anything
it,
that
right?
have
You own the
dropped.
seed. You can just spread it somewhere, water it, whatever. Just do whatever you want. You can eat it, raw dog it. I don't know. Well, that's not the case when you buy Monsanto's genetically modified seeds, because it comes with some rules. These are some special seeds that are just not found in nature. Monsanto owns the rights to all of these seeds. Let's say you used a Monsanto seed to make soybeans. You can't just take a seed from the soybean that grew and drop it into the ground the next season, like farmers have been doing since farming was invented. Even though it's on your land, you don't own it. And using that seed would be considered stealing from Monsanto because they believe they should get a cut. It's very weird. My first thought was, so how does Monsanto know if farmers are even doing this? Just replanting their seeds? Well, they have their own version of a shady police force. In a report from 2000, Leora Broido, a journalist at Mother Jones, she revealed that
Dude, his hair is so
admitted
cool.
to using super aggressive tactics to keep farmers from reusing their seeds. And Monsanto, they had hired private investigators who they called...
Dude, I feel like this is a viewing deck. 100% a viewing deck. Where you could just go and look at different portions. Yeah, man. And this would be a place where people could sit. It's giving very fucking Titanic vibes, and I love it.
Brown bag in it. This was a phrase Monsanto used for farmers who would save seeds.
God damn, it's beautiful.
Now, these auditors thought they found any evidence of stealing.
Now just gotta
bring the results back to
figure out exactly how we want to section it off. This, I'm pretty sure we're just gonna
get their names.
wall.
Broadcast their
Dun
names
dun
in
dun
radio
dun dun
ads
dun
on
dun
local
dun dun. Like,
stations.
break this into, put some walls there, and then actually, yeah.
Very odd, right? So, Monsanto's petty. The company even set up a phone number where farmers were
Put little
urged to call in and
awnings,
snitch on their
and then
neighbors.
this
They
could
were turning
be
people against one another. Meanwhile, they're just we're over here with money.
a
You guys
bathroom.
fight over there. And honestly, that's just the tip of the iceberg. There's court records that show that
Because this is gonna
auditors
be
would secretly
my
videotape and snap
bedroom.
pictures of farmers and sneak into community meetings. Their goal was just to spy on people and see what they were doing. They would go into
So
local
we'll put a
towns
bathroom
and have
here.
groups of informants working for them, so they could keep
And
controlling
this
the
is the,
farmers.
yes, first floor.
Seeds.
Yes, yes.
Stalker ex-girlfriend. This is insane to me because that same year in 2000, Monsanto, they made $5.4 billion in profit. while all of this is happening, there was something people just weren't accounting for. So people used Roundup for decades, mainly because they thought it was less toxic than other herbicides, right? I mean, that's what they were told, or so we thought. In 2015, the World Health Organization and their Agency for Research on Cancer said that glyphosate, the main Roundup ingredient, can cause cancer and is linked to Parkinson's and Alzheimer's. Over tens of millions of thousands of this stuff has been used on crops by farmers who had no idea what they were dealing with. So it's like, oh no, what kind of shit sandwich are we getting into, right? Like, how the hell is Monsanto getting away with all these horrible things? They're making everybody sick. Well, maybe that's their plan, you know? Well, way back in the 1970s, when the people were just starting to be concerned about Agent Orange, Monsanto sponsored or paid for studies to be done that would show that the long-term health effects of their ingredients, dioxin, the Agent Orange stuff, it was not going to affect the health of the workers. And these studies, they were published in medical and scientific journals in the 80s, and this is when Monsanto was already neck-deep in lawsuits. And they all magically said the same thing, don't worry, you guys, this is scientifically proven to not be bad for humans. For some reason, even though Monsanto paid for the study, it was still good enough evidence to get Monsanto out of hot water. Cut to a few years later, when a woman named Kate Jenkins, a PhD chemist at the EPA, decides to double-check these scientific studies that Monsanto paid for. And sure enough, she does her research and becomes convinced that Monsanto deliberately manipulated the studies to say that dioxin wasn't harmful. On February 23rd, 1990, Dr. Jenkins sent a memo to the board of the EPA called Newly Revealed Fraud by Monsanto. But listen, as soon as she put in the official request for the EPA to audit Monsanto studies, Dr. Jenkins was pulled from her job. Yeah, she was taking off all of her assignments. Dr. Jenkins was moved to a job at the EPA that was essentially admin. She was being silenced. She was being punished. Somebody was mad. So she ends up filing a complaint to the Department of Labor because, she's just trying to do her job and prove that maybe this huge corporation was hurting a lot of innocent people, That's all I'm trying to do, you guys. The Labor Department was yeah, we totally hear you, Dr. Jenkins. This is really bad. But the EPA still refused to investigate Monsanto. They just told her what she wanted to hear and never did anything about it. And then after a while, they just closed the investigation. Dr. Jenkins spent years having to deal with the
Listen to the highly anticipated 100th episode of Tank and Jay Valentine's R&B Money Podcast with artist Chris Brown.
Even working with you, Carrie Hills, and Adonis, back in the day when I was 15, 14 doing that album, so like I said, I was in school, okay, this is how you do it, this is how you make a song, there's a verse, a pre-chorus, then a hook. I didn't know none of that.
You learned that over the summer, bro. That's what it felt like. That's what it felt like.
Open your free iHeart app, search R&B Money Podcast, and start listening. Only on the Black Effect Podcast Network.
.com, code dark history, but thankfully it wasn't all for nothing. I mean, thanks to Dr. Jenkins, thousands of veterans ended up getting medical care that wouldn't have gotten it otherwise. Her persistence in getting Monsanto investigated, quote, wrote a roadblock that was stopping veterans from being heard. She was even awarded with a plaque for exemplary service to Vietnam veterans for it. I love her story because it shows us that David really can stand up to Goliath, huh? Even though she didn't win the battle, she won the war and got tons of people the help they needed. In 2018, Monsanto was acquired for $63 billion. That's a lot of money. But someone paid that much, and it was a German company called Bayer. Yeah, I didn't know they had that much money just on hand. Good for them, yes. Now, Bayer became famous for introducing the world to things like aspirin and heroin. Yeah, they actually invented heroin as a substitute for morphine, but that's just called a good time. Just kidding. But I say we put a pin in it and do an episode on Bayer. I just don't want them to kill me, because, they might. Not long after the Bayer-Monsanto deal was completed, Bayer agreed to pay $10 billion to end 95,000 lawsuits about exposure to Roundup. Now, call me crazy, but when 95,000 people are suing you, maybe you're the settled with like all those people, Bayer still gets to
God
sell Roundup
damn it. It looks
without
so fucking
adding a warning label. Okay, they said they'd stop selling it to, quote, residential customers, aka everyday people, and they said this in 2023. I don't know why I said it like that. 2023. 2023. They said that. It's like, oh wow, a million years too late, but they're still gonna sell it. Okay, they sell it to big commercial farmers that make our food. And to be fair, like Monsanto's scientific contributions to agriculture and farming has been impressive, right? But that's where they're getting their money from. So it's like, of course they want to fund and help them, but at the same time, all of that progress has come at the expense of hundreds of thousands of people. Hey, maybe if Bayer took all the Monsanto tech and decided to use it for good instead of evil, I don't know, like maybe they could do the thing they wanted to do from the very beginning. Build a better future for everyone. Yeah. Remember the Walt Disney? What was that about? Can we go back to that? Okay, so where's Monsanto now? Well, the interesting thing is if you try to visit their website, yeah, just like Monsanto.com, there's nothing there. It's just blank. Like there used to be a website and now it's just abandoned. It's just blank. They know what they did. They are running because when Bayer acquired Monsanto, it gave them a nice little safety umbrella, you know? And like now Monsanto kind of just blends into the background. It's like a ghost. It's like a ghost. And you can't sue a ghost if you can't really figure out where the ghost is at, right? I mean, you can, but it's so much harder. And honestly, it kind of reminds me of the way Johnson & Johnson created all those shell companies to dodge lawsuits for, like, their biggest product, which is still being sold today, baby powder, right? And this is just like baby powder. I mean, Roundup is still on the market, which is kind of a crazy thought, but here's something even crazier. Monsanto's patent on glyphosate expired in 2000, the year 2000. This meant that other companies were allowed to start using it, and not just in herbicides, I mean in food too. So by 2015, more than 750 products made with glyphosate were being sold in the U.S., according to the National Pesticide Information Center. Here's a couple. Are they scrolling? Did they insert them? There's a few. It's everywhere, Mitch. The Environmental Working Group reported in 2019 that widespread glyphosate contamination affected oat products, pasta, cereal, crackers, chickpea flour, pizza, lentils. I mean, the list goes on and on. And nothing is safe. Get out there. But it's still allowed to be sold because, like I said, Monsanto has paid for tons of studies to be done proving that it doesn't cause cancer, you guys. You're being so dramatic. Like we just learned, it's everywhere now. And as recently as 2018, Monsanto lost a lawsuit to a man and awarded him over $80 million because he was able to prove that Roundup had caused his cancer. Good for him, but like, damn, you know? Miami, Portland, Maine, Austin, and Los Angeles County have all banned or restricted glyphosate in like some way. And Germany even banned it, like across the board, the whole country. It makes you wonder what other corporations have going on behind closed doors. I mean, things we don't even know about yet. These companies are great at removing their fingerprints from the crimes they've committed. So we gotta call them out when we can. Let's go. At the end of the day, no one has a crystal ball, right? Yeah, no, I don't know anyone. Well, there's a lady on my street who does, but I don't know what she's doing. Anyways, but no one could have seen Roundup doing what it did, except for Monsanto, right? Yeah, but the rest of us are fucked. At the end of the day, just remember, if it kills weeds, it's probably gonna kill us. Now, after all this research, I wondered if there were any
got tattoos?
I got a few.
Good. What's your favorite one?
Probably.
Take your time.
Spotify one.
Spotify.
Yeah, you got your phone on you? Bring up the phone. You got Spotify?
Is it a QR code?
It is.
What? No way. Okay, so
Let's see if
you scan it over it.
Right enough.
Oh, it's over a sound wave. Oh,
Yeah.
here we go. That is fucking awesome. That is one of the better tattoos I've ever seen. Man, the only thing that could be better than that is, bro, if you had a swastika on the other arm. Because here's the thing, we all love him, but we'd be so conflicted, wouldn't we? If he was a Nazi this whole time, you don't have any hair. I'm not making a ball joke. I'm making a Nazi joke. Bro, what a dilemma we would have. Man, if he hated black people but loved NSYNC, you guys wouldn't know what to do. Are you single?
About to be.
About to be? Getting divorced? Nice, man. Does she like the tattoo? She doesn't like it? I hope this bitch dies. Stepkids? I hope she has to keep those kids. This is your boy, Blake. What's your name, bud? Joshua. Pleasure to meet you. You got some ink too, man. What's your favorite one? No, I'm sorry. Favorite tattoo. Your what? You got Thundercats on your leg? That is awesome. Super lame. You got it right down the middle, too. You ready to Transformers on the other side? Man, I feel like me talking about pussy earlier is as close as you've gotten, man. Thundercats and Transformers? Bro, how much money, like, real talk, how much money to get you to tattoo the sound bite? This bitch is laugh. Talk to me for real. You're in sales, you're wondering what I'm offering you? I'll show your friend what titties look like. Be a good friend, dog.
Fuck.
How much money to kill her? You buy your friend a prostitute for the hour, and like 2 minutes in, he comes out, and it's like, all right. So fucking mad. Like, no, you get in there, and you learn that young woman's life. Seen Thundercats? You know,
She's tearing away one thing from the top. I can't see it. Oh, fantastic. Autograph from Diamond. Now that was fucking funny. Her shirt said, the layer of jokes. Oh my god. What is your name? DD? Like double D? You're 60? Get the fuck out of here. That's why the font was so big, huh? She couldn't read her own shit. One of them said, autograph my pussy with your dick. 60, BD. Who else's name is on there? Fucking Honest Wagner? Only the dudes get that as baseball players. Very old baseball players. How do you autograph a 60-year-old's pussy? Like a feather and ink? Do you have a kitty noisemaker in your outfit? Where is it? It's in your titty? Shut up. You played into this. Give me 60-year-old pussy needs help making noise. Where you ladies going? Is one in the bathroom right now? Say what's up to Big Ben for me. Drama. Allegedly. Why is it wet? Was it in your lap? It's weed? Gotcha. Go ahead. Good luck. Good luck. Shit. Look, it's the ghost of Antonio Brown. Thank you very much. Who brought that up here? It was not you, bitch. I feel like the only gift you give if there's no cure for. For your birthday, you made me cookies? Thank you so much. Aww. You gave me some cake, too. We talking pastries, you know? How old are you turning? Old enough not to get pregnant. We'll see. Who's with you right here? Partner? Gay? Aww.
Nice, baby. Nice. It could be either area. That's good. That's best case scenario. Gay as well? Nice. 2 lesbian, 2 gay. Bro, y'all should fist fight. That would be fucking great. How long you guys been together? 5 years sucking. As if that wasn't on the agenda. Alright. What did you do? Online as well? Which one? Plenty of fish? What was it? Her? I haven't heard of this. Is it all lesbian dating app? Now what's the format of that? Swipe left, swipe right, just get your fingers warmed up.
Your feet.
Dated somebody that they felt like because of how religious they were, it was kind of like a hindrance to the relationship. Did you really? He was a preacher? Oh, fuck. What religion? Aeropostale? Sold shirts? Penicillin? What is that? Lucky you. I'm not Pentecostal, but I can read lips. I'll be okay. What was his nationality? Okay, just wanted to make sure this wasn't just regular Spanish. You were like, ah! How old was he? How old are you? 21. Okay. Was preacher like his full-time job? So he's not speaking in tongues, he's just talking shit. You don't know if he was like talking to the devil or describing his work. Like, flushing his guy. This is somebody left a demon in this toilet. 21. Have you seen anybody now? Nice. Okay. Oh, it could be in person. Where'd you meet this guy? Have you learned nothing? How in what world do you think that's better? Okay. You traded holy water for fucking jungle juice. You don't have any kids or anything, right? No. Okay, good. At 21 in Kentucky, that's like late. So I know a 21-year-old grandma, so they would do what they do. You know what I mean? I'm not pronouncing it like I've got a dick in my mouth. Use all your fucking letters, okay? What are you guys, fucking British? Red flag number 1 is when she has another guy in her life who is consistently trying to sleep with her, and she refuses to acknowledge this. This is good. It's going to cause a lot.
Dude, I swear, by the shore in the ocean, I always be hearing some weird sounds. That kind of freaky. I always wonder, like, what is that?
Up for? What's the answer, right? Yeah, but the rest of us are fucked. At the end of the day, just remember, if it kills weeds, it's probably gonna kill us. Now, after all this research, I wonder
Cheers
if
to
there were
anyone who
any
is chilling
other
with me,
companies who had
lurking,
control
twerking,
over
watching
this.
incognitely,
And
watching us later
sure
on
as
his post
shit,
content.
there is. This is something most of us
Our
consume
brains are
every day.
somewhat medicated.
Sold everywhere from
I'm
McDonald's to your
hoping.
fancy Whole Foods.
I already know that I'm most likely not going to be getting
And if
or
they went away
hearing
tomorrow, it
from
would
the
bring down the
apartment
American food
again
supply
today.
from
Hopefully
talking about
they,
the country's biggest supplier of chicken. So tune in next week for our episode on
get back to me,
Tyson
because I
Foods.
sent 2
Don't forget to join
messages
me over on my
because they want
YouTube
me to
where you
come
can
in,
watch these
and
episodes on third week after the podcast
like she
airs.
sent me a
And
message
while
that
you're there,
says
you can
all
also
looks
catch
good.
my work
We can
on
start
social
verifying
media. Honestly, Monsanto can be a
your
lot of
assets and
different
incomes,
things
which I
to
have
you.
no assets. I have
Dark
income.
History is an audiobook original.
When is a good
This
time for you to come
podcast
by
was
this week? And
executive
I said
produced by
tomorrow or
miniseries
Wednesday. So
Made
hopefully,
in 3
they'll
months.
get it in the morning and they'll
And
let me
echo
know.
for Made in
But
Denmark.
I already
And a
know
thank you
I'm
to
not
our
going to hear
writers,
back
Joey
from them
Flores, Katie
today
Burris, Allison
because it's
Williams,
already
and me,
too
Randy
late.
Soto. Production lead, Brian Jackers. Research provided by Xander Elmore and the Dark History Researcher Team. Special thank you to our expert, Leland Glenna. And I'm your host, Bailey Sarian. And now I would love to hear everyone's reactions to today's story, so make sure to use the hashtag Dark History over on social media
But I'm
so
like
I can see what you're saying.
95% sure that we've gotten it.
Social shout out.
I need that verbal
Our
confirmation,
first
you know?
shout out here, Tori says, "Come for the history, stay for Jones costumes."
But, thank you for your recent application.
Honestly, I
Your
get it
request
now,
was
like,
carefully
she's
considered
messed up
and
her
is
name,
approved.
but, like, don't
And then
come
she
for her too
contacted me
much
telling me,
because
like,
she's
all's good. Let's do the,
so just
your
be
assets and income.
incompetent, something
Which she already
wild.
has those papers.
Tell me more. She said, quote, "I first heard of Hart Island when
My
I
child
went down
support
a Disney
papers.
rabbit hole. Bobby Driscoll, Peter Pan's model and voice actor, is buried there.
So,
Child stars often
now
live
I
tragic
just
lives, but his is among the
just wait
saddest
for her
me.
to
I'm surprised there isn't a
email
book
me
or
back.
movie on his life. Honestly, same. I had no idea,
But
and
it'll
I
probably
agree
be in
there
the
should be a
morning.
book or movie about this.
So I'm
gonna
gonna
go
do
down
my
the
best to
rabbit hole
just
when I go home, okay? But that is sad. Honestly, Hart Island was just sad, wasn't it? Corin said, quote, "This comment section is so weird." She shared a messed up history lesson and everyone is just complimenting Bailey. Thank you. I like to learn, but I also like to look good while I'm learning. Hope you have a great day today. You make good choices, and I'll be talking to you next week. Bye.
Listen to the highly anticipated 100th episode of Tank and Jay Valentine's R&B Money Podcast with artist Chris Brown.
You gonna work on you, Gary Hills, and Adonis. Back in the day, when I was 15, 14, doing that. I was in school, like, okay, this is how you make a song. There's a verse, a pre-chorus, and a hook. I didn't know none of that.
You learned that over the summer, bro. That's what it felt like. That's what it felt like.
Open your free iHeart app, search R&B Money Podcast, and start listening. Only on the Black Effect Podcast Network.
You know, that's the sound of another sale on your online Shopify store. But did you know Shopify powers selling in person too? That's right. Shopify is the sound of selling everywhere. Online, in-store, on social media, and beyond. Shopify POS is your command center for your retail store. From accepting payments to managing inventory, Shopify has everything you need to sell in person. With Shopify, you get a powerhouse selling partner that effortlessly unites your in-person and online sales into one source of truth. Track every sale across your business in one place and know exactly what's in stock. Connect with customers in-line and online. Shopify helps you drive store traffic with plug-and-play tools built for marketing campaigns from TikTok to Instagram and beyond. Get hardware that fits your business. Take payments by smartphone, transform transform your tablet into a point-of-sale system, or use Shopify's POS Go mobile device for a battle-tested solution. Plus, Shopify's award-winning help is there to support your success every step of the way. Do retail right with Shopify. Sign up for a $1 per month trial period at shopify.com/podcast20, all lowercase. Go to shopify.com/podcast20 to take your retail business to the next level today. Shopify.com/podcast20.
Chicken is by far America's favorite meat. I mean, we eat 8 billion of them every year. We just can't get enough. But what if I told you the chicken we eat is pumped with hormones to make these birds so big and fat that they can't even walk? Not only that, but the facilities they're kept in are contaminated with all kinds of nasty bugs that sometimes find their way into your precious chicken nuggets. I know. Gas. Gas. Oh, and the most shocking thing, chicken poop, it's destroying the environment. Yeah, chicken poop. Who knew? Hi friends, I hope you're having a wonderful day today. My name is Bailey Sarian, and I'd like to welcome you to my podcast, Dog History. Here we believe history does not have to be boring. I mean, it might be tragic, it might be happy, but either way, it's our dark history. So all you have to do is sit back, relax, and let's talk about that hot, juicy history gas. Listen, lately I've been trying to be better about grocery shopping and actually checking to see where is my food coming from, especially when it comes to proteins. You guys won't shut up about protein, so I'm trying to eat more of it. Okay, whatever. Anyways, but I used to just grab whatever was on sale. I mean, if it's expired a day or two, it's okay. No discount. It's who could tell what's going on under all that plastic and styrofoam anyway, right? Joe knows. Look at her. She's my lunch today, okay? I'm getting rid of her. Anyway, so when I started to buy the better, pricier meats, I could unfortunately taste the difference. I mean, I can actually taste that the cow had a less stressful life, just based on the meat. I didn't know. But here's the thing, I mean, that costs a lot of money, triple the cost of that styrofoam plastic wrap meat. So yeah, I went back to my cold cuts real quick, and I told myself it was okay because all the packages say nice things on it, free range, cage free. But then again, you never see eggs that say this chicken lived in a cage and was force-fed shit. I think that would actually be a better notice, and I would know not to buy that. So I mean, it got me thinking, what is really going on here? If there's no cage, why do I taste the stress? Well, all these brands I was looking up, doing some Googling and goggling, chicken, sausage, cake, steak, they all seem to be owned by one company. That company, you ask? Tyson. We're looking at you, Tyson. Now, I know you guys are thinking, you're Bailey, those guys, don't they only make chicken? Well, correct. I mean, you're not wrong. Their bread and butter is chicken. But Tyson Foods today is the world's second largest processor of chicken, beef, and pork. I know that blew my mind because I was they just do chicken, right? And this is amazing for Tyson because America is the number one consumer of chicken around the world. Number one. You did it. Yeah. As Americans, we eat 15,000 metric tons of chicken every year. I mean, it makes up almost half of what Americans eat. And 1 in every 5 chickens we eat is from Tyson Foods. Tyson is one of 4 companies that control 85% of the meat market. And the people who are I buy store-brand meats, only I don't buy Tyson. I hear you, I see you, but I've got some bad news for you. I'm so sorry. Tyson is such a mega corporation that they hide in plain sight behind brands and other labels that they've acquired. Chances are, I mean, even if you think you're avoiding Tyson, most likely, they're probably in your kitchen right now and are affecting you without you even knowing. The story of Tyson Food begins with a man named John W. Tyson. So this man, John, he was born on a small farm in Missouri in 1905. And when he was a kid, he always had some kind of business going on. Whether it was selling eggs or butter or slaughtering chickens. He was just, he was a hard worker. John packed his beat-up truck. He got on the road with his wife and his baby boy, and honestly, just a couple of cents in his pocket. At this point in America, the produce industry was struggling. I mean, there were too many farmers, there was too much food that was being made, so the prices just kept getting marked down further and further. And this meant it was hard to make a profit if you were a farmer, or someone like John who farmed produce. So he wasn't the only one looking to make a career move. And then one day, everything changed. John was driving his truck through this small town by the Ozark Mountains called Springdale. I know, it sounds cute. And then his truck, I guess, ran out of gas. Bummer. Now, I don't know if he didn't have any money for gas to keep going, or maybe just really liked the town. But either way, John and his wife Mildred ended up deciding to stay in Springdale. And it would be in Springdale that John would turn his attention to chicken. So back then, the only way to get chicken meat to big cities was to buy them from local sellers in the country called growers, not showers. These growers would raise the chickens in their small town and sell the chickens to a middleman. And the middleman would drive the chickens directly to restaurants or even like individual buyers, if you're fancy. Now during this journey, these chickens could be alive or already slaughtered dead and ready for cooking. It really just depended on the buyer. So John became one of these middlemen, getting these chickens from point A to point B. Ooh, he was like a chicken chauffeur. I like that. And plus, on top of that, John just liked the work. It was a steady job, and he was making more money than ever before. Now, for years, John would get chickens from the growers, put them in the back of his truck, and then drive them to places like Kansas City and St. Louis. And by 1935, John realized he could be making even more money if he didn't have to rely on the growers for work, you know? He could be making double and even triple if he just started raising and selling chickens on his own. Smart John. But John knew if he was going to be competing with other chicken farmers, he would have to do things a little differently to stand out, and he had just the idea. He had realized that the current system, it wasn't really great for a couple of reasons. First of all, the live chickens didn't always survive the long drives across the state. But if you slaughtered the chickens before the drive, it was like just risky because they didn't have refrigerated trucks back then, and the chicken meat could go real bad real fast. So John used every bit of savings he had and even borrowed some money to get his business off the ground. He wanted more chickens so there'd be more deliveries and a bigger customer base. His plan was to deliver and sell chickens with his brilliant invention, the mobile chicken coop. That's funny. The mobile chicken coop meant that he would be able to feed them on long drives, give them access to water so they'd actually survive until they made it to the restaurant, and then, then they could be killed. Within his first year of chicken farming, business was booming. Things were going so well for John that he decided to deliver his chickens all the way to the big city of Chicago. Dun, 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 dun. Wait, is that Chicago? Whatever. Honestly, he killed it. He made so much more money in a bigger city like Chicago, and this convinced him to really go all in and sell chickens across the whole Midwest. Now, here's something I didn't realize. You know how chicken is kind of everywhere? It's everywhere. And usually at restaurants, it's like the less expensive option. Well, this wasn't always the case. Back in the 1930s, chicken was actually considered a luxury. During the Great Depression, most people couldn't afford meat, at all. But if they could, they'd eat beef or pork. Cows and
I don't
pigs
have any
didn't need
more
special diets,
resources,
so
but
they were cheaper to keep alive. I mean, these
plan on
animals,
building
you feed
walls
them
all the way
literal
around here,
trash or put
and
them
then
near
this is
some
going to be
grass,
sectioned
so
off.
it's they're
We're
easy
going to
to
make a nice
maintain,
little
and
bathroom
there
here.
was a lot more of their meat available. Chicken, when it came to chickens, they needed to actually be cared for. I know. Bummer. They needed special grain and special seeds. Chicken was really only for people who could shell out the big bucks. So chicken really wasn't eaten by the everyday person, but this actually turned out to be a really good thing for Jonathan Tyson, especially when World War II rolled around. In the 1940s, during World War II, there was something called food rationing happening, and people had to give up things like sugar, dairy, and even meat, so there'd be enough food to feed the soldiers who were fighting for
Either way, we
obsessed
need
with
resources, so it doesn't
or
matter.
so those became like the items that were limited. And thanks to people like John who were making it easier to transport chickens, they were more affordable now. And as soon as people realized that they could get their hands on chicken for a reasonable price, the demand just skyrocketed. In 1940, the United States Department of Agriculture, aka the USDA, they even created this contest called the Chicken of Tomorrow. So, with this contest, it was the very beginning of people starting to fatten chickens, start making them look bigger and just filling them and getting them all buff and shit. This is where it starts because of this damn contest. People saw chicken as a good way to feed their families, and over a decade, chicken consumption almost quadrupled. And companies like Tyson were using this as an opportunity to expand their businesses even more. This is when Tyson starts his first big official business called Tyson Feed and Hatchery. Sounds a little spooky. Hatchery? Sounds like I'm gonna get hacked to death from Paul. What's hatchery? Oh, eggs. Oh, it's so cute. I'm over here thinking I'm gonna get butchered. Okay, not scary. So he's got little baby chicks and eggs just everywhere, and this was so he could never run out of a supply of chickens. He even made the feed that the chickens would eat from scratch. He really committed to growing the best chickens out there. And when he delivered the chickens to buyers, he would also deliver the feed as well. And John, he wasn't just known for his good chickens. He really cared about his customers. In 1946, he actually loaded a plane full of chicks to ship to a local buyer so they can get their best chickens possible. He once said, quote, "I decided early that if you had the best chicks in the area, you'd have the best customers and get the best results." I'm thinking of hot babes and getting hashed to death. But that's the wrong story, I guess. Plus, he was cashing in big time by using the business tactic vertical integration, which is something we mentioned on the show a few times. Basically, you control every stage of production. The chicken
just a little bit so I
the
can
chicken hatching,
do
the
this little thought that I
growing of
have.
chickens, and also
Yay!
the selling of the chicken. And this makes it so that companies are able to save money by not having to outsource the work. But suddenly, after the war, the chicken industry was flopping like a chicken with its head cut off. Diseases came to town, and they were tearing through chicken farms. Chickens were dying, drunk, left, right. And this meant that the prices started to shoot up. You would think it would go lower, right? Because it's they're all dying and stuff, and they might be they might kill you, but no, prices shot up. Less people were willing to buy them.
Purple and green.
And this
Beautiful.
left many poultry growers filing for bankruptcy. Oh, but not for Tyson, Daddy Tyson.
If you're shopping while working, eating, or even listening to this podcast, then you know and love the thrill of the hunt. But are you getting the thrill of the best deals? Rakuten shoppers do. They get the brands they love with the most savings and cash back. And you can get it too. Start getting cash back at your favorite stores, like Urban Outfitters, YSL Beauty, and Wine.com. And even stack sales on top of cash back. It's easy to use, and you get your cash back through PayPal or check. The idea is simple. Stores pay Rakuten for sending them shoppers, and Rakuten shares the money with you as cash back. Download the free Rakuten app and never miss a deal. Or go to Rakuten.com to start getting the most bang for your buck. That's Rakuten.
That's the sound of another sale on your online Shopify store. But did you know Shopify powers selling in person too? That's right. Shopify is the sound of selling everywhere. Online, in-store, on social media, and beyond. Shopify POS is your command center for your retail store. From accepting payments to managing inventory, Shopify has everything you need to sell in person. With Shopify, you get a powerhouse selling partner that effortlessly unites your in-person and online sales into one source of truth. Track every sale across your business in one place and know exactly what's in stock. Connect with customers in-line and online. Shopify helps you drive store traffic with plug-and-play tools built for marketing campaigns from TikTok to Instagram and beyond. Get hardware that fits your business. Take payments by smartphone, transform your tablet into a point-of-sale system, or use Shopify's POS Go mobile device for a battle-tested solution. Plus, Shopify's award-winning help is there to support your success every step of the way. Do retail right with Shopify. Sign up for a $1 per month trial period at shopify.com/podcast20, all lowercase. Go to shopify.com/podcast20 to take your retail business to the next level today. Shopify.com/podcast20.
Tyson at this time was still a profitable company, and other big meat competitors needed to eat. Well, they really wanted to buy them up, that being John. But John, he's like, no, I've worked way too hard for this. He then pulled out his 22-year-old son, Don, at college so that he could help him run the company. I guess Don had worked for Tyson a few years earlier as a chicken catcher. I know. So he went from catching chickens to running the business alongside his father. I mean, talk about race. Don and John. That sounds fake. Don and John together came up with a plan to not just survive this chicken flop era, but also to thrive and just dominate. So they pull Rockefeller and they start buying up all the little chicken competitors in the area just to create one big poultry processing plant, which they call Randall Plant. Now, if you aren't a vegan or didn't forever traumatize yourself, Google this on YouTube. A processing plant is essentially a big factory that takes the chicken, they slaughter that chicken, they defeather that chicken, cut it up, and then they package it for selling. It's where most of the grocery store chicken comes from today. Now, this whole processing plant was all built under Don's leadership, and he was seen as someone who really knew how to lead the company. And not only that, just like his father, he really seemed to care about the people, the customers, whatever. By 1963, Don was the vice president of Tyson, and thanks to the business risks he took, the company was able to go public under the new name Tyson Foods, Inc. This meant people could now buy shares in Tyson, so there's going to be way more money coming into the company and way more to experiment with. At this point, it looks like nothing can stop them, really, until tragedy hits Tyson. By 1967, John Tyson and his wife Mildred were struck and killed by a train while driving through Springfield. Everyone was devastated, except for Don. Low-key, he was probably like, hell yeah, because he gets to take over the company as chairman and CEO. The workers, they weren't really, well, they were probably really upset too, but they liked Don, so they were like, okay, he's CEO now, whatever. Even though Don was the son of a millionaire businessman, he just seemed like he was pretty down to earth. Like, he wanted to come here at the work. But guess what? There was more to Don. There was more! Don may have been the salt of the earth good boy by day, but by night, he was Jack the Ripper. I know, plot twist! Just kidding. Okay, actually, by night, he was raging elite society. I mean, come on, of course he was. He was rubbing shoulders with members of the government and people like President Clinton. He threw these wild parties, I guess, that only the highest of society could get into. I want to know what happened there. Like, was it chicken themed? Chicken? Come get your own chicken? I don't know. So I guess Don would show up to, business meetings with these super hot models, and he'd be all dressed up all fancy. So, I think that's where his money was going. Models. On top of that, he loved himself a yacht. He had a huge yacht, and he traveled all over the world with it. He was a yacht daddy. And, I mean, it was just very different, because it just showed how much Tyson had changed since John was running the show. Now it was it was very flashy. And when Don took the reins of the Tyson company, he established a creepy little motto. Tyson told his employees the new company motto was, grow or die. I imagine it's something like that. And I'll tell you one thing, they didn't die, so they were growers. Now showers. The year is 1972. Tyson is once again perfectly positioned to make bank because the American meat industry is about to take a huge hit. Why, you ask? Because of South American anchovies. I'll get ya. I don't tell you. Anchovies are
so beautiful.
Liar. Anchovies, right?
I can't get over looking at my beautiful home from a distance.
South America. Well, they decided they were over it, and they migrated and decided to live their happy little anchovy lives on another coast. And this
The big open
farmers
platform, and I'm like,
because they
eventually I'm gonna build a massive McMansion here,
didn't know animals like
and
anchovies.
now it's there.
So the farmers were like, what do? They had to go looking for other ways to like feed their animals, which were usually more expensive, which led to their meat prices to go up. People who were living in the 70s, they were pissed because, I mean, meat, whether it's chicken, pork, or beef, it was like the center of the American meal at this point, so they needed their meat. They needed it. And then in 1970, there was even a boycott that was actually led by American housewives because they were pissed over the rising meat prices. It was actually one of the earliest examples of what experts call housewife activism. The public pressure these women put on meat suppliers even forced the president at the time, it was Nixon, to put caps on like how much they could charge on beef, pork, and lamb. And around that same time, something called the burger war started.
Decisions. Should you stop growing DLT, or should you stop for a Whopper?
It was this lame competition between huge fast food franchises like McDonald's and Burger King over who had the best menu items. It's like, calm down, you guys. It's not that serious. Burger King was like, we got those flavor patties. McDonald's is like, yeah, we got that special sauce. They were like pricing their burgers a few cents higher or lower than their competitors, being all petty and angry, and they released all these commercials. Like, everyone just needed to calm their tits. It's just a burger, you know? Personally, I would choose McDonald's because I love the orange high C. Love you. Or Mr. Pibb. Oh, bitch. Oh, Mr. Pipper. Okay, chicken. But while all this was going on, Tyson had been buying up chicken companies one by one behind the scenes. And they were quietly becoming a chicken Godzilla of a corporation. And Tyson was working with grocery stores with their rebranding account actually.
Yeah, he gave me some stone.
Tyson
Some
wasn't just selling
granite.
average looking chicken and fast food for half. They were selling Tyson Country Fresh Chicken. What's country fresh even mean? You think about it, huh? Does it make sense? Okay, so I'm picturing some kind of like country chickens. Maybe there's some hay. You know, maybe these cute little chickens are wearing overalls and just being all cute and like building a post office and some streets and just functioning way better than America. Unfortunately, it's ruined because realistically it comes from those scary metal food processing plants that just look like prison. I like my country of chickens way better. But the most important thing Tyson was doing at this time was not being a burger, because everything was about burgers. Everyone's arguing about Big Macs and Whoppers. I mean, the government was releasing studies that showed red meat wasn't actually that healthy for you. I guess the government, they even like came out and they were begging the public to stop eating so many hamburgers because maybe it wasn't that great. This was great news for Tyson. A few years earlier, Don Tyson bought a company called Prospect Farms. They made a product that was not super common at the time: pre-cooked frozen chicken breasts and thighs. Everyone loves a breast and a thigh. By the 80s, Tyson was in refrigerators and freezers in nearly every grocery store in America. So the 80s was the era of the working mom. I'm talking those badass power suits, the lock cell phones, the hairspray, the power lesbian haircuts. It was everything. And you know exactly what I'm talking about. Bad bitches in charge, making their own money. And the downside of that is like the working moms felt like they had less time to cook a whole like raw chicken for dinner, right? So a lot of them would just kind of end up going with frozen chicken because it was close
Because I
enough.
don't want to take away the juicer 100%, but I don't need him to make any more juice. So.
Suddenly, chicken consumption was up 30%, and this really became Tyson's golden era. In 1982, Tyson Foods made it on the Fortune 500 list, which is this list that ranks the 500 most powerful companies of the year. It's like the VIP list for companies. If you're on it, major bragging rights. You could just go up to everyone and be like, yeah, our chicken is the shit. And honestly, can't say nothing back. They're not lying. Thanks to this, Tyson signed some new business that, in my the world.
If you're shopping while working, eating, or even listening to this podcast, then you know and love the thrill of the hunt. But are you getting the thrill of the best deals? Rakuten shoppers do. They get the brands they love with the most savings and cash back. And you can get it too. Start getting cash back at your favorite stores, like Urban Outfitters, YSL Beauty, and Wine.com, and even stack sales on top of cash back. It's easy to use, and you get your cash back through PayPal or check. The idea is simple. Stores pay Rakuten for sending them shoppers, and Rakuten shares the money with you as cash back. Download the free Rakuten app and never miss a deal. Or go to Rakuten.com to start getting the most bang for your buck. That's Rakuten.
You know, that's the sound of another sale on your online Shopify store. But did you know Shopify powers selling in person too? That's right. Shopify is the sound of selling everywhere. Online, in-store, on social media, and beyond. Shopify POS is your command center for your retail store. From accepting payments to managing inventory, Shopify has everything you need to sell in person. With Shopify, you get a powerhouse selling partner that effortlessly unites your in-person and online sales into one source of truth. Track every sale across your business in one place and know exactly what's in stock. Connect with customers in-line and online. Shopify helps you drive store traffic with plug-and-play tools built for marketing campaigns from TikTok to Instagram and beyond. Get hardware that fits your business. Take payments by smartphone, transform your tablet into a point-of-sale system, or use Shopify's POS Go mobile device for a battle-tested solution. Plus, Shopify's award-winning help is there to support your success every step of the way. Do retail right with Shopify. Sign up for a $1 per month trial period at shopify.com/podcast20, all lowercase. Go to shopify.com/podcast20 to take your retail business to the next level today. Shopify.com/podcast20.
5% off. So, in the early 1980s, McDonald's was really struggling to sell something new to customers after that burger backlash. So they tried testing tons of different products, like a deep-fried pot pie, a bite-sized onion ring. They even tried fried chicken, but nobody could compete with KFC. KFC's like, don't even try. Don't even try, bitch. Finally, the McDonald's CEO was like, hey, why don't we do like a bite-sized piece of chicken? What if we called it a chicken nugget? Right? I bet that guy went home and was like, I did that shit. So they called up Tyson, right? Get him on the line. And together with like a food scientist named Robert C. Baker from Cornell University, in 1983, together they birthed the McNugget. Yes! McNuggets made their debut on the McDonald's menu. Now this is a date accelerated. This is my Christmas, the birthday of the McNugget. And like, look, everyone was stoked. They loved this shit. It was an instant hit. They were like, what is this? They didn't know. It was McNugget. Barbecue sauce? Try that, bitch. Changed the game. We grew up eating McDonald's a lot, and I would always get chicken nuggets, and my sister would get the sweet and sour sauce, and I was like, ew. I would get the barbecue. Barbecue is way better than sweet and sour. Please, don't even, you can't convince me, okay? And then to this day, I mean, my chicken nuggets are my, like, comfort food. Don't come for me, I'm sorry, but I do like a 10-piece. What are you gonna do about it? Okay? I know. Great. Okay, so anyways, McNuggets, a damn hit. They are bangin', poppin', livin', laughing, lovin'. Yep, McDonald's, they were literally running out of chicken daily. Can you imagine? The news was doing reports on like how people would wait long lines just to get their hands on a McNugget. And Tyson was becoming the go-to chicken company when it came to fast food. Over the next few years, Tyson's client list included Taco Bell, Burger King, and even Kentucky Fried Chicken. By 1986, Tyson officially becomes the #1 poultry processor in all of America. Tyson's products, I mean, they're in grocery stores, they're in school cafeterias, at the drive-thru, they were everywhere. You couldn't avoid grocery store chicken brand. People like that one. Holly Farms was over like 100 years old, and they didn't want to like give up the company without a fight. So after negotiating for years, Don Tyson ends up paying $1.29 billion for Holly Farms. That's a lot of money. Holly was probably stoked though. She's on a jet ski now, just smiling, living. Good for her. I bet you it's not even Holly who owns it, right? So literally overnight, Tyson had doubled in size, and their sales in the first year, that doubled too, and Tyson became the undisputed chicken fucking king of the world. Chicken is the boss. The chicken boss. So Tyson, they go on to spend the next few decades gobbling up other smaller chicken companies and expanding their product line to beef, pork, and even fish. But behind the curtain, Tyson put animals through hell. Let's talk about how they are able to sell so much chicken to people like you and me. But with everything that's been going on, it's no wonder shit literally hits the fan. Or chicken hits the fan. But now that Tyson was such a large company, things obviously had to change. Farming and butchering back in the day was the size of a small family business. Things were done by hand. Animals were killed as efficiently as possible, and usually pretty humanely, which is like what you would hope for, right? This was done with a stunning bolt to the head or a clean chop of the neck. But then farmers raised these animals from babies, so they felt an obligation to keep their suffering to a minimum, right? It's like, I know that baby chicken, I named her Tommy. Tommy can be a name for both men and women. Sorry. Anyways, they were attached to the chicken, so you know they're gonna be nice when they chop their head off. Say a prayer. This is also back when chickens were like free range and living outside, and also eating a healthy diet. But all this changed with the Industrial Revolution and big brands like Tyson. They slaughtered 45 million chickens every week. That's a lot of chickens. And they aren't just slaughtering them. It's cheaper for Tyson to be in control of every aspect of the chicken's life. This is so that they can raise them and butcher them as quickly as possible, which honestly sucks if you're a chicken, right? Today, the birds that are raised by Tyson are selectively bred to be supersized. But these chickens are intentionally bred to be so big that they can barely walk. So once they've hatched their Frankenstein supersized chicks, they're debeaked, which use your imagination on that one, because I didn't know they debeaked them. And then they live their lives in either a feathery wash pit or inside cages so small that the poor chicks can't even stretch their wings. Then they're pumped with hormones to make them as fat as possible. And all of this happens in a big-ass factory. If you're a Tyson chicken, odds are you've most likely never seen the sun or even grass. It's kind of like the chicken matrix, except they don't get a beautiful simulation to escape to, and obviously no Keanu Reeves. So, not ideal. But this isn't even getting into the nitty-gritty of it all. Back in 2022, Vox reported on an undercover investigation of Tyson. Well, let me tell you, the Tyson factory farm. And this farm was like outside of Richmond, Virginia. Great. And this was like the kind of article where I didn't want to keep reading, but of course eventually I kept reading. The investigator documented hours and hours of horrifying footage. They reported that these Tyson chickens were stuffed into dark warehouses and had
Purdue
severe
is the only chicken
injuries,
I'll eat.
wounds, and deformities. Yeah, you think they're beefing them up. Of course they're deformed. They have these little chicken legs. They have literal chicken legs and bigger bodies. They can't even walk. It's so sad. Now, oh my god, chicken legs. It all makes sense now. I never put two and two together. God, I love this show. Learned something new. Chicken leg went right over my head. Anyways, back to the sadness. Sorry. Chicken legs, though. Noted. They saw chickens deprived of food and water. There was like rat infestations and bugs in the chicken's feed. The investigator said, quote, "It's a living nightmare. A video does not do it any justice." I bet you can smell like shit. I mean, this horror show is the polar opposite of the advertising you see on the Tyson like chicken packaging about their chicks being happy and healthy and like running in this country of
I used to think Tyson was good, and then I watched some.
Okay, well,
I watched the you know, how it was made type of stuff, and
labels you see on chicken grocery stores, like, hey, what is this? I don't know, free, you know?
it's crazy because within that I learned about Purdue and I hadn't seen it yet. Like, I was like, where do I get Purdue products? And then the new season's market went in, and I was like, boom, there it is. And I was like, haha, that is becoming my forever go-to. And they deliver. I guess everyone fucking delivers these days. But I'm really fucking thankful that
Then the reporter brought up a Tyson competitor.
they
And was like,
do,
oh my god, I wonder how
because
they're
it
doing free range chickens
makes
over
it
there.
very much
And then the Tyson
possible
reporter was like, oh, they don't. I mean, that's lame. In the secret
to
reporting,
still
the
get
Tyson worker goes
the
on to say that
products
those
that I'm
birds don't go outside.
getting
We know
accustomed to
that. If
from
they
having
do,
a new
it's strictly for
season's.
commercial purposes. Oh, that's cute. Like when they do the little shots, little photo shoots, that's when they take them outside. They pick the prettiest birds for commercials and they toss them out in the grass. We're like, you look good. Throw them out in the grass, get their photos, and then put it back in, you know? So it's just, it's all fake, you guys. Everything is fake. The chickens are not happy, okay? Now, this is just one guy who said this, and who knows how factual his statements are.
Kitty cat
But
holding a sushi.
why would he lie? You know, I mean, it's
So
not, it's
adorable.
concerning. There's got to be some truth in there. And across the board, free range labels, honestly, don't mean swaddly shit, okay? And, yeah, you're welcome. That's all you should take away from this. It just seems like this is one of those dirty secrets that you only know if you work in the meat industry. But companies like Tyson must know that if they use the right visuals on their products and use words like free range, most likely people will kind of calm down a little bit. They'll feel okay about eating chicken, about their purchase, about where they're buying, you know? Most of us aren't thinking about the abuse and deformed vampire chickens who never see the sun that's probably in that packaging you're about to eat, right? Now, this technique of using words that really mean nothing is what people call humane washing, like greenwashing, but instead it's like with animal treatment, humane washing. Isn't this illegal? Right? I don't get it. But even if you don't like care about your chicken being free range, you like to eat like sad chickens or whatever, everyone wants to eat safe food, right? Well, I've got some.
If you're shopping while working, eating, or even listening to this podcast, then you know and love the thrill of the hunt. But are you getting the thrill of the best deals? Rakuten shoppers do. They get the brands they love with the most savings and cash back. And you can get it too. Start getting cash back at your favorite stores, like Urban Outfitters, YSL Beauty, and Wine.com. And even stack sales on top of cash back. It's easy to use, and you get your cash back through PayPal or check. The idea is simple. Stores pay Rakuten for sending them shoppers, and Rakuten shares the money with you as cash back. Download the free Rakuten app and never miss a deal. Or go to Rakuten.com to start getting the most bang for your buck. That's Rakuten.
You know, that's the sound of another sale on your online Shopify store. But did you know Shopify powers selling in person too? That's right. Shopify is the sound of selling everywhere. Online, in-store, on social media, and beyond. Shopify POS is your command center for your retail store. From accepting payments to managing inventory, Shopify has everything you need to sell in person. With Shopify, you get a powerhouse selling partner that effortlessly unites your in-person and online sales into one source of truth. Track every sale across your business in one place and know exactly what's in stock. Connect with customers in-line and online. Shopify helps you drive store traffic with plug-and-play tools built for marketing campaigns from TikTok to Instagram and beyond. Get hardware that fits your business. Take payments by smartphone, transform your tablet into a point-of-sale system, or use Shopify's POS Go mobile device for a battle-tested solution. Plus, Shopify's award-winning help is there to support your success every step of the way. Do retail right with Shopify. Sign up for a $1 per month trial period at shopify.com/podcast20, all lowercase. Go to shopify.com/podcast20 to take your retail business to the next level today. Shopify.com/podcast20.
Now let's get back to today's story. In a different undercover investigation in 2005, a reporter said that on 9 separate instances, they saw Tyson factory workers in Heflin, Alabama, of course Alabama, sorry, but
Ew.
workers peeing directly on the conveyor belt that leads chicken to the slaughter.
Ew.
What is wrong with this place? Where are we?
First of all, Tyson, you should probably give your employees some bathroom breaks. Maybe a nice bathroom so I don't have to pee on the chicken. Just a thought I had. I don't know. And second of all, I don't know about you, but I don't want pee flavoring on my chicken. I don't think anybody does, right? These stress and unsanitary conditions of all this, it can lead to spreading diseases. I mean, quick, right? Workers at Tyson plants have said that cockroaches, flies, and crickets are fucking all over the place in some plants and can even end up inside the nuggets and the hamburgers that are supplied to grocery stores, fast food restaurants, and even schools because fuck the children, says Tyson. I'm just kidding. They didn't say that, but like I'm imagining in my mind that maybe they did. Carlos Sanchez, he's a Tyson worker who has been at the company for over a decade, is a machine operator in the plant that makes burgers and chicken nuggets. And Carlos told a reporter that, quote, the pressure is horrific and that speed is more important than safety, with workers stressed, tired, and just rushing around. That's why he says so many employees trip and fall. The cleaners complain about the same problem, saying they can do what they can, but the machinery often stinks and there are cockroaches inside. Carlos also said that he told supervisors at Tyson about the cockroaches and even pointed out the flies and the crickets that were frozen inside blocks of Tyson's ground up chicken. But no one did anything. The meat mixer just keeps on mixing. Carlos said that he's seen meat mislabeled as antibiotic free when really it isn't. But Tyson's only comment to this was, quote, our plants and meats are routinely checked by USDA for quality and safety. End quote. Sure, Tyson. Sure. Or should we blame the USDA? We're mad. We're mad. And when it comes to the slaughter part of the equation, things get even sketchier. Tyson uses a method called live shackle slaughter, which goes a little something like this. The chickens are essentially baptized in electrified water, and then dragged across a conveyor belt with a blade that slits their throat while they're still fully conscious. And even with this process, which is described as, quote, terrifying, excruciating, and extremely stressful, stuff goes wrong a lot of the time. Sometimes birds aren't stunned properly, so it's like, oops. And then sometimes the blade that's supposed to slit their throat, it doesn't. It just like kind of misses and it cuts their leg or their chest or whatever. And then these full live birds are dumped into tanks of like scalding water and then boiled alive. And the live shackle process isn't just terrible for the animals, it's also extremely hazardous and stressful for the workers in these facilities as well. I mean, could you imagine if you accidentally touched the electrifying water? Or maybe like you go home, how do you not think about all the chickens you just slaughtered? It's gotta be a little stressful, right? Now, companies that get their chicken from Tyson said that they were going to like look into better slaughter methods. Okay. Like in May of 2020, McDonald's, of course, they said they were committing to getting rid of the live shackle process. It's like, shut up, McDonald's. No, you're not. Come on. I mean, they promised they would have a different method in place by 2024. This is huge because McDonald's is, as we know it, one of Tyson's biggest buyers. So without their, Ronald McDonald,
Got me glad I
Tyson
don't
would be in some serious trouble.
do the
I'm
fast
sure
food
Tyson should
anymore.
start buying too.
Actually,
Yeah,
it
we
was
do it.
McDonald's I thought about doing. I thought about having a chicken sandwich
Yes, mask
from
man.
McDonald's. My eye just twitched thinking about it. And instead of doing that, I went to the grocery store and got chicken sandwiches from there. And it was from Purdue. And those are some of the best fucking chicken sandwiches I have ever had.
Because I couldn't find a date in that publicity statement, so chances are they're gonna probably still keep doing it. On top of all the blades and electricity and dangerous machinery which the Tyson employees are working with, Tyson reportedly refused to put, quote, adequate safety measures in place during the peak of the COVID pandemic. I mean, employees weren't allowed to take sick leave or anything, and more than 4,500 Tyson workers came down with COVID-19 in 2020. caught COVID at work. She unfortunately infected her husband, who was recovering from surgery, and sadly he died 3 days later. Annalita said, quote, "If the company had taken better care, I might not have gotten COVID, and my husband would still be alive." End quote. Most of Tyson's manual work is done by immigrants in low-income communities who are exploited and treated terribly. Magali Licoli, who is the director of a workers' rights organization called Venceremos, says that, quote, "Knowing Tyson is allowed to exploit them weighs heavy on the workers' shoulders, like they're not seen as human beings, just labor," end quote. But it's just not the workers getting the shit end of the stick. It's also the environment. Here's something I think a lot of us just don't think about. What happens to all the chicken poop? I mean, there's gotta be a lot of chicken poop, right? The amount of literal chicken poop that these chicken factories produce, I guess, is like completely out of control. I mean, visualize, close your eyes, babe, visualize a mountain of chicken shit the size of the Empire State Building. And with that visual in your head right now, you're headed into really the right direction. That's exactly how much shit they're doing. Factory farms have an official name for this, which is called chicken litter. And this chicken litter is full of chemicals like nitrogen and phosphorus. On a small, family farm, the litter can be used for fertilizer and even composting, and that could be a great thing, you know? But at Tyson, they're not really about good things, I feel like, in my personal opinion. They really aren't farming anything else. They're just kicking chickens around. I mean, it's chicken and that's it. So there's all of this excess fertilizer, which in high quantities is actually dangerous. In 2017, just one Tyson plant in Arkansas, they produced 50 billion tons of chicken. What do you do with all the chicken?
My bathroom.
And studies showed that this drastically affected the water quality of this area, and tons of this chicken waste eventually finds its way into
Maybe I
water
should do it
supplies,
the other
either
way.
through rain runoff or
I think about it.
dumping. Okay, so poop and water. Besides it being gross,
I like
it's
it
that
the way
the
it is.
nitrogen and the phosphorus from the poop is giving algae and other bacteria a freaking steroid injection. They're starting to get fucking amped. When any algae already living in the water will just pop off, thrive, become Arnold Schwarzenegger of the sea. No, not of the sea. Rivers, whatever. Look, these are called algae blooms. They thrive because of shit. Have you ever seen a river or pond and it looks like a neon green science project kind of just happened there? Yeah, so that's algae bloom. And they can take over entire lakes and rivers and turn clean water into Nickelodeon slime. I feel like that is a bad reference because I always wanted to be slimed. I want to be slimed so bad. So bad.
It's so weird not seeing the other door straight through it.
And bad for anyone who might want to swim in the water or drink that water. Great. Over the years, Tyson has faced tons of claims that they are single-handedly just decimating Arkansas's water supplies. There have been investigations where they've proved that the company is releasing, quote, excessive amounts of nitrogen and that phosphorus I mentioned. And all of this goes right into Arkansas's major streams and rivers. For instance, the Illinois River has major pollution issues, most of them leading back to Tyson. And this is a real problem because as rivers get polluted and filled with bacteria, entire ecosystems can just die. And then it all trickles down to human health because people are fishing in these rivers and also eating the fish. Sometimes the contamination can get to the water sources that we rely on for drinking. The point is, chicken shit is in you right now. I'm just kidding, but it's all connected. That's the point. A lot of these towns where the worst pollution is happening are impoverished Latino and indigenous communities in Arkansas, like Benton in Washington, where no one has the resources to step up and challenge this freaking Goliath of a company. And honestly, it kind of reminded me of our Coca-Cola episode, but no Coke. But do you remember, the city that became a ghost town because Coca-Cola drained them of all their water resources? Oh, you don't? Okay, well, it's just like that. Big corporations
shopping while working, eating, or even listening to this podcast, then you know and love the thrill of the hunt. But are you getting the thrill of the best deals? Rakuten shoppers do. They get the brands they love with the most savings and cash back. And you can get it too. Start getting cash back at your favorite stores, like Urban Outfitters, YSL Beauty, and Wine.com, and even stack sales on top of cash back. It's easy to use, and you get your cash back through PayPal or check. The idea is simple. Stores pay Rakuten for sending them shoppers, and Rakuten shares the money with you as cash back. Download the free Rakuten app and never miss a deal. Or go to Rakuten.com to start getting the most bang for your buck. That's Rakuten.
You know, that's the sound of another sale on your online Shopify store. But did you know Shopify powers selling in person too? That's right. Shopify is the sound of selling everywhere. Online, in-store, on social media, and beyond. Shopify POS is your command center for your retail store. From accepting payments to managing inventory, Shopify has everything you need to sell in person. With Shopify, you get a powerhouse selling partner that effortlessly unites your in-person and online sales into one source of truth. Track every sale across your business in one place and know exactly what's in stock. Connect with customers in-line and online. Shopify helps you drive store traffic with plug-and-play tools built for marketing campaigns from TikTok to Instagram and beyond. Get hardware that fits your business. Take payments by smartphone, transform your tablet into a point-of-sale system, or use Shopify's POS Go mobile device for a battle-tested solution. Plus, Shopify's award-winning help is there to support your success every step of the way. Do retail right with Shopify. Sign up for a $1 per month trial period at shopify.com/podcast20, all lowercase. Go to shopify.com/podcast20 to take your retail business to the next level today. Shopify.com/podcast20.
AI.com/dark history. Tyson has closed down and gobbled up so many small farms to the point where, for tons of people, it's now the only option at the grocery store. And you might not even realize it. Just because it doesn't say Tyson on the label doesn't mean it's not Tyson. They're hiding in plain sight behind other names like Hillshire Farms, Jimmy Dean, I know, Sarah Lee, State Fair, that's another one, just to name a few. Tyson and 3 other companies now control over 87% of poultry production in Arkansas, and that could soon become true for the rest of the country. Probably. And I guess it's like basically common knowledge in the business world that if a company controls 40% or more of any market, it's mega bad news for consumers, workers, small businesses, and also the planet. Hi. If all this wasn't bad enough, the real scary thing is that Tyson is becoming too big to fail because they're approaching a monopoly level chokehold on us. Honestly, it sounds like they already have. Rebecca Bain, an economist and author, said that, quote, when a company like Tyson can get so big and powerful, where they have a near monopoly in their industry, they make their own rules and rake in profits while everyone else suffers. End quote. Well, yeah, because number one, what if there's a contamination issue? Thousands of people could be affected by a Tyson contamination in just a few days. Just last year in February of 2022, Reuters released a report that said, quote, highly lethal bird flu, unquote, was detected in Tyson Foods chickens. Missed that news. This was such a huge outbreak that countries like China and Korea stopped buying poultry products from Tyson. I don't blame them, do you? No. Good for them. Fuck Tyson.
Yeah,
Now,
I like that.
at this point, Tyson was forced to recall more than 8.5 million pounds of frozen chicken in the
It's like
U.S.
it's an
And,
extra
I wonder what they
fancy
did with it.
bathroom.
This chicken was likely contaminated with listeria, which is a bacteria that can be fatal. And this is actually the 3rd leading cause of death from food poisoning. For every 1,600 people that get sick from listeria, about 260 die of it every year. So yeah, this recall, it was pretty serious. And like I said, plenty of people might not have even known their chicken was recalled because Tyson's brands are everywhere. Now, Tyson food representatives, they claim that they're doing their part to follow safety protocol and water and waste disposal regulations, but a lot of people are skeptical about that. Why should we believe them? They've been shady for a very long time. Environmentalists and concerned citizens have filed lawsuits against Tyson, hoping to hold them accountable. But with companies this big, like Tyson and Monsanto, there are always loopholes and escape routes, and honestly, you could just pay people off to get your way, right? Between the year 2000 and 2021, Tyson has been fined over $169 million. And these fines cover everything from employment violations, environmental violations, and even criminal penalties. In 2018, they had to pay $2 million for a massive slaughtering of fish in Missouri caused by their pollution. They're involved in ongoing lawsuits for their employee negligence in 2020 that allowed COVID to spread in Tyson plants. Safety protocol aside, these Tyson factory jobs
it's
are
fucking
scary.
satisfying.
Watching chickens get their head cut off. Jesus. I mean, Carlos Sanchez, that worker who saw frozen bugs inside Tyson's chicken, he summed it up the best. He said, quote, Tyson earns billions while we have to work in brutal conditions for low pay. I would never recommend anyone work for the company, end quote. I appreciate that honesty. Workers attest to being exposed to chemicals, dangerous equipment, and extreme temperatures at minimum. In 2019, the Bureau of Labor Statistics said that the non-fatal injury and illness rates in the chicken processing industry were higher than in all other industries. Wow, I know. According to a 2016 report, Tyson averages one employee amputation per month. That's a lot of limbs. Yeah, when you think about that, I mean, if you went to your place of work and someone was losing a limb at least once a month, would you want to work there? No, you can't pay me enough to put that up, right? I mean, call me crazy, but this isn't war. This isn't like a factory that's working to cure cancer. All these people are getting hurt, having their lives ruined for what? To stuff your drunk ass face with chicken nuggets at 3 a.m. and then puke it back up, right? You ungrateful bitch? No, I was kidding. I'm not losing a limb for chicken nuggets. I'm sorry. I think we can all agree on that. Thank you for agreeing with me. So screw Tyson for not being honest with us, misleading us, right? Like, how does this even happen in America? Well, this is dark history, and if you've been listening, you know how this happens. But it got me thinking, like, what are we supposed to do? People just want to be able to feed their families at the end of the day, get their protein. But, like, little do they know that it's filled with all this garbage. And I'm not, like, saying to boycott chicken nuggets or meat altogether, unless that's your choice, of course. I personally love meat, and I love my McNuggets as much as the next person. But, like, knowing about all the dangers that big companies are putting people and animals through, it makes you want to, like, I don't know, do extra research to make sure you know what you're putting in your body. At least it does for me. I mean, we all have the right to know the impact factory farming has on our health, our animals, and the environment, because we all live here, right? Because then we can make the choice to do what we feel is right. Like, for example, now that we all know that free-range labels are complete bullshit, shouldn't it be legal to do that? Let's go back to that branches of government dark history episode, and let's make a law. Who's down? It'll say something about, like, I forget. Great. Oh, you can't say free range. Fuck that. They're such little fuckers. These companies don't seem to get in trouble whenever they lie to us. It's always our fault for some reason. And Tyson ends up giving us nasty food instead of, like, free-range organic stuff that we're paying extra money for. So gross. It's just another big corporation taking over and ruining the industry, and now we're becoming very dependent on them. It's a very toxic, one-sided relationship. And honestly, look, I mean, I don't have answers, but I do know that we need to demand more from our corporations, because they're the ones with the freaking money to fix it. So let's brainstorm together and work in the comment sections of how we're going to take down Tyson. Let me know. I'm down. Okay. Watch. They're gonna put me on their hit list. I'm gonna be like one of those chickens. Oh God. After doing so much research into Tyson, I have more questions about companies that so many of us buy from podcast is executive produced by Bailey Sarian, hi, Junia McNeely from 3 Arts, Kevin Crush, and Matt Enlow from Maiden Emily. A big thank you to our writers, Joey Scavuso, Katie Burris, Allison Lobos, and Bailey Sarian. Production lead, Brian Jaggers. Research provided by the Dark History Researcher team. A special thank you to our expert, Simran Graywall, and I'm your host, hi, Baby Sarian, and social comments. Ray, my favorite. Kelly said, quote, Bailey's always coming in clutch during my chores. Kelly, that's so nice. When I'm doing my chores, I just moan and complain all the time, like, until it's over, so I like your idea better. I don't want to listen to me. Oh my god, I'm so sick of me. Christina said, quote, Hi Bailey, I have been watching your channel actively for more than 3 years. Love it. Could you do a dark history about Viking rituals? Thank you. Sending love from London. London? Can I come visit? Honestly, I've kind of always been interested in Viking stuff, so this kind of... I'm interested, and I'll circle back. Beneath the Roses said, quote, Bailey needs to be one of the teachers in all the next seasons of Wednesday Addams, end quote. Thank you, Beneath the Roses. Do you have the number? Who do I reach? How do I make this happen? Because, yes, I will. Great. Well, you guys, it's been such a fun journey, hasn't it? Been all bad news. Don't eat Tyson chicken, and thanks for watching. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Make good choices, and I'll talk to you next week. Bye!
Okay, quick math. The less your business spends on operations, on multiple systems, on delivering your product or service, the more margin you have and the more money you keep. Obvious. But with higher expenses on materials, employees, distribution, and borrowing, everything costs more. So to reduce costs and headaches, smart businesses are graduating to NetSuite by Oracle. NetSuite is the #1 cloud financial system, bringing accounting, financial management, inventory, HR into one platform with one source of truth. With NetSuite, you reduce IT costs because NetSuite lives in the cloud with no hardware required, accessed from anywhere. You cut the cost of maintaining multiple systems because you got one unified business management suite. And you're improving efficiency by bringing all your major business processes into one platform, slashing manual tasks and errors. Over 37,000 companies have already made the move. So do the math. See how you'll profit with NetSuite.
Backed by popular demand, NetSuite has extended its one-of-a-kind flexible financing program for a few more weeks. Head to netsuite.com/stereo. netsuite.com/stereo.
Take a minute to check your social battery. How's it doing? Does the thought of social events make you feel excited or exhausted? It's easy to ignore our social batteries and spread ourselves thin, especially at this time of year when gatherings are picking up again after the winter. But it's important to find the right amount of socializing for you and still give yourself the time to recharge. Therapy can give you the self-awareness to build a social life that doesn't drain your battery. And when you are feeling worn out from socializing, therapy can give you the tools you need to take care of yourself and recharge. Because a full battery is the key to a full life. BetterHelp offers affordable online therapy on a schedule that works for you. Connect with a licensed therapist by text, phone, or video call. Start the process in minutes and switch therapists anytime. Find your social sweet spot with BetterHelp. Visit betterhelp.com/darkhistory today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/darkhistory.
Hamburgers used to be one of the most feared foods in America, and now we eat 50 billion of them every single year. Oh, we love a goddamn burger, don't we? I mean, it's like sacred to us. There was a study done that shows way-worn people recognize the McDonald's golden arches over the Christian cross. Gasp! And we're not hooked on burgers or fast food in general just because it's convenient. I mean, fast food corporations have hired Ivy League scientists to create menu items that are so addicting to our taste buds, that our brains can't tell the difference between a Big Mac and crack cocaine. Whoa. I know. Crazy. If you're gonna choose one, I say go with the crack cocaine every time. Why don't they just mix the two together?
Definitely gonna be a 420
fast
area.
food because first of all, it's
Bathroom.
unhealthy. Second of all, it's
Yeah.
really important to many of us.
Cute little hall that goes to the
83%
bathroom.
of American families eat at a fast food
Probably just
restaurant
make this
at
like
least
a, I
once a
don't know
week.
yet.
I mean, even though
More
we're
sitting
constantly
areas,
told like to
decorated
kill
all
us,
pretty.
stop doing
Put
that.
carpets in.
Like you can't because the fries are so good. But let's be honest, when we bite into a burger, I mean, you're not thinking about any of those expose documentaries, and we're not worried about the nutrition facts. And we kind
Viewing
of know what we're
deck.
getting ourselves into, right? But look, I mean, doesn't everyone deserve a little treat every now and then?
I'll put some
Please.
chairs
Isn't
and
it all about
different seating with some
moderation?
rugs there.
For most of us, fast
In
food
my
is nostalgic,
bedroom.
and guess what? I mean, that's on purpose, babe. Okay, look, fast food reminds us of a simpler time in our childhood where, like, calories didn't matter. You just play outside with mud and sprinklers, and, like, nobody thought
Oh
about
shit, my
saturated fats
character
or
is
high fructose
almost about to be
corn syrup.
starving.
We played outside and just ate whatever, right? I mean, ignorance is bliss. But somehow, over time, we still can't quit fast food. Even though we know it's unhealthy, right? We all know that, I think. So, I mean, what's the deal?
You'd have to be
It's
daft
so easily
to
accessible, and it's so bad
think
for
that
us.
fast food is not bad
Okay,
for
so
you.
this story begins with a place
My
called the
quote-unquote
Automat,
cheat
which
food of
sounds like,
choice
you know, a
is
mechanic or something to do
Domino's.
with like an auto vehicle.
I can make
Right?
homemade
But
pizza,
actually, it's
but
because I'm an MS.
sometimes I just want
That it's a
Domino's.
cafeteria
I'm
style
looking, like,
restaurant. For decades, the
if we did get
Automat
this
was
apartment, which I'm
the
thinking we
place
did,
to get
like,
pre-made food
everything's pointing to
fast.
yes,
And it
but I
also did
haven't had it
well tonight,
verbally said to me yet,
Business
so
partners
I'm like,
Joseph Horn and
is
Spring
it?
Hawthorne opened their first Automat in Philadelphia. So they designed the Automat after a very similar and very like, popular
But I do, I
restaurant
think
in
we
New
got
Jersey.
it, and
So the restaurant had these cute wall-to-wall like glass
definitely
windows,
start,
and so behind those windows were little slots that were filled with tons
doing
of different
even
kinds of
more
food.
packing, because
I mean,
I've
it was
been,
everything from like
anyone
cakes,
who,
buns,
watches my
to steak,
content,
all freshly made behind
consistently
the
knows
scenes.
that
So it's like really nice. All
I've
you need to
been
do is put a nickel into the
already
slot,
packing stuff
you
up.
turn
Like,
the little
we
knob,
never were
lift the
fully
glass door, and
unpacked.
then you get your food. Who would have thought that this would be such an idea?
Never been fully
And as soon
unpacked
as
here
the
in the
food
cave.
disappeared,
Although we
I
did
mean, the
unpack
work from
things
behind the
that had
scenes
been
would put the food back
never
in place,
unpacked in
it
the
was
house.
magical. It was
So it's just
essentially
kind of
like a
interesting.
vending machine, except with instant
But I'm
food
hoping
at the Automat. It tasted
when
like
we get
something else, a
into
home-cooked meal. You know, not something that you just kind of like purchase really
our
quick.
next
And the
place, which I
Automat
think it's
became
this
so
apartment, I
popular
think we
that
got it.
Horn and Hardman
And,
opened up a second location
we will
just a
open
month
all
later, right smack in
boxes.
the middle of
Unless it
Times
is one of
Square,
those containers, like,
New York City.
there's one
I mean,
that's
imagine that.
a
You
fancy
go to see
punch
a
bowl.
Broadway
You know what I
show
mean?
and you get some
That
meatloaf
doesn't
and like a
need
piece
to
of cake
be
for
pulled out.
a freaking dime. Can you imagine that? No, none of us can. We know nothing about that life. Anyway, the best part about the Automat, it was accessible to everyone. So in 1902, city workers were getting paid way below the minimum wage, and their lunch breaks were getting cut shorter and shorter, and there just weren't many options for quick meals on the go. They didn't have much time, you know. So at the Automat, most of the food was between 5 and 10 cents, which is around or would be around $2 today. And then on top of that, there's no waiters, so you don't have to worry about tipping. It was just a steal. 5 to 10 cents, great. Plus, the Automat was for everyone. I mean, not just lower income workers. At the time, the biggest food trend were these things called dining rooms. Dining rooms, darling. Which were kind of like a country club where you eat, but it was mainly for like super rich. But soon, even the 1% wouldn't be able to resist the convenience of the Automat. There's this great documentary called The Automat. That's what it's called, The Automat. Where, quote, there was all kinds of people from poor people to matrons and furs. I mean, it was a common ground area. They even have these amazing ads all over, like the local papers that said, try it, you'll like it. It's in all caps, so it's like yelling at you, you know, and you're like, okay, get it. And then, like, there's even ones that would apply or, like, appeal to families and said, less work for mother. Okay, yeah, give mom a break. Automats even managed to stay open during the Great Depression in the 30s, since they offered affordable, stable comfort foods like macaroni and cheese, baked beans, and like creamed spinach. So it was like, sign me up, you know? And the Automat was at its height in the 40s. By then, there were over 157 versions all around America, and they served over 500,000 people a day. But even the Automat couldn't compete with, like, what was coming. I'm talking about the Humble Mill.
Hembeck. Yeah.
I don't know why I went with German, but I did. Hamburger. Pink Panther. Oh, was that in Pink Panther? Okay. Anyway, so over in Wichita,
Yeah.
Kansas, a young man was about to change the face of fast food forever. I know, drama. His name was J. Walter Anderson, and as the legend goes, in the early 1900s, Jay was working at a Wichita diner, and I guess he was like frying up some meatballs. And for some reason, maybe he was having just an off day, but Jay, he got real frustrated. He takes his spatula and he slams it down on one of the meatballs, just taking out all his anger on the freaking meatball. And he picked up that flat, girthy, juicy piece of meat, and for some odd reason, he puts it between two buns. I don't know what was on his mind, and boof! Hamburger. This is the moment that the American hamburger, the one we all know and love, was born. You're welcome. Jay was confident in this burger and this idea of his that he ended up opening his own business. So he bought a little stand with 3 stools and hung up a sign that said hamburgers, 5 cents. And anytime he'd get a customer, he would usually try and upsell
Very
them.
nicely lit.
He'd be like, hey, buy them by the sack. I got plenty. Usually after they had a taste of just one burger, they definitely buy them by the sack or pack or whatever. Jay opened this burger stand at the perfect time because there was a Kansas oil boom and the whole state was modernizing, industrializing, growing, and people are hungry. Thousands of families, they had flocked to the city of Wichita for work, and by 1920, the Wichita had a population of 72,000 people. Now this was out of control, okay? It was huge. That's a lot of people.
Hello, Maisie.
So a lot of different workers who were employed at local factories and farms, they were always looking for cheap, delicious, quick meal, mostly quick, to get on, their lunch breaks. And that's exactly what Jay's hamburger stand gave them. I mean, this was iconic.
Oh, you can
Jay's
add
hamburger stand got so popular, it expanded to
max number in the world is 50 animals.
the king of the hamburger.
And max number of people, so I could add people to this village if I wanted to.
Into a huge restaurant chain. American dream.
I'm loving the light up.
But Jay's dream had to wait because there was one huge problem. Americans at this time, they were actually afraid to eat.
That's the sound of another sale on your online shop.
The fact that they gave them little things. Oh.
That's right. Shopify is the sound of selling everywhere. Online, in-store, on
And then it tells me what I've assigned them. That is so awesome. Like, that is so awesome.
Shopify has everything you need to sell in person. With Shopify, you get a powerhouse selling partner that effortlessly
We need to look
connects
at all
your
the different
in-person and
villages.
online sales into one source of truth. Track every sale across your business in one place and know exactly what's in stock. Connect with customers in-line and online. Shopify helps you drive store traffic with plug-and-play tools built for marketing campaigns from TikTok to Instagram and beyond. Get hardware that fits your business. Take payments by smartphone, transform your tablet into a point-of-sale system, or use Shopify's POS Go mobile device for a battle-tested solution. Plus, Shopify's award-winning help is there to support your success every step of the way. Do retail right with Shopify. Sign up for a $1 per month trial period at shopify.com/podcast20, all lowercase. Go to shopify.com/podcast20 to take your retail business to the next level today. Shopify.com/podcast20.
Take a minute to check your social battery. How's it doing? Does the thought of social events make you feel excited or exhausted? It's easy to ignore our social batteries and spread ourselves thin, especially at this time of year when gatherings are picking up again after the winter. But it's important to find the right amount of socializing for you and still give yourself the time to recharge. Therapy can give you the self-awareness to build a social life that doesn't drain your battery. And when you are feeling worn out from socializing, therapy can give you the tools you need to take care of yourself and recharge. Because a
Diva's
full
still
battery is the
sleeping?
key
No,
to a full life.
Lazy's
BetterHelp
barn.
offers affordable online therapy on a schedule that works for you. Connect with
What
a
happened to
therapist by
Diva?
texting or video call. Start the process in minutes. And switch therapists
Well, I guess we
anytime.
only have one
Find
piggy.
your social sweet spot with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/darkhistory today to get
Which is
10%
so
off your
wild.
first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.
Oh my gosh, they must have like just. Oh, that's right. Because they'll leave if they're if they're sad.
Or even like should be eating. People thought of it like
He's very happy. Man.
Yeah, when was the last time you ate some of that?
When did fucking Diva leave? I thought we were doing a
There
good
is a small chance
job.
you'll be
I
okay,
thought we
but
were doing a good
really
job.
rolling the dice if you do. But let go and let God, honey. Then in 1905, a journalist named Upton Sinclair shook the meat industry. Upton spent 7 weeks at a local meatpacking plant in Chicago. He was like, I've seen the show Undercover Boss. He was doing that. He was undercover bossing it and pretending to just be another worker. I love this.
Ooh,
So he goes in,
this is fucking sexy.
and he ends up turning his
Ooh, which way should I go?
into a novel that confirmed a lot of people's beliefs and fear at that time, that the meat they were eating is disgusting. There were stories about exploited workers
I don't
dying
think
from
I'm gonna put
mechanical
an on
exposure
in here.
and the shitty conditions of the meat plant. And he also wrote a
right.
shocking story revealing the truth as to what was really going on. There were untrained immigrant workers being forced to do dangerous work in unventilated rooms. I mean, some were covered in blood from the meat that they were butchering, and others were just standing in dirty water for Lord knows how long, or even why in the first place. And all around the workers were just pieces of rotten meat. Yeah, it wasn't great. And then guess what? Well, most of the time, that diseased, rotten, and contaminated meat that was all around them would be rounded up, just kind of put it in a bag, and then they would sell it to the people. No big deal. There was no health code. There was no FDA overseeing it. America was still a free spirit at this time. Yeah. So Upton, the guy who uncovered all of this, he was a socialist, so people really went out of their way to discredit him. But it didn't really matter to the American people, because once they read this, or they read his novel, they were not going to trust meat. I mean, it did some damage, as it should, actually. Some people felt they were taking a gamble with Jay's hamburger stand because they were so damn good, but so against what they have heard about meat, you know? And Jay even described seeing little kids purchasing bags of his burgers and then, like, racing back to their rich mom's cars as they sped off because they were, like, embarrassed or ashamed to buy from him. It's kind of funny. But, like, he even had meat delivered to his hamburger stands twice a week in front of customers to make everything seem very fresh and legit. Like, you know, great. But it didn't really matter. It was still a dinky little stand at the end of the day. So in March 1921, he and his business partner created a clean, beautiful burger restaurant people felt like they could trust. And he named it White Castle Burger. Yeah, you've heard of them. And this name was chosen on purpose because to them the word white would represent purity and the word castle would represent strength. But now we just think of like when you're smashed, it's like white castle, you know? So we kind of went in the opposite direction. Sorry about that, you guys. Anyways, but they wanted customers to feel a sense of safety and even luxury when they entered the building. The building looked like a clean white porcelain castle, and then they had like simple menu of burgers, coffee, Coca-Cola, pie. Because what else do you need? Exactly, fries before guys, honchon. Tell 'em. So the burgers were prepared quickly on spotless grills, and this was so the customers would be able to see like how they were cooking, right, the whole process, and know that nothing shady was going on. You know, the cooks were told to be extremely positive while interacting with the customers to make them feel
I think I'm gonna utilize.
Don't worry, sir.
So I don't really like these little nubs sticking out. So I think I'm gonna put like a fencing up there.
You know, when
Give
you
it,
pull up to
give
the
it some
drive-thru,
extra
you can tell
zhuzh.
someone's watching the worker as they're
But
like,
now we got our bed there.
they're twitching. Like, are you okay, girl?
She
Can I
has
get some extra barbecue
a little
sauce?
private balcony. You could hop down to that balcony.
White Castle
Oh, well,
burgers
what's
were
over
just
here?
ready.
Another balcony.
So they would poke holes in the meat to make it
Oh,
cook
I love
faster,
it.
and everything,
So
even the
much.
buns,
Oh,
were steamed on a
it's
bed of
oh
onions to
man.
give it that
Oh man, it turned out so
It was the
fucking
perfect
good.
setup. It was consistent, it was comfortable. Everyone started to trust White Castle burgers. Customers knew
Waterworld, man.
exactly what they'd get when they
Fucking
walked into those
Waterworld.
doors, and it was a hit. Jay was even able to open a second White Castle location just a year after the first one because of how popular it was. I mean, pretty soon everyone across the East Coast wanted a taste of these damn burgers. So White Castle had to open up a new chain every few months just to keep up with the people's demands. And it wasn't just the product. People wanted to work at White Castle. I know, everyone, calm down. Someone wants to work at a fast food chain. I know. This is a true story. So, because listen to this wild thing this man did. Jay made sure to pay his workers a good salary. Holy shit. With health insurance and even retirement. Now, hot diggity dog. I don't know about you, but that's groundbreaking. And this is why everyone wanted to work at White Castle. What an idea, huh? Anyways, fast food historian David Hogan even described White Castle as a safe haven in the 1920s when many black Americans couldn't safely enter any
Perfection was something that we seek.
They were
This
sent
is
to be
perfect.
welcome at White Castle.
Oh
And by the
man.
end of the 1920s,
Because when it's cold at night, we're still close enough to that fire right there that we won't be cold.
especially New York. I mean, it was a craze.
Oh
People could
man.
not believe
That,
this
like,
food was
I
so
told
good.
myself, like,
You know,
when I
so
eventually have my room
this is
available
also
in our
kind of
house
a
that we would
reflection
eventually
of the
build,
changing
and I
world.
moved my bed, I was gonna
I mean,
put
the population was
my chair
growing,
here.
technology was
Um,
advancing, and people just
And
wanted things
this is
faster
just,
and
like,
faster.
look at that
I mean, no one
goddamn
wanted to
view.
sit down
Like,
in
that
a
is just so
formal
good.
restaurant and order
Look at all
like
these fucking
beef
jars. This is
or
my
talk
420
with
room,
their
so you guess what's in all the
No,
goddamn
they wanted
jars.
to do that. They wanted to walk in, order their food, and just throw away your containers once they were done.
Honestly,
Dishes, no
I
cooking,
would like a
no
jar
cutting,
that has the Lego
just
symbol on
food,
top like that,
fat,
so I could use
and
it for my buds.
buckle in.
Oh
But
man,
here's the thing.
dude,
Everyone was
that's,
having
oh.
conversations about
Lego, if you hear me, do that. You'll make lots of
and
money.
also the convenience when it came to fast food hamburgers. But no one was talking about how good or bad it was for you. Like,
A green jar right there.
diet. You know what I'm saying?
But really make a bunch, because maybe a person doesn't want a see-through green one. I do.
One writer said, quote,
But some people might just want, like, that tan one with the bronze lid. That looks just, you know, what's in there? Candy? Who knows? I mean...
standing in the hot sun. Yeah. Some people were like, okay, I hear that. How do I enjoy my burger, though? You know? Like, how do you still
It's
enjoy your
4:30 in the
to White
afternoon.
Castle, they decide they're going to prove
Scusi.
all of the haters wrong.
I need to do my best to just enjoy the rest of the day, because tomorrow morning we'll check our email, and she'll, you know, hopefully say, you know, let's do today, you know, or she'll say Wednesday. Either way, I'm ready. I wish she had called me, but, you know, I'm not gonna rift or, you know, make waves type of thing. Like, I'm go with the flow. That's always been the motto. Just embrace the chaos and come out unscathed. So embrace the anxiety. Oh my god. Gretchen is 11 now? Holy shit. So I've been following the Weiss life for a while. And I remember when Gretchen was like, she was so little. I can't believe I've already been following them for like 5+ years, because Gretchen was like 3. That's right. I remember before Gemma was even born. And Gemma's gonna be 6 soon. Holy shit.
It's just like, you know, they left that part out of the study.
That's definitely why I'm glad I have my Mama Cottontale channel, because it's fun to, like, 1 minute they're 2 years old in a video and all of a sudden they're 5, you know? It's just like, whoa! So I'm glad that I share my family-friendly content. Content with a K, though. Still spicy. It's still different. It's spicy. It's not spicy. There's nothing as spicy about my mom channel. This is spicy. This is my spicy meatball. Ooh, we're officially into the hundreds. 101. It's the darkest fast food.
And after the winter, but it's important to find the right amount of yourself and find your social sweet spot.
I mean, the American lifestyle was evolving, right? There was an influx of immigrants coming into the United States, and people were moving from farms into cities. There was mass media, television, and the car industry was booming. And everything about America became centered around speed and also convenience. So naturally, food became a part of that. I mean, suddenly the typical American meal went from beef stroganoff and like jello molds to hamburgers and fries. It was no longer working class food, it was food for everyone. So this is during the time no food delivery service, I know, and there weren't like fast food restaurants on every block like this there feels like it is now, right? So if you wanted something quick, convenient, you most likely had to go to the city to an automat. And the problem was, for millions of women across America, letting your family eat fast food was a sign of failure. Yeah, it's kind of dramatic. It's like these housewives were expected to make 3 grand meals a day for a family. So the fast food industry takes notice of this, and they know that stay-at-home moms are going to be their biggest hurdle for the company. So this becomes focus number 1. Win over the housewives. So fast food corporations had to figure out, hey, how do we get these women who've been conditioned for so many years to take off their aprons and come to us? I mean, it's a hard thing to do. Society during this time was telling women that some of her self-worth is tied into making food for her family. I mean, so how is she supposed to let that go? It's not that easy. There was a White Castle ad from the 1930s that showed a man handing his grateful wife a bag of burgers that said, "Give mother a night off by taking home a bag of White Castle burgers." Oh, thanks, Johnny. Like, you're supposed to be flattered. There was even a Dairy Queen ad that said, "Make Dad glad with a delicious treat. A Big Daddy sundae for 60 cents or a Big Daddy Moms for 65 cents. It's like, Big Daddy, 60 cents? I'm listening. Go on. Anyways, the ads were very successful. And by the 40s, the automats are no longer the go-to fast food. People were into fast food restaurants where you could just walk in, order your food, and then get the fuck out of there. But during this time, housewives still embarrassed, okay? They don't want to be seen picking up fast food. It would make them look lazy. So they were like, driving and then sending their kids inside to go get the food and like do it low-key. Don't look at anyone. Don't talk to anyone. So the companies are like, oh my god, we get it. Moms, you're embarrassed, okay? How about we bring the food to you? And then this is when the drive-in restaurant scene started to pop off. Just all because we're just embarrassed. Oh my god, we're just shy. They cater to us. Look, we're so
I like how
housewives were just
this room is like, it's so cute and quaint and tiny. Just like, oh, how's everything, And then I'm like, but the massive boy over there, that's my actual house. This is just a 420 hutch. Like, let's do my kissing. This is so awesome.
Just one. I couldn't find the other. And then I go drive in like I'm a normal human being. This is when I love the drive-through, For those of us
See,
who
and
know
now it's cold outside,
I love them for it. Anyways,
and that
at this
fire
point,
is keeping
fast
me
food
warm.
restaurants were
Oh,
so
it's so
successful,
savage.
they were starting to multiply into franchises. So franchise means a person is allowed to purchase the right of a restaurant concept and use things like their name, their trademark branding, and overall business model. And like they really can't even change that much because it's not technically their business to start with. For example, if your uncle purchases a local Wendy's franchise, he has to make sure the restaurant uses all of the same food vendors so it tastes the same. He has to decorate it the same. It just has to look like Wendy's. It's essentially like you're renting. Fucking get it, right? You gotta. And this is so the franchise won't look like janky knockoff, and they'll make profit. By the 50s, owning a franchise was the American dream. The best part was, unlike so many big money-making jobs in America, you didn't have to have the right connections to get into the franchise business. So White Castle is a good example. I mean, Jay was just franchise your business. In fact, your product didn't have to be industry changing like White Castle's sliders. It just had to be marketed right. A great example of that is the success of the world's biggest franchise.
Well, cheers.
Right now,
Anyone lurking, twerking, watching incognitoli?
McDonald's. They sure did brand themselves, didn't they? McDonald's is really a part of American history, okay? And I feel like everyone and anyone has covered it, talked about it, right?
Hello and
But what I found
cheers.
the most interesting about the story of McDonald's is how they're considered revolutionary. A lot of people believe that McDonald's changed fast food forever. But when you think about it, they didn't really invent anything new. I mean, they were just really, really good at knowing what people wanted. McDonald's took off in 1955 thanks to a milkshake equipment salesman named Ray Kroc. Ray sold milkshake equipment to Richard and Maurice McDonald of San Bernardino, California. And something about their business just really impressed him. Like, they had a hamburger stand with a simple little menu, but it was in a very popular area. So Ray came in and helped turn this one little burger stand into the McDonald's that we really know today. It took it from like 1 to about 200 different McDonald's. And it wasn't long until quickly, because literally, McDonald's came in, surpassed White Castle, and became America's go-to burger chain restaurant. But by 1961, Ray had like screwed over the McDonald's workers by creating a franchising agreement that basically gave Ray total control. It was so rude. It was honestly very rude. Okay, and then he McDonald's brothers without any of the name. This whole thing that they started, this Ray, even though we were like, yay, Ray, this guy, he came in and just took it all from them. That's a different story, huh? Honestly, I was like, we really should have saw this coming. Ray was a milkshake equipment salesman. Have you ever tried to get a milkshake at McDonald's or ice cream at McDonald's? The machine never works. They suck. So, that's all. The thing that seemed to stand out to customers about McDonald's wasn't its fantastic flavor of fresh ingredients. It was an unspoken promise of what you get when you walk through their doors. No, it's not the creepy clown or the sticky countertops. You'll never get the best burger. You'll always get the same consistent burger every single time. And that was their key. They literally became famous by promising a basic-ass burger. And honestly, you kind of got to respect them for that because they knew what they were cooking up, selling, putting out there, and it was just basic. And they kicked ass, right? Because your expectation isn't really that high. Anyways, from then on, and honestly until now, McDonald's was always the fast food restaurant to be. And whenever they saw an opportunity for a new customer, they created a new product for them. Okay, for example, many Americans in the 60s were Catholic, and they wouldn't eat meat, or they shouldn't eat meat on Fridays, especially like beef, pork, chicken, and turkey. So McDonald's was like, oh, don't worry, you guys, don't worry, praise God. And they invented the filet-o-fish. Honestly, that's pretty iconic. McDonald's just kept inventing iconic product after iconic product. Like the quarter pounder, the McDouble, the big and tasty, the McNuggets, blah, 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 blah. And then other fast food companies start popping up and they want to copy them. Like Burger King, you know? They were founded in 1957 and their original restaurant name was Burger King. Insta Burger King. Yeah, they were way ahead of their time. But their whole concept was similar to McDonald's, except they offered flame-broiled burgers that were a quarter pound, which was much bigger to McDonald's, like 1.6-ounce burger. Not that we're weighing or anything. And their biggest strength was giving power to customers. I mean, Burger King, their slogan was "Have it your way." It's like, oh, what? Yeah, pickles only. And then they would let customers choose their own toppings, which was really unusual at the time. I mean, back then you just got what you got, and if you didn't like it, then you could get over it and go somewhere else. Burger King also had their signature burger, the Whopper, and it was a bestseller. McDonald's decided to blow out the competition and premiere what has been called the Chevy of hamburgers, or in other words, the Big Mac. Chevy at the time was like the biggest, best car on the market, so this was like a major compliment, you know? Car comparisons. From the 1960s on, there was an explosion of fast food restaurants popping up all across America. I'm talking KFC, Arby's, Dairy Queen, Pizza Hut. The list goes on and on. And this period of time is known as the golden age of fast food. Each chain, brought something different to the table. Wendy's, they used the drive-through windows, and it brought in a ton of customers, so then everyone copied them. Domino's introduced 30 minutes or less pizza delivery. I know, which is still one of the most famous deals in pizza history.
Dude, I live so close to my Domino's that I literally get my pizza from the moment it's finished cooking. Well, actually, from the moment it cooks, the whole wait is only like 20 minutes. And that's for it to cook and get to me because I live that close. Yeah, it's phenomenal.
Even though it isn't legit Mexican food,
And if I did get this apartment like I'm thinking I did, I'm going to be living next to another Domino's that is about the same distance, but it will be easier for me to do it because it's just a straight line. Versus here where I have to like zigzag and like go across a bunch of busy streets. I won't have to go across no busy streets. Dude, oh my god, I'm so excited. I really hope we got this. All signs are pointing to yes, but since I don't have the verbal confirmation yet, I don't want to say it's mine. You know?
5,000 McDonald's. This all officially set up the beginning of what is known as fast food culture. Honestly, it was kind of a fun. This all officially set up.
Oh, when my best duder's able to pop in, because I would really like to show him my wild
time, a little fun moment in history, when all the fast food places were popping up, because it just felt like this magical time in the world of fast food, especially if you were a kid in the 90s. Everything just felt so new and exciting, But it wasn't all sunshine, cheesy gordita crunches. Even though all these thousands of fast food franchises were super convenient and affordable, there were
that's the sound of another sale on your online Shopify store. But did you know Shopify powers selling in person too? That's right. Shopify is the sound of selling everywhere. Online, in-store, on social media, and beyond. Shopify POS is your command center for your retail store. From accepting payments to managing inventory, Shopify has everything you need to sell in person. With Shopify, you get a powerhouse selling partner that effortlessly unites your in-person and online sales into one source of truth. Track every sale across your business in one place and know exactly what's in stock. Connect with customers in-line and online. Shopify helps you drive store traffic with plug-and-play tools built for marketing campaigns from TikTok to Instagram and beyond. Get hardware that fits your business. Take payments by smartphone, transform your tablet into a point-of-sale system, or use Shopify's POS Go mobile device for a battle-tested solution. Plus, Shopify's award-winning help is there to support your success every step of the way. Do retail right with Shopify. Sign up for a $1 per month trial period at shopify.com/podcast20, all lowercase. Go to shopify.com/podcast20 to take your retail business to the next level today. Shopify.com/podcast20.
Take a minute to check your social battery. How's it doing? Does the thought of social events make you feel like it's the time to recharge? Therapy can give you the self-awareness to build a therapy on a schedule that works for you. Connect with a licensed therapist by text, phone, or video call.
Dash, love ya, bitch. First of all, fast food did major damage to America's diverse culinary scene. In days before the fast food boom, America was a melting pot full of tons of different types of restaurants. It still is, of course. But before there was a McDonald's on every corner, there was more like family-owned restaurants and local markets that would be selling dishes from all over the world. But when fast food became king, it created a huge fan base around meals like cheeseburgers, milkshakes, fries, chicken fingers, diversity. This created something called homogenization. Homogenization. This created a demand for everyone wanting the same thing. Everyone was becoming the same. Everyone wanted the same burger, the same fries, the same shake, you know? And it's true. I mean, we love it. And then in 1994 alone, fast food restaurants in the United States sold over 5 million hamburgers. And this made it America's favorite food. I know. So then it got me thinking, like, what was going on in 1994? Why did it pop off that hard? And I don't know, but it got me thinking. So all this put extra demand on the beef industry, which is why meat companies like Tyson started to pop off. And then 2 years later, almost 10% of the American population ate at a McDonald's every single day. I mean, that's just at one chain. And that's people who are there every day. And I'm guessing the number has only gone up since then. Professor Wallison says, quote, this not only affected American culture, erasing once vibrant ethnic and regional traditions, but it was also beginning to influence the entire world. AKA, fast food is taking over the damn world. Thank you. By 1996, there were more than 7,000 McDonald's restaurants in other countries. There were almost 1,500 in Japan, 430 in France, 63 in China, and that's just to name a couple. You know, there's probably some in Ohio. Okay, sorry. I mean, this thing was a movement, and everywhere it went, it was taking out competitors, just ruining local businesses and getting people all over the world hooked on their 3 main ingredients: extremely processed meat, high fructose corn syrup, and fried food. I think it's safe to say that fast food isn't known for being healthy. You kind of, like, again, know what you're getting yourself into when you pull into that drive-through lane. For starters, it's usually high in calories, unhealthy fats, there's sodium, added sugar, there's no vegetables in sight, except for that, you do get a tomato, sometimes lettuce, to be fair, okay? Pickle. Okay, plus, fast food wasn't just an occasional guilty pleasure. It was literally changing the palate of the American people. I mean, instead of trying out different foods, many Americans were just eating what they ate in fast food restaurants, which was beef and/or chicken. David Hogan, a historian, really hit this point home when he noticed that Americans, quote, consumed 50% more chicken and beef in 1976 than they had in 1960, mainly because the fast food chains usually served only those 2 meats. And again, big corporations like Tyson started to profit because of a lack of diversity in food. I mean, instead of people eating game hens or turkeys or pork or fish, you know, variety of meats, something that's cooked at home, instead it was chicken or beef or, I don't know, chicken, maybe even beef, and then the next one, chicken, beef, you know, fish, don't know her, only on Fridays. On top of that, according to nutritionists, the quality of the meat, the saturated fat, the sugar, and all the chemicals dumped into these foods to make them available quickly were not good for you. And if almost 10% of a country is eating a processed burger on the daily, what does that mean for America's health, huh? And what about the children? The future health? Well, you know who was thinking about the children? Those fast food corporations, of course. To guarantee lifelong returning customers, they started targeting
Can I put something
children.
on top of that in general?
Genius. Because
I don't
getting
know,
into
let's
someone's
find out.
memory is a perfect marketing tool. Creating a sense of nostalgia and happiness is key. So in the 90s, fast food went all out for the kids. McDonald's tried to make parents' lives easier by building literal playgrounds inside of their restaurants. Yeah, you know, because you don't even want to think about the germs in those pulpits. You're gonna go in, it'd be something sticky at the bottom.
Okay, so you
Like, I
can't
don't
put
even
anything
know. I'm just gonna
on
go
top
over
of
here
it.
now. I mean, when was the last time
How
you moved
perfect
those
would that
balls?
be, though, for
Yeah, there was always some kid stuck in the slide making his nose.
a fire?
But for a working parent, well, it's a babysitter and a meal, all for the low cost of a number 3 combo. Plus Burger King, they had paper crowns. Hello, those were fun. Carl's Jr. had star-shaped nuggets that would be fun throwing tools.
They do still have
Everywhere
them.
you looked, fast food brands were whipping out fun, lovable mascots like
But
the
if I
Wendy's
want a
girl. Well, she
star-shaped
was actually real. She was
chicken,
actually the
I will
owner
buy
star.
Purdue
They made her
patties
look cute.
and
Look, there were
use
all
my
kinds of like
star
kid-friendly figures
cookie
who made
cutter
their
to make them
brand
into star
accessible
shapes.
for
Which,
everyone. And
actually, I
it took a
think
while
I
for
might do
McDonald's to
that.
get there with Ronald McDonald. Their original design for him was a fucking nightmare. We talked about him in our clowns episode. This dude, Ronald McDonald, his look was questionable. It said, "Hey, I hang out in dark alleyways, and I might do things to you." You know? But they rebranded. They eventually got him where he needed to be. I mean, they got Ronald to a place where he became so recognizable that a study done in 1973 found that 96% of American children recognize him. Do you know what kind of power that is? Yeah, it's like he was the biggest celebrity if you were a kid during this time. The only person that American kids recognized more than Ronald was Santa Claus. Both strange older men, huh? What's that about? And look, guess who's back knocking at our door? Oh my god, it's Ronald and his posse. Do you remember the Hamburglar, and Mayor McCheese? Grimace? They are shoving him back down our throats for no damn reason. I mean, they made those damn milkshakes that was making everyone lose their mind. And you saw them on TikTok. And who's on TikTok? Kids. Damn it, they got us again. Grimace, who are you? I don't even know you. You know, he's like, what is he? A blob? And plus, you can't forget the most seductive threat of all, the Happy Meal. These sneaky little boxes of joy became the gateway to a lifelong affair, a love affair with fast food. They lured us in the toys. Oh, the toys! Oh my god, I went in for those toys. The food, whatever. The toys, I'm talking, remember the limited edition Beanie Babies? The Happy Meal was colorful, beautiful, big promises of happiness. And before we knew it, we were all addicted to the nostalgic taste of childhood memories. I mean, not to mention the sugar, salt, fat memories. So this all leads up to a big pushback against fast food in the 2000s. There were
Yeah, I
books
like that.
Fast Food
Yes,
Fiction
Mooiisstt.
that started to come out, and suddenly everyone was obsessed with eat this.
Oh, it's so cute.
Fun. And fast food franchises started adding healthy options like a salad to the menu. Order the salad. It's not our fault if you're eating something unhealthy. We gave you options. The funny thing is, healthy options and nutrition facts didn't really change the fast food industry. Well, except for Kentucky Fried Chicken. They decided that the word fried, it was a little too scary, you know, and it was scaring away all those people who were worried about fried food. So they rebranded to KFC, but we know what the F stands for. It turns out people like having a little guilty pleasure. I mean, they don't want an organic chicken nugget that's going to taste like cardboard. They want the real, fake, chemically processed thing. It's convenient, it's cheap, it's tasty, and these companies, they understand that that is their target audience. I mean, after all, fast food companies were designed to serve middle-class, blue-collar working people, not 1% elites who are, you know, only eating kale salads and like bone broth. Well, the problem is that fast food doesn't really operate with moderation on the mind. But fast food is literally designed to be addictive. According to Dr. David Kessler, who used to work with the American Food and Drug Administration, the food
Deciding
available
if
in
I
these big franchises isn't
want to
designed to
build
satisfy
any
your
more.
appetite, but instead to keep.
Because it's almost 5.
So, for millions of years, food was pretty hard to get for
I haven't
humans.
eaten
Remember?
when
You
I
had to
probably should.
you had to
Because
hunt, you had to gather.
we've
Sugar,
been up
fat, salt, I mean, these were all very
for a while.
but then
Shit,
fast food
I
started
haven't eaten,
dominating
have
the
I?
landscape of American food. They realized they could
Probably should eat.
manipulate your appetite using salt, fat, and sugar to keep you in a feeding loop, like a hamster in a wheel. Fast food franchises started specially designing food products that would combine all our favorite flavors in a perfect ratio, so that every single bite was perfection. Fat and sugar tricks your brain into stimulating your appetite, and salt leaves you hungry for more. Bada bing, bada boom, you're in, right? And by doing this, fast food fast food has on the American people is the obesity epidemic. And it was actually predicted back in the 90s in that beautiful golden era of fast food by Dr. Catherine Flegel, a senior research scientist at the U.S. Center for Disease Control and Prevention. And after looking at a mountain of data about health and nutrition in U.S. citizens,
You know, that's the sound of another sale on your online Shopify payments to managing inventory with customers in line advice for a battle-tested podcast 20 to take
batteries and spreader salt doesn't drain your battery. And licensed therapist by /dark history.
there was a spike in those numbers, and 20 million Americans, or like 8% of the population, had suddenly become overweight. Well, turns out
So there's
that
like a
this 8% eat fast food
sound.
every
The fuck
day.
is that
Now,
sound?
I'm no scientist.
I swear I only hear it when I'm by an ocean. So like I feel like it's a whale. But I'm like, that's a scary fucking thought. But I mean, they got fucking scary things on land, so maybe they do got fucking
And that bump in obesity isn't exactly surprising when you find out that the average fast food meal is at least 800 calories. And that's on like the low end. But it's like, I'm like, whatever, I don't know that. He's not sick. Oh, remember when they passed that law? There was a law in 2009, it was called the Menu Labeling Law. And suddenly, food franchises in California, they had to list the nutritional information and calorie count next to menu items. It was wild. I mean, I would pull up to the drive-thru and see that my hamburger that I like to get had 2,000 calories in it, and I was like, oh, but I'm still gonna get it, okay? Tomorrow I'm gonna be better. And since the food is designed to trick the brain's hunger center and keep us overeating, it's almost like the problem isn't even in our hands anymore. Of course, we can't eat in moderation when the system is designed to make us eat as much as possible. But what is a solution? Make the food less delicious? Even the colors used by most fast food companies, you know, the red, the yellow, are intentional. The color red actually increases your pulse and heart rate, which raises your blood pressure. This spikes your metabolism, which is why the color red psychologically triggers feelings of hunger. That's why I'm wearing red right now on my lips. Don't you want to eat me? And the color yellow, she triggers feelings of happiness and friendliness. So it's like the perfect combo. And this is actually known as the ketchup and mustard theory. So if you're around yellow and red, you're going to probably feel more hungry. You're probably going to eat more, and you might be a little happy. Want to eat me yet? Now this is crazy. Yellow also happens to be the color most visible in daylight, which is why McDonald's, their M, can be seen from a very far distance. So next time you want to get your man's attention, dip yourself in yellow paint, and then just stand there. Okay, that's how you get them. Even if weight gain wasn't an issue, there's another problem, which is that as people rely more and more on fast food, they're losing access to basic nutrients like vitamin C, vitamin A, fiber, all the things our body needs that we used to get from eating whole foods and vegetables. Those whole foods, which you find in health food stores, they're usually located in like a middle class or upper class area. And in lower income neighborhoods, you might notice if you look around, the only options are fast food and super processed foods at bodegas or like mini marts. It goes to show you that food can like really be weaponized and used to keep whole groups of people just unhealthy. And then when you start thinking about fast food as a drug that's maybe tricking your mind into veering into that drive-through lane over and over again, a lot of things kind of start to add up. The fast food industry itself is like that dealer that's taking advantage of your addiction or even your financial situation, which is sad because fast food started out with a promise to do right by middle class and lower income families by giving them simple, easy, quick meals for the right price. But if the food they're serving is ultimately addictive and not good for us, then it seems like fast food is maybe exploiting middle and lower class communities and doing more harm than good, right? You think? To beat all the bad publicity they get, fast food companies have some of the best PR teams in the whole world. I mean, the brains behind these popular fast food joints dumped tons of money into supporting charities because they knew it would help keep their images squeaky clean. And even if their recipes were trash, I mean, In the race against our clock, we sacrificed our health. Our bodies were designed to burn
Oh,
50
fuck
calories of
yeah.
processed ingredients.
Fuck
And even some of the
yeah.
new healthy additions to fast food menus, for example, Impossible Patties and the new vegan milkshake from Fatburger, it's not healthier. They just make it look that way, but realistically, it's just a combination of processed ingredients and chemicals. You know? Where does all of this information leave us? Because I think it's clear that fast food restaurants are here to stay, right? I mean, the United States has the most fast food restaurants out of any other country in the entire world. It's part of the American cultural fabric, when you think about it. Yeah, I mean, part of our core memories. Did you guys know that Jeff Bezos used to work at McDonald's? I know. So did Rachel McAdams, Jay Leno, Shania Twain, and my younger sister. Hey, girl.
My best eater.
She would come home
He used to work at
smelling
McDonald's.
stinky. I don't know what they were using in those kitchens. I still ate there. Even President Barack Obama worked at Baskin Robbins. It's an honest American job, and the people who started these empires are like our corporate fast food founding fathers. Put them on a mountain somewhere, huh? I mean, they proved the American dream was real. But is it still? I don't know. And is fast food more strategic than we realize? I mean, the fact that there are food deserts out there and people literally rely on fast food to get most of their meals and just through the damn week is just a reality in our country. And who can blame us if Ronald is getting into our heads at a young age and getting us hooked on his engineered to be delicious burgers? We got hooked. We got snatched. We got trapped. And honestly, it was like, oh my god, fast food is like a toxic boyfriend. It is. Like, you just can't break up with them. You're like, I can do better than you. I don't need you. Never coming back. And then you wake up, you go a few days, and you're like, oh my god, I just like really miss him right now. He's like was really nice to me, and he was there when I needed him. But just like your toxic boyfriend, sometimes it's available all the time, and they're on every freaking corner because it's like your memory to them. Like, oh my god, hang out in their corner. I mean, McDonald's is even texting me now. I was pressured into downloading their app, and now they text me when they're having special deals. And it'll be late at night too, and they know I'm up. 2 a.m. free fry promo. Really? You're gonna tempt me like that? You are gonna send me some spank bank text worthy shit? What do we do? What kind of shenanigans have we gotten into, huh? Do we boycott them? Honestly, no. That's not gonna happen. Let's be honest. That's not gonna happen. And they've already got us in their clutches, you know? In their greedy clown hands. So how do we unlearn everything they taught us? How do we detox off of it? I mean, those withdrawals off of sugar and all that bullshit, ugh, I'm not ready. I don't know what it comes down to. And that's where I'm just gonna ask you guys. Because look, this is a community where I want to hear what you guys think. We know that's a problem. We know it's not good for us. It's available in every corner. You know a fast food spot you can go to right now, right? So, okay, if all of it's bad, none of it's good, why do we still allow it? Let me know. Thank you. You know, look, I don't have all the answers. I just like to find out information and learn about it and then just regurgitate it back. And at the end of the day, I mean, no matter how hard I try, you will probably catch me at a Jack in the Box. I'm sorry. They have a really good salad. I know, that's not what you go for, but I do enjoy their salad. And I love McDonald's. You can find me at McDonald's 2 a.m. easy. I love a fry and a milkshake. Anyways, thank you for learning with me today. Wasn't that fun? Treat yourself. Or no. Remember, don't be afraid to ask questions to get the whole story because we deserve that, don't we? And I'd love to hear your guys' reactions to today's story. So make sure to use the hashtag #DarkHistory over on social media so I can follow along. Join me over on my YouTube where you can watch these episodes on Thursday after the podcast airs. And while you're there, you can also catch Murder, Mystery, and Makeup. I hope you have a good rest of your day. You may
history researcher team. Special thank you to our expert, Simran Graywall, and I'm your host, Bailey Sarian. Social comments. Kai said, quote, I promise you I love Bailey. Thanks. But Joan keeps me candidly. Joan, I get it. Honestly though, Joan, you've been coming through with the looks. I think I need to step up my game. And yeah, I don't blame you. Joan has been looking great. Tap to have sex with me said, quote, your kindness is a balm to all who encounter it, end quote. Aw, tap to have sex with me? You're so sweet. And yeah, I will tap to have sex with you. Ms. Afro Queen commented on our Red Summer episode from season 2 saying, thank you for this. Sadly, if you keep digging, you will find a whole lot more of similar stories. I'm not sure if you did this yet, but research the Devil's Punch Bowl in Mississippi. It's just sad and sickening. Ooh, Misa, I am intrigued. The Devil's Punch Bowl? It's a very intense name. I will be looking this up and we'll circle back. Bye!
At Burgerville, our famous strawberry shortcake and new white chocolate strawberry shakes are making the most of strawberry season. We have impossibly high berry standards. It's part of our charm. Join Burgerville Rewards today because you deserve it.
I just wanted to point out that this is our 100th episode of Dark History. I got a balloon just for the occasion. Okay, wow. I can't believe it.
It's funny because it actually says 102.
Thank you so much to everyone who has watched and listened to us these past few years.
But I noticed that a couple of the episodes were like repeats, so I was like, I remember this one already. Why is it doing it again? I don't know.
Because, as cheesy as it is, knowledge really is power. So, thank you. Thank you for being here and down for the ride. I appreciate you. And I love hearing your responses to the show.
That's fucking sexy.
And also, I have lots of exciting things coming up. It's going to be incredible.
Oh, that's so fucking cool.
Let's get into it. Okay, so I think most of us know about Woodstock, right? Hippies, music, love, peace, drugs, you know? But did you know that Woodstock has an evil cousin? In the late 60s, there was a massive music festival held in California. It was a day filled with bad drug trips, violent beatings, and even murder. It was supposed to represent progress, but instead, it exposed the dark side of music festivals. Oh baby, I'm talking about the Altamont Speedway Free Festival. I know, I haven't heard about it either. How are you doing today? I hope you're having a wonderful day. My name is Bailey Sarian, and I'd like to welcome you to my podcast, Dark History. Here, we believe history does not have to be boring. I mean, yes, it might be tragic, it might be happy, but either way, it's our dark history. So all you have to do is sit back, relax, and let's talk about that hot, juicy history gossip, because today is juicy. Look, a couple of weeks ago, okay, I was at an antique store, and I saw this really big Woodstock poster for sale. It was so pretty. I wanted it so bad. The lady, she wouldn't sell it to me because I'm not worthy, so I had to settle with just like watching a documentary at home about Woodstock. And this got me to Googling. I'm Googling and goggling, and next thing you know, I come across something called Altamont, and I was like, what is this? It sounds like the name of an insurance company, right? Well, Altamont was a fire festival compared to Woodstock. Altamont, if you don't know, because I didn't know, is short for the Altamont Speedway Free Festival. First of all, mouthful, I know. So I'm just gonna call it Altamont, okay? And second of all, I know what you're thinking, Bailey. I've never heard of Altamont. Well, there's a reason for that. It was a complete shit show. People got stabbed. There were rumors about women like giving birth at the festival. And before the night was said and done, there was a murder that happened in the middle of the festival.
Murder?
In front of everyone. But
which is a lot of people, right? But, you know, with that amount of people, they really weren't worried about security so much. But little did they know that 400,000 people were about to turn up to their little music fair. So, needless to say, Woodstock, overall, it was a hit. On August 29th, 1969, a hot, sweltering summer day brought out almost 500,000 people. Everyone flocked to Woodstock. All the hippies rocking their tie-dye tanks, their free-flowing locks of hair, their free-flowing bushes. Everything was just free and fun. And even when a rainstorm had like rolled in, it didn't matter. It was still a freaking fun party. Sure, there was mud. Yeah, there was probably shit in the mud. It had its faults, of course, but a lot of people thought it was the best thing ever. Bands like Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young, Joe Cocker, and Jimi Hendrix played, and hundreds of thousands of people got to experience this 3-day festival for free because there wasn't enough security to stop the people who didn't technically have a ticket. On top of that, for this festival, they didn't have a fence. I know. So it's like you just walk in. Great, you're in. Woodstock was seen as like this huge positive moment in pop culture history. But little did the public know, it was also a massive failure profit-wise. Right after the festival, things were not looking good for the people who organized it. In fact, if the organizers hadn't taken a ton of footage of the festival, they would probably still be up Schitt's Creek without a paddle. But they turned the footage into a documentary called Woodstock. And thankfully, it was a big financial success because they didn't get any money, you know? Naturally, people didn't want the good energy of Woodstock to end. I mean, they wanted to do it again. They had that high. But Woodstock would prove to be completely unattainable and honestly impossible to recreate. And for the people who hadn't made it to Woodstock, they were like, honestly, they got FOMO, right? They were jealous. They wanted to do it. They wanted in. Do it again. I want to go. So, a new idea for a new festival came along a few months later. So, the story of Altamont starts with a little English band called the Rolling Stones. In the 60s, the Rolling Stones were everything. Critics described them as the original bad boys of rock and roll. They changed the way people saw rock stars forever. The Rolling Stones were so iconic to so many people because they played edgy music that refused to conform to the standards at the time. They released a song called I Can't Get No Satisfaction. Oh, so it wasn't Britney. Unfortunately. Okay, well, they did. At the time, it was shocking. It was sexy. There was nothing else like it out there. It became an international hit. But Britney's was better. Plus, they would perform in these flashy outfits that totally destroyed any of society's fashion rules at the time. I mean, famous bands, singers of the time were still performing in like proper button-down shirts and dress pants, you know? And the Rolling Stones, they would come out wearing like top hats, skin-tight suit sequins, dresses. They leaned into being bad boys and refusing to follow social norms. Honestly, hot. Good for them. I love that. The lead singer and kind of like the face of the Stones, Mick Jagger, was a total sex symbol in the 60s. Yeah, I guess people thought he was hot. Because, girl, they're like, ugh. Throughout the 60s, the Rolling Stones had 5 number 1 hits on the charts and millions of fans all over the world, okay? They were right up there with the Beatles. And after all these hits, the Rolling Stones were on a very successful, very profitable tour. But they wanted more. More! They wanted to throw a Woodstock of their own. And this time, they felt like the festival should be on the West Coast. They decided it would be the final show of like their U.S. tour and their last show of the 60s. And they really wanted to go out with like a bang. Okay, also at this time, the Rolling Stones, they had a little bit of like a bad reputation going on. People were talking shit, okay? Because listen, they were charging a little too much for tickets and it was pissing people off. Their tickets were $8.50. Who do they think they are? And people were fucking outraged. $8.50? What the fuck? Like, who's going to that?
Ooh, my ears are ringing.
Like kings and queens?
Ooh,
Like, get
I
off
hope
your
I'm
high
breaking the right
horse.
thing.
Okay, people were being very vocal about it.
Yeah.
So, the Rolling Stones, they like gets back to them. They're not getting a shift going on. People are mad, and they needed some positive PR. So they're like, you know what? Let's make the tickets to our West Coast experience free. Wouldn't that be a good idea, you guys? Yeah. They used Woodstock as inspiration because they had a pretty insane lineup of world famous musicians. And they were like, you know what? We're going to do that, but we're going to do it better. They were going to pull out all the stops. And it wasn't just going to be a Woodstock 2.0, which it was going to be the shit story. So this epic last Rolling Stones show was set to take place on December 6, 1969 in California. They figured people would be stoked for the festival at the end of the year. With the holidays and like the new year just around the corner, it was a way to be like, bye, 60s. Okay, that's the inspo. But the problem that they were not really thinking about was the fact that they were not organized at all. The festival organized.
He's so fucking cute. Look at his little fucking furry mullet. He's got the coolest hair ever.
Okay, but the worst part, the stupidest part, they had a date in mind of when they were going to have this festival, but the organizers, they only announced the
Dude, a fucking steak
festival
sounds so
to
good.
the people 4 days before it was going to take place. 4 days, okay? The biggest problem with Altamont was they didn't know like where to even have the festival. They're like, California. Oh, vague. So originally they were calling the event Woodstock West. It was supposed to take place in beautiful, lush Golden Gate Park in San Francisco. This area was like grassy, central, beautiful, right? It's like iconic. Everything they wanted the festival to be. So the Rolling Stones, they get on the radio and they announce the festival. They tell everyone it's going to be at Golden Gate Park in San Francisco, and people are like, fuck yeah, let's go, yeah, like, amped, right? It's free. But this was new news to the city of San Francisco. They're like, huh? No, I don't think so. Who'd he speak to? They didn't speak to San Francisco had no idea. They're like, no, get the fuck out of here. San Francisco is just not interested in hosting a big festival and having their beloved park destroyed, wrecked, shit on, who knows? So they end up going to the Stones and they're like, hey, no. And the city, they pulled out. So this left the organizers of Altamont in a bit of a pickle. No one wanted to cancel the festival. Bad idea. They already announced it. Instead, they decided that they were going to find a new place. No big deal. New place. Okay? But at this point, they had less than 4 days to find a venue. 4 days to find a venue that hundreds of thousands of people were going to show up to. 4 days. The Altamont organizers, they thought they had found another good venue option in San Francisco. But the day before the festival, after they started setting up everything, the venue got cold feet. They were scared that the fans were probably going to mess up their property, right? But it's like, damn, you couldn't let us know sooner? They had 4 days. It's their fault. You get it. The organizers didn't give up, though. They just keep searching, okay? They're looking. They gotta find something. These venues, they need to charge the Stones to use the space. This is their show. But I guess the Stones didn't want to pay. I know. It's like, okay. So now you would think at this point, you should probably just take this all in and realize that this is a sign to just cancel the festival, right? It's not gonna work. I mean, again, the festival was free, so it's not like they would have to refund anybody, right? They could have canceled or even rescheduled. There were lots of other options that they could have.
Oh, that's
But
Mooiisstt
no.
Motherfucker.
The organizers were
Yes.
still pull this off.
Step 1,
So literally, right
complete.
before the concert,
Step 2, take a buttload of these little bad boys and lay them all around. Now that will be a tricky portion because we don't know how, like, for all I know, and I'll place this one here, perfectly lined up with the middle of my bed, and maybe these will all line up. I mean, we'll just have to see. Ooh, I could do like an alternative to do like a pattern of like blue, purple, but ooh, I could just do purple. We could alternate.
But it was available, that they were open to taking it. But the Speedway was basically like a glorified parking lot. It was just dry asphalt. Okay, there's no trees, there's no grass, there's no cows, nothing in sight. Middle of nowhere. Okay, so you gotta like drive out there. It was just not the first choice, you know? But the free festival, it had a pretty sick lineup, as the kids would say. So, the Rolling Stones, honestly, they were just hoping people wouldn't care it was on a bunch of asphalt in the middle of nowhere, because the lineup was sick, okay? They'll ignore if they're watching their favorite people on the stage, right? It's supposed to be about the music, right? Who cares? Get over it, babies. The festival advertised that it would be headlined by the Rolling Stones, and the show was also set to include Santana and the Grateful Dead. Great. He was like, fuck yeah, that's right, Santana. Songs of the Rolling Stones were planning on filming the whole event, and at this time, they'd actually been already filming their whole tour for their own documentary. So they're like, hey, at least we're gonna make some money off of this festival by selling the footage, right? Go smart. The Stones weren't stupid. They knew a ton of people would try to get into their festival, especially with all the
Need
big
it to go all the way in that corner.
I mean, Santana? God, people are showing up just ready to rage. Get the fuck out of here and shut up. Finally,
I don't have any more wooded there.
Guess what? It's December 6th,
I only have
1969.
one wood.
And it's the day of the
That won't
festival.
build.
And surprise, surprise,
Staircase. Do I have any staircases that you can build if you want?
showing up. And even though the organizers verbally said they were
We could
expecting
just do
a
it.
lot of
Like a
people,
stone
they
staircase real
weren't
quick.
actually thinking about what that even means or what that looks
Just
like.
need to get up there
So right
to...
off the bat, there's
Oop.
issues. The roads that were leading to the festival were shut down because the Altamont Speedway didn't have enough parking. So people were just like abandoning their cars on the side of the road, walking miles to the Speedway. At the festival itself, there were no like food vendors. Yeah, not even a pretzel, not a hot dog in sight. People were walking into the festival, many of the time just like buzzed on cheap wine, and that's not going to be good. Yeah.
Oop, stop breaking.
My favorite part was that on top of that, they only brought in 100 porta potties for over 300,000 people. Yeah. Can you imagine? No. Actually, I've seen a porta potty that's overflowed. Don't ask. It was awful. It was disgusting. So I imagine it was a lot of that just shit just piled to the top. I don't even know how they shit on top of that pile because it was stacked so high. But within like the first half hour, I'm sure they ended up being filled, right? Great. The festival organizers had the crew move in all of their gear from the old venue, and they just like plopped it on the asphalt. Nothing was really like fully put together, including the stage. Now, when we think of a stage, imagine a stage. Now, I'm sure you're imagining the stage being kind of like lifted, elevated above you. You know, a stage where one performs. But this was no stage like you're thinking in your mind. This was a DIY stage, okay? Pinterested. And there was no barrier between the musicians and the people. The bands were performing essentially at the base of a tall slope by the Speedway. This was so people would be able to look down at the performers and still get to see at least a little bit of the show. So instead of being up, they were down. And for the bands, this gave them a really sick feeling of, quote, unease. I mean, think about it.
You know those ones fit. So I can always get some others, but I want to see if this is gonna
I love ants. Surrounded by thousands
work.
of fans, like in all directions of you, and they're kind of like coming upwards. Does that make sense? I love ants. Dark history of ants. Let me know down below. But the organizers organizers, they were like, don't worry about it. Don't worry. It's not a big deal. We're going to have security. We're going to have security to handle all of your undies.
Little gap
As
of
soon as
only
security was
because they
discussed, the managers of the Grateful Dead
pushed it
severely
all the way
pointed out
back
that the
in.
Hells Angels had actually provided great security at a concert in 1967. So why not just hire them? They're great. And yeah, when I say Hells Angel, I'm talking about exactly what you think. The Hells Angels biker friendship group. Friendship. They have matching bracelets. But if you don't know, the Hells Angels, they were founded in San Bernardino in 1948 by a World War II veteran. And it started as a small group of guys who rode Harley-Davidson motorcycles, just romping all over the place. But by the 60s, it was known as a, quote, outlaw motorcycle gang. They're actually considered an organized crime syndicate by the police and the U.S. Department of Justice.
Yeah. Oh,
So what I'm saying is
kind of. I mean, it's
they're not a friendship
pink on
group.
pink there.
Yeah.
Or is that purple?
So it's definitely just, it's a unique choice. But the Hells Angels, specifically
Oh, I
the
guess that is like
British
a double
Hells
yellow
Angels,
right there.
had
So
actually
it's just
done
like a...
security for the Stones before.
Okay,
I mean,
actually,
honestly, it probably felt like kind of cool to have a biker
too
gang
bad,
for
not too
security,
bad.
kind of aligning with your rock and roll brand. Yeah, I got security. And the best thing of all, they were available on short notice. And on
Face,
top of
face,
that,
face, purple, purple,
they didn't
purple.
even want to be paid in
And then
money.
do face on all
Kinda
those
almost like
ones.
Hedge. One of the main
Yeah.
organizer of Altamont was the Rolling Stones tour manager, Sam Cutler. And Sam said that when he asked the Hells Angels
Not right now, but here soon.
they responded with, "We like
In the meeting,
beer."
I'm gonna do some dishes.
According to multiple
And then
angels. Sorry, I was thinking about Jesus. They were paid about $500
decide
for
what I'm
cheap
gonna
beer,
make for myself.
which is just a bargain, right? Love that.
I
They
actually
say
could
this
make
is because they were,
pancakes.
quote, not interested
And I
in
wouldn't
policing
necessarily have to
profit.
wash anything. But I know I should wash
Okay.
the
I guess
dishes.
they just
So,
want to party, really. It was just supposed to be like low-key, whatever. They're not going to be like psycho, so they're just going to hang out and have some beer and make sure everything's okay. They had like three main jobs, the Hells Angels: to keep people off the stage, keep people off the cameras, and also keep them away from sound equipment that had been
alright,
set
well,
up all over the
until
place.
next time, and
Just
always,
look out. That's great.
remember to be kind to yourself and everyone else. You don't know what someone deals with on a day-to-day basis, and remember that if someone has a place that they created for themselves, they're gonna feel safe to be 100% themselves. So don't take it with, like, don't take it internally, you know what I mean? And remember that it'd be different if they had came into your place and acted a fool. But truly, be kind to yourself, everyone else. See you next time. Bye.